Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Today I did something that I was pretty sure I wasn't going to enjoy. And I think taking these kind of risks is important for growth, where you step outside of your comfort zone and try something new, even if you're convinced you're not going to like it. I did that today. I cannonballed into the swimming pool of yuckiness and did something rather foul. Now, this isn't anything huge. It's not like I was some kind of brave, courageous warrior that really put it all on the line today to try something new. I didn't go hog wild and wacky like sticking my dick in a gas station glory hole or anything. I watched a show that I was very sure I was probably going to dislike. I asked myself, how bad could Netflix's lowest rated original be? And that show is The Witcher Blood Origin. Right now it has a 32% on Rotten Tomatoes with a 13% audience score. It was also lower in the critics side. It used to be down to like 16%, but then I guess some glowing reviews came scooting in there, maybe even paid reviews, I have no idea. And it's not like I really put a whole lot of stock into Rotten Tomatoes scores, by the way. Rotten Tomatoes gives Big Mouth a 100% every single season except for one. And Big Mouth is the worst thing humanity's created since the Brazen Bull torture device. I swear, watching Big Mouth is up there with being waterboarded. It's just a cruel and unusual punishment, yet it gets rewarded every season on Rotten Tomatoes with a perfect score. It's mind-blowing. But now I'm getting off in a tangent. The point is, I don't put a whole lot of faith in Rotten Tomatoes as like a reviewing source, but The Witcher Blood Origin has been shit on across the board from everyone, and I wanted to see just how bad it was, because I wrote this off immediately, as did everyone else, because it proudly disregards the source material that it's supposed to be borrowing from. It uses the Witcher IP, and then wipes its ass with it. So this is a spin-off story. It's a prequel to The Witcher. It's set about 1200 years before the events of The Witcher, and it's not based on anything, and I don't typically get upset about that. I think it's fine if you want to take a universe and then tell your own original story in there. That's fine, but it always has to at least pay respect to the source material, something that Blood Origin fails to do on any level whatsoever. And it also has to at least fit and make sense in the universe, like justify its existence. Why is it there? And does it play by the universe's rules? Well, across the board here, the answer is pretty much no. Like, this feels like it was a complete nothing sandwich that they decided to serve up. I don't really get what the point was. There's a couple of moments where I was entertained. Like, I'm not going to pretend like the entire thing was this pile of dog shit. But on the whole, it really was worthless, like a waste of time. Now, I want to be clear here because I'm sure if you just heard what I said there and you've seen the show, you probably raised an eyebrow really high. Like, in entertainment, enjoyment, in Witcher Blood Origin, did we watch the same show? Let me explain, because now I need to defend myself, because there's almost nothing to like about it, except for one thing: the mindless goofiness to its action. When there is action in Blood Origin, it's about as mindless as it can possibly get. And when the rest of the show is as stale as the goldfish that are stuck in between my couch cushions, it's at least refreshing when something, anything at all happens. Because the show puts you to sleep. The show gives you like this, like almost hypnosis of boredom. Like, I swear to God, half the time when I was watching this show, the generic nature of everything and the convolution of its messy plot would have me passing out like it was a drug overdose. And then they'd have their goofy action come on and it was like this little hit of Narcan. I'm not trying to defend the action sequences because I know they're not great. I'm sure there's plenty of critiques that exist for the choreography, or really lack thereof, to the action scenes. But for me, I could at least appreciate the unapologetic silliness of it, and those fleeting moments of ephemeral enjoyment were overshadowed by hours of boredom and nonsensical, messy garbage. Narratively, this thing is as messy as it gets. I actually have a conspiracy theory that originally this was supposed to be its own generic fantasy show that they started filming, and then they got halfway through the season and then they just ran out of budget or it got canceled. But they didn't want it to go to waste, so they had these like 4 episodes worth of content that they already poured money into and they already had all the footage. So they knew they could probably sell and at least get eyes on it if they just slapped the Witcher IP on top of it, even though it had no real tie-in. So they did, like in an act of desperation, and then they like wrote in some loose Witcher lore to it, and it just doesn't work. But that's what I feel. I feel like they just made like a generic fantasy flick and then slapped The Witcher on it as the afterthought. It feels like this was just an incomplete product that got shipped out early. What I'm watching here is the pre-alpha. Usually when I'm ranting about something I didn't like, I'll give spoiler warnings and then talk about more specific reasons and examples from what I watched, but for this, I just don't even see the point. It's like not even really worth it, because I'm sure you weren't planning on watching it anyway. I wasn't either. I just for some reason got super curious as to what made this so bad that even critics were attacking it and saying it was shit. And I probably shouldn't have. This was Pandora's box that I shouldn't have even bothered opening, but I did, and I do regret it. So I'm not going to even really get into spoilers, but I would like to point out a couple of specific things that are more broad. Almost every character in the show is an elf, yet that has absolutely no difference in how they behave, how they act, or anything. It's not even elves like you're used to seeing in The Witcher. They don't act the same or anything. They're basically just humans with little pointy ears in here. And the pointy ears look like something you could have found at Party City for some of the characters. It's just, what was even the point of making them elves at that level? Like, why? It doesn't do anything, it doesn't add anything, and it's not even like an important point to the show, really, because it's not explored or done super well. Like, it's not really weaved into the narrative in any other way aside from them just basically being humans with long ears. I don't even get what the point of that was. It seems like they didn't give much thought to anything in this show. It also feels like they didn't have a budget to do anything in this show either. It doesn't even look good. I felt like I was watching a CW production sometimes. Everything just feels like cheap. I don't know if it's just me, but I thought the visuals were really, really lacking, especially for a Netflix original here. There's absolutely times where I thought I was watching a fan project, but then the writing kicked in and I realized this is absolutely not done by Witcher fans. That much is very clear. By far the worst part is its writing, no doubt, but more specifically the writing for the characters. This is literally the first line in the show, and that sets the tone for the writing for the rest of the series. It's just so laughably bad so often. And the characters will sometimes just point blank tell you, like, this is very important to me because this, and this is how I'm feeling, without ever spending the time to build up relationships or build up these things. A good writer would be able to convey that without just point blank telling you, like almost breaking the fourth wall, like, hey, viewer, this is what you don't know about me and how I'm feeling right now, so let me explain it to you. It's just bad. Maybe that's because it's only 4 episodes, so the time constraints, it was hard to build a relationship, but to me it just feels like just general laziness as opposed to like a limitation on the amount of time they were allotted. The whole thing is just sloppy. It has nothing to do with The Witcher. It doesn't try to. I don't get the point. And I don't want to just keep focusing in on The Witcher Blood Origin specifically. I again want to zoom out the lens here and talk about the bigger thing, the trend of taking beloved property like The Witcher and then giving it to people that don't fucking care and even openly, proudly disrespect it most of the time. Like with Halo. I keep bringing up Halo because that is the gift that keeps on giving. It is applicable to so much here. And to me, that is still the most egregious example of people that hated the property they were working on, tried to do something that they deemed better and made something that is unforgivable. Something unholy, just a downright sin. It is criminal how bad the Halo show was. And that's kind of where everything's going. You have the Last of Us showrunner coming out saying, death in the games were just kind of pixels, so it's going to be different in the show. And now you have Witcher Blood Origin furthering this, where it's like, The Witcher, who cares about that? We're just going to use that name and then tell our own generic fantasy story. What is the fucking point? This is like that episode of SpongeBob with how many times we have to teach you this lesson, old man. Stop giving these beloved IPs to people, showrunners, producers, heads of studios that clearly don't give a fuck about it. What do you hope to accomplish? You don't get the fans of the property. You immediately lose them. You make an enemy out of them. You also don't get the general audience because they don't care about the IP to begin with. It's not like strong enough to bring in new eyes. It doesn't have its own legs because it's relying on the safety of the IP's name, and you deliver something half-baked like this show. Who are you even targeting? Because with Blood Origin, it's not Witcher fans. It's not fantasy fans. It's what? People that have like autoplay on or something, like YouTube kids, they have an iPad and they just have random shit pop up. Like, who is this even geared towards? I don't get it. That's a question I asked with Halo because it wasn't geared towards Halo fans, and it wasn't geared towards just like general sci-fi fans either because it wasn't good enough. And now it's a question I'm asking here. Why? You have a dedicated audience with that IP. That franchise comes built in with eyeballs. So why not like make an ally out of them instead of an enemy? Show them that you actually care about it instead of bragging about not playing the games or not reading the stories that it comes from or whatever. Again, this is me talking about Halo, but I'm sure it applies to Blood Origin because clearly they have made a very public case of disrespecting the property. Henry Cavill's now no longer with The Witcher going forward after season 3. Again, why is this the norm to give this IP to people that don't like it to begin with? You're never going to get something good out of it. You just keep getting shit. More and more shit piled on top of itself in this giant septic tank of bad adaptations. And it doesn't have to be that way. It really doesn't. Like, you could absolutely just give it to people who do want to use it and make something great with it. I know it exists. So why do we keep doing this? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, I just wanted to rant a little bit today. That's really about it. See ya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Moist Wrestling League. The MWL is broadcast live from an undisclosed bunker outside of Area 51. And I gotta tell you, it feels good to be back, boys.
Oh, it feels great. If you're allergic to action, I sure hope you brought your EpiPens, because we got a lot coming at you tonight.
You're right, Aaron.
Buckle up, folks. Check your mirrors, hands at 10 and 2, because we're going to take a stroll through Pain City.
We've got a bad blood grudge match between Chainsaw and Dow Jones. Chainsaw lost his wife and his family in the 2008 recession, and he's never let that go. And I tell you, usually he's a soft-spoken angel, heart of gold. I saw hatred in his eyes tonight. He's looking to hurt him. He's looking for revenge tonight, I think. Chase, why don't you tell us a little bit more about Chainsaw?
Well, Chainsaw is a mountain of a man. This man is 6 foot, 240 pounds. He was raised in the Russian wilderness by bears until a local lumberjack took him under his wing. Now, not only did he teach him the art of wrestling and a little bit of woodshop, he's got something to prove, and he's got a message to send.
Why don't we go to the tape and let you hear from Chainsaw himself?
Моя жена была самым важным человеком на свете, но она не смогла оставаться со мной после того, что увидела. Фондовый рынок подорвал нашу финансовую зависимость. Не будет никогда такой женщины, как Бетси. Ее улыбка освещала мою жизнь ярким светом, который невозможно заменить. Но мистер Джонс забрал этот свет, и сегодня вечером я заберу его жизнь.
The only thing that's sharper than Chainsaw's blades is his wit, and his blades are even sharper than that.
Right you are, Aaron. Those are some sharp blades and some sharp wit. And now why don't we take a look at Dow Jones, the all-encompassing, all-American patriot, red-blooded Christian. He's gone to Sunday school since he was a small boy. What else do you know about Dow Jones, Chase?
Well, Dow Jones is a 6'1", 200-pound man. He's a self-made man. He's actually the heir to the bidet fortune, and with that fortune, he's used it to game the stock market and be an absolute heel for the MWL for years. I mean, we're talking his match against Timmy Two Toes in 2015 and his match against the Hall Monitor in 2017. This man is a villain.
He's a bad man.
Yeah. Dow Jones is about as much money as I have children. A lot.
I know Chainsaw blames me for everything that's gone wrong in his life. It's so juvenile. His inability to take responsibility for his own bad investments is no one's fault but his own. Tonight, I'm gonna bring the market of pain crashing down on him. Can I get a dab here? Chainsaw, I'm gonna show you the meaning of a real bull market.
Wow, this is so good.
Well, the killers are up there warming up right now, boys, but I don't see a ref. I don't see a ref.
I don't either.
Now that you mention it, there's no ref here. We can't start without a ref.
The MWL has never started without a ref.
Are we gonna have to get up there and ref it for him?
We might just have to.
Yeah, well, we cannot start this match without a ref.
What the fuck is that?
Who is that?
It's Commissioner Philip.
You bastards! You booked this MWL man's rifle when I was in Hawaii, and I know it. You still have access to my Apple calendar.
And you know, Commissioner Phillips, I can't read. It wasn't me.
I know I could have trusted you to run a fair fight. So I'm gonna have to do it. I called ahead and I canceled your ref, and I'm gonna take it from here. This is my league, and you know it. Goddammit!
He's the commissioner. He can do what he wants.
That's the commissioner for you.
He's got his own rules. We're just following them.
All right, boys. I want a good, clean fight. I want you guys to uphold the rules and regulations of the MWL. We've been in business for 66 years, and I'm not about to ruin that today. You guys get back to your corners. I want to see a good fight. Ring the bell.
Oh, I can't wait to see this one.
Look at the power on these two fighters.
Chainsaw's got the face of an angel, but the fist of a devil. Oh boy.
Oh, he's not letting him do it.
He's not phased. It's the wrist lock. He's going around the whole clock.
Oh, Dow Jones may want to diversify his moveset like he did in his portfolio.
You can't short Chainsaw. Oh, against the ring ropes.
Chainsaw!
Whoa!
Chainsaw, he's part man, he's part chainsaw. He's like a baby with teeth. It's completely unnatural.
I couldn't agree more, Aaron. Oh my God! Oh! Send him straight to hell, and again! No! God, why?
It does in this ring.
No, he can't handle it.
It does in this.
Forget your 401ks, folks. Dow Jones is going to need a 911k after this one.
I couldn't agree more, Chase. I checked the scouting report. I thought we were seeing Dow Jones, not Al Jones. Oh no!
How now, Dow Jones? Oh!
He's taking him around the world.
God!
When the stock market crashes, so does he.
Oh! Have mercy! Oh! He's just a man!
Oh, he can't even stand. He's crashing.
He's seeing the Holy Spirit right now. Oh, he's not done.
He's getting up. He's not done.
He's a bad man.
Oh!
Oh boy! With the reversal. Oh! We've seen this before.
The stock market, it goes up and down. So does he.
He's evolving. Oh no!
Pokemon.
He's.
Jesus Christ.
He's trading after hours. No! God, he can't breathe.
It's designer.
The commissioner's counting him. Commissioner's counting him out. Hey, this has got to be where it ends. He can't breathe. He can't breathe. What's happening? Oh, he's letting him go. He's toying with it. He's playing with his food.
He's going out by his rules.
He's like an apex predator.
Believing in himself.
Is Dow Jones bribing Commissioner Phillips?
He's trying to bribe.
He's bribing the commissioner. He's bribing him.
He's got 2,000 pounds of pain in a 200
Commissioner's
pound
not even
frame.
looking.
Oh!
The vacation may have been stopped short, but he is taking it easy out there.
Cocky. He's getting a little cocky.
There's an agreement between Dow Jones and Commissioner Phillips.
This sucks. Go
Hogan.
Oh my God, please.
Dow Jones' investments in himself are really paying dividends now. Oh! He just keeps going.
The elbow again. No!
He's really hitting him with these elbows.
Oh! I can hear his heart stopping.
Top of the mountain, on the top of the market. Everything I do is a win. Buy low, sell high.
He's doing it. It's investment advice. Oh my God! Wait, is it the Frankensteiner?
Dow Jones is a venture capitalist, and I tell you what, his first investment today is Chainsaw's funeral.
He's investing in futures, but he doesn't invest in chainsaws.
Chainsaws, I tell you what. Oh, he's choking him out with his damn foot.
For the love of God, where's the ref?
He's using his wonderful feet.
Oh!
He kicks out.
This is just bad manners. This is the dirtiest thing I've seen in the MWL.
I gotta know how this match would actually be playing out if he was not insider trading with the ref, guys.
Chainsaw is begging him. No! He's lost enough! He's lost enough! No!
Not gonna stop this. This is why we need a real ref and not the commissioner in there. He's got his own ordeals.
Chainsaw, please.
Chainsaw, you gotta get back in there.
Think of your wife in heaven. There we go.
Chainsaw's got the stamina to live through this, but Dow Jones has the power.
He's got the furiosity. He's like a lion on a hunt right now. He can smell blood in the water like a shark or a lion who's entered the water to fight the sharks.
Oh, you're damn right.
Chainsaw refuses to let this.
There's no quit in his body.
Oh, I bet Dow Jones wishes those attacks were hitting his shell corporations instead of him.
He's pierced the corporate veil. He's pierced the corporate veil.
Oh! Chainsaw's breaking the glass ceiling. He's fighting for everybody.
Oh, the lariat.
Wall Street's going down, I tell you what.
Oh, God.
We live for.
She's charging up something fierce.
Chainsaw coming in with a Paul Bunyan style attack. Oh, he's
The dodge.
Oh, wait. Just when you thought Chainsaw was eating, he's getting feasted upon. Oh, wait. Oh, he's eating the rich. Oh my God, the 1% has been stopped today.
It's a bull market, but luckily Paul Bunyan's got blue. I tell you what. Oh, someone get him a chili dog.
Right into the abdomen again.
He made me reverses it.
I don't even know who took the brunt
He's
of
a
that
wild
impact.
man, but nothing's more
Oh, the
wild
pin
than
attempt.
market.
The pin attempt. The ref, what are you doing? You're a bad man. What? Oh!
Kick out. I thought we had it for sure.
Where did you learn to count, Commissioner Phillips?
He never did. He didn't make it past 3K.
This is a bunch of hooey.
I tell you what, Dow Jones, he does not want that chainsaw move to go off. If that does, it's game over.
He's stopping it at every chance he gets. God! Good.
Get him a chili dog.
Right into the abdomen again. Whoa!
If Chainsaw is a baby with teeth, he just lost them all. I tell you what, that
There's no teeth left.
He was picked up.
Tip on top.
What is that? What is he thinking?
Thinking right now. Chainsaw doesn't have to worry about a retirement plan. I don't think he's gonna live that long. Oh! Now we all know Wall Street's corrupt. That's just plain evil.
He's like a AA battery that just got put in the microwave. It's getting recharged. Whoa!
Oh no. Oh, not like this.
He's reaching out. Chainsaw needs help. Not the briefcase.
Oh no.
No! He's doing it. It's his special finishing move.
Oh, you guys know what this move's called.
Yep, we all know what it's called.
Love it.
The 401 KO.
401 KO.
Oh God, please have mercy.
He's helping out in the match.
Oh, he's cheating. He's a goddamn cheater. No. Oh, fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
He's crushing his head like that lady who stomps the grave. No one gets away with that.
I can't believe it. There's nothing left in Chainsaw's tank, surely. Oh boy. No. Oh God. Whoa!
He sees
The spear! This is his chance. This is his chance.
He's revving her up.
He's pulling the ripcord.
Oh,
He's pulling the ripcord.
The Pfizer vaccine.
He's bringing it down.
The chainsaw death drop. Oh my God. That was clean contact. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's it. That's it. Chainsaw's won the match. Oh my.
What a match, ladies.
The chainsaw death drop has never failed. His wife is up in heaven and she is smiling because he sent Dow Jones to hell.
She's up in heaven, but she's happy as hell, I tell you what.
Wait, we got a fan! We got a fan! Oh my
Even
God.
the fans love it.
A good chainsaw fan.
They're not supposed to, but he's up at.
What's happening? What's happening?
It's a stock market. He's a fan.
Who is it? It's Nasdaq! It's Nasdaq! He was in disguise! He was in disguise!
How'd he get out of Guantanamo?
What the fuck? Oh! Is this allowed?
He was in Guantanamo for years.
He's supposed to be in prison.
supposed to be there now for white collar crimes like inside trading, but he's here in the ring.
He just stunnered Chainsaw. The stock market is a terrifying thing. And he's gone.
He's just out of there like that. Do we stop?
Do we call the police?
That was a hell of a match today.
Right, you are, Commissioner Phillips.
Commissioner, we don't agree on much, but we agree on that.
Gentlemen, we were blessed with one of the finest MWL matches I have seen in all my years around here. What I just saw was like a dream, but better and wetter.
Absolutely, Charles. But there's one question we got to ask here today. Who won?
This is why we need a real ref, because we don't know. Chainsaw got the count, but then NASDAQ goes up there, roughs him up. Chainsaw's down for the count. Who won?
Absolutely, but NASDAQ sent a message, and a message that will not be ignored in future fights. I can reckon that.
Absolutely.
Loud and clear, I would argue. Why don't we have Commissioner Phillips answer for his crimes in the ring tonight? What were you thinking out there?
You know, boys, I've been out of this for a long time and I feel bad. I'm clearly rusty. Next time we need a new real ref, but I gotta say, feels good to be back.
It feels good to be back.
We might not always see eye
We
to
don't
eye,
see eye to eye,
but
we
boy,
see
does
eye.
it feel good.
You son of a bitch.
We don't see eye to eye, but we can see mouth to mouth.
What a wild year for the WWE, and really wrestling as a whole. If you don't know, they've recently announced a merger with the UFC's parent company, forming a $21 billion powerhouse, and this is huge. I mean, you can already see my cat's reaction, pure stun and disbelief at this wild move. I was originally going to make this video the day of the announcement because I was so blown away by it, but then I decided, let's play it safe. Let's wait on the sidelines here to see if anything else crazy happens this week. Because I thought anything was possible. I was half expecting Macho Man Randy Savage to descend from the heavens to put the kibosh on this merger. Just say, no siree, not on my watch, and just fucking shut it all down before it even began. But it seems the dust has settled. This merger is the future of the WWE, and reactions to it are mixed, to say the least. But I will tell you something everyone agrees on. Vince McMahon out here looking like a WWE 2K23 created wrestler. He is looking odd, and his hair looks cel-shaded. Dude looks like a car salesman who's trying to sell me a car that doesn't run. I don't know who convinced him that mustache was a good idea. I wouldn't tell my worst enemy to go out in public with that thing on their face. It looks like he just pecked the exhaust pipe of his truck right before going on stage. But aside from just clowning on Vince McMahon for an awful facial hair decision, there's actually quite a bit I want to talk about with the WWE itself, even outside of the merger, because a lot's been happening this year for it. Now, as I've mentioned, I grew up on Attitude Era Wrestling. I cherish it. It's very near and dear to my heart. I've only recently, over the last couple years, been getting back into the modern era of wrestling, but god damn it, I'd be lying if I said growing up one of my dreams wasn't to be like Kane. And I came close, honestly. I'm only 6 feet shorter and 300 pounds lighter than Kane, but just wait until I hit my growth spurt in the next couple years. There's still a chance. Point is, I always loved wrestling. I kind of fell out of love with it in the like mid 2000s era, maybe like early 2010s, and recently been getting back on the saddle and getting into the hype. I've been getting so into it that we started our own wrestling league, the Moist Wrestling League. The first episode went up last month between Chainsaw and Dow Jones, and I'm happy to announce that episode 2 premieres tonight at 8 p.m. EST. So about 5 hours after this video goes live, MWL episode 2 will drop. And I swear to God, you might need a medical professional on standby with the defibrillator, because the action, the testosterone overload, as well as just the adrenaline from watching it might just give you a heart attack. So 8 p.m. EST tonight, the new MWL episode drops. Now back to the WWE situation. Now, buckle your seatbelt, because I'm about to take you on a bit of a high-speed ride of lore real quick. So Vince McMahon was actually kind of forced out of control of the company after a multitude of different scandals and a ton of bad business practices. I'm not going to sit here and go through the laundry list of fucking business war crimes Vince McMahon has committed over the years. It'd be a 10-hour video. The guy's a piece of shit. He's done terrible things throughout his entire career. And last year, he was kind of forced to retire. And in his stead, he was replaced by Triple H. So Triple H assumed control of the creative direction of the WWE, and he'd been fucking crushing it. Triple H, I think, had been doing a great job making some very hype shows, amazing moments. Yeah, most recent WrestleMania, obviously, an absolute banger. That shit was a heater. And he was, I really think, killing it. But after this merger, many fans are concerned that Triple H is now going to just be toilet paper to wipe the WWE's ass. Now that the merger's gone through, Vince McMahon seems to be assuming a more active role in the creative direction of the WWE. He's kind of clawed back that power to become the head honcho instead of top the throne, which means Triple H's vision and direction won't necessarily be the final say-so or anything like that, like it has been for the last 6 or so months. So fans are concerned that this is going to lead to the WWE having a bit of a decline in quality. And it's a legitimate concern, because now that Vince McMahon is kind of back in the driver's seat, Triple H doesn't have that crucial role that he did before. Even though he's kind of in the same position, Vince McMahon is now there as well as a creative influence that has the say-so too. So overall, the merger is just leaving fans a little worried about the direction the WWE is going to go in now, since most people have appreciated the recent WWE direction under Triple H as the creative head. It just makes them wonder and scratch their head. Is it going to be shitty now? Is it going to go lame? Is it going to be some pussy shit? Like, what's going to happen next? And that's kind of where we're at right now. This is a huge merger. Like, even if you're not a fan of the UFC or the WWE, these two companies merging like this under one big umbrella is huge. That's a $21 billion valued business right there. And obviously, this opens the door up to a lot of crossover. So Conor McGregor, for instance, was kind of teasing about being like a WWE champion as well as UFC champ, shit like that. And you could have the opposite happen. Like Brock Lesnar, for example, is a WWE wrestler, has been for a long time, but also did compete in the MMA, in the UFC. Like, there is a lot of room for crossover now, which leads to a lot of potential, which I think is kind of exciting, even if the direction of a lot of the crossovers might be a little weak. I've always appreciated goofy crossover stuff, so I think that has a lot of potential to be fun. But who knows, really? This isn't the only big thing the WWE's been experimenting with recently. I think many of you may have forgotten, or maybe never even knew in the first place, but Vince McMahon was actually trying to legalize betting on the scripted matches of the WWE. I shit you not. He was trying to pitch his case to allow gambling on the matches in the WWE. Sorry to tell you, Santa's not real. I know we all know this. This isn't some big revelation, but the outcomes are scripted. That is known. And people know the outcome on the inside. And Vince McMahon was trying to argue that it's, fucking trade secret. It's the Krabby Patty secret formula. No one in the outside is ever going to know who the winner is going to be. Thus, it should be fair to gamble and bet on these for fans. Which is such a silly and outrageous idea, because even if you don't know 100% what the scripted outcome is, fans aren't stupid, you know? Vince McMahon thinks everyone's out there after getting a fucking lobotomy or something. Like, people can follow storylines and have a very good guess at who is most likely going to emerge victorious in a match, thus it makes betting on it super easy. Plus, there's also plenty of ways of just farming that from the inside. People are going to find out what the script is. People are going to figure out who wins, and you could easily just bet on it. It's such a stupid idea. I can't believe they actually tried to pitch it and convince them with a straight face that it should be allowed and would work. There are just so many problems with the idea of betting on scripted outcomes. There's people that know it and can easily just exploit it. But yeah, that was just a really silly one. I don't think that's going anywhere as of right now, at least not that I've seen. I don't have any updates to it other than them desperately trying to figure out ways to convince regulators that it should be allowed. But yeah, the WWE's in a really weird spot right now, especially with its diehard fans that have supported them for years. I mean, look at Io. She's on the edge of her seat here, wondering what's going to happen with the WWE after this merger. Just like all of us, we're all waiting on bated breath to see if the WWE quality really does go down the shitter after this, or if it ends up being a net positive and somehow makes it better. We'll just have to tune in and see, I guess. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I thought it was pretty wild, and that's about it. See ya. Hey, I've got a little pre-E3 world premiere. Introducing a new scam that I think some of you watching may have fallen for and don't even realize it. It's a game called The Day Before. It's the #1 most wishlist game on Steam. It had a lot of hype around it. It's a zombie shooter. It's supposed to be like a DayZ inspired game. But it seems like the reality is the game is inspired by Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo, because it doesn't actually exist. At least that's the leading theory. So this game was on everyone's radar for a while, but then with a lot of development hiccups, a lot of people just haven't really kept up aside from the hardcore fanatics and the enthusiasts that are looking forward to the game. But they've started to notice a lot of really peculiar shit going on with the company behind it, a company called Fantastic. Now they do actually have a completed game under their belt, but what's very interesting about the Day Before situation is everything they've shown is pre-rendered, it's not actual gameplay. And every time that they hype up gameplay, like right around the corner, it doesn't come. They always have a bunch of excuses, like, you know, copyright disputes, or, you know, something's gone wrong, my dog ate my files, so we couldn't show the gameplay today. They always have an excuse for why they haven't shown gameplay, and they've been stringing along the community for a long time now. However, yesterday they finally did release 10 minutes of gameplay, and man, what a stinker. To me, personally, this has kind of confirmed what I've also believed, that the game didn't actually exist until very recently, where they haphazardly threw this jumbled mess of a presentation together just to prove that there is something tangible. So I'm going to go over everything here. I'm going to show you it from stream where I broke it all down. But there's also some great videos that cover it, such as this channel here that goes really in depth on it. So I'm going to put a link to them in the description if you want more info. I'll quickly try and address and answer the question I know you're asking yourself right now. Why would they fake this game? What is there to gain from it? And I don't have the answer. I have no fucking clue. Really, nobody does. All we can do is speculate. Because it's not like they're making money off of it. It's not a crowd-funded project. It's free to wishlist. So it's not like they're taking in money from the community through presenting a product that's not real. So I don't know. But there's so much weird shit with it, it's hard to actually imagine that there is a team of developers that are making the game that they have been showing the pre-rendered shit for. It doesn't compute. So I'm going to show you everything, and you can make your own mind up on whether or not the game is real, or at least has been real prior to the 10 minutes that they've shown today. And it's just a wild situation. So this game turned out to be real? I wouldn't say that. For those that don't know the situation, The Day Before is a painfully generic looking zombie shooter that had a lot of hype. It's the #1 wishlisted game on Steam. But all they've ever shown is pre-recorded, pre-rendered content. And every time they're like, here comes the big gameplay reveal, they end up postponing it. So if you go to their developer page, which is fantastic, you're going to see all kinds of missed deadlines and empty promises that never followed up with, such as like release date, never happened, mega event never happened, gameplay, not gameplay, still pre-rendered. And they just kept placating, stalling, pushing it, kicking the ball further down the field. All the while, people started to get skeptical if the game's even real. Fast forward to yesterday. After numerous delays and many scapegoats, such as like a copyright dispute and all kinds of wacky, wild webs, it's like an absolute fucking mess of an anime plotline. They finally drop a 10-minute gameplay trailer, and I'll show you some of it. It is a disaster. I think it is very clear, and I think you will also find it very obvious that what they've thrown together here is something that cooked up over the last couple weeks due to mounting pressure. It is literally a jogging simulator through an empty world with only 4 zombies being shown. And I can't recall them even firing on the zombies. They might, I don't remember. But even still, all they show is 4 zombies on screen across the 10 minutes, and everything else is jogging in like actual placeholder stock images for items. It's an absolute shit show. And I already see people asking, and this is the same thing I asked when I first got made aware of the situation, why would they fake a game? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea why they would fake a game. I don't know what there is to gain from it unless they're defrauding investors, but it's not crowdfunded. Wishlisting the game on Steam is free, so they're not making money off fans. I don't know. Maybe they just want it to seem cool. They use it to flirt with girls at a bar, like, hey, I'm developing the day before. You like zombies? Check this shit out. But here, I'll take you in. Money laundering? I think people really don't understand exactly how money laundering works. This wouldn't be money laundering, this would just be money tying up. It'd be money spending. When you launder money, you need to clean it and get it back. They're not getting it back. Yeah, I hope you really like watching this kind of gameplay, because this is all it is. Legitimately all it fucking is. It's more like I Am Legend than anything else. Just Will Smith going about his day, casually. In the beginning of the movie. Love the free Facebook royalty-free music. Love that. Elevator tunes. That department store jingle. I think the game is real, they're just bad at management. I just don't. This convinced me even more so than anything else that the game isn't real. This seems like such a rushed job just to present something. Because no developer in their right mind, even developers that are like truly delusional, like high on their own farts, way up their own ass, not even they would think this is a good presentation for their upcoming product. Because it shows nothing. There's no fucking zombies. And like all of this, we have seen this exact UI in Steam asset flips that I've played. The bad Steam game, the bad game nights, we have seen this exact fucking UI and everything. It just feels like they threw this together as quickly as they possibly fucking could. Because maybe they're at risk at being investigated or something, I don't know. They hyped this up as the gameplay extravaganza. True, yes, this had fucking months of hype. This was their big bomb. This was their E3. And this is what they're showing. The game is not fucking real. Also, there is absolutely no texture on anything, by the way. Like, her skin just looks like flat colored noodles. Phone game ad. Yeah. Oh, so they do shoot some. Damn, that was fucking innovative. That was crazy. Okay, that was epic. How do I pre-order? Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they're going to release some kind of pre-order functionality soon. I mean, you can see where the money goes. This is looking incredible. Finally, a zombie game to redefine the genre. It's like a shitty version of The Division. It's like a shitty version of any game that's ever existed. There is nothing. And compare this to the first gameplay trailer they showed, which is, again, not real gameplay, even though it's kind of presented as such. It's clear that they never actually made that game. Never even had that game. They never had their car. Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should. You're lucky you didn't blow the welds off the intake. Did they actually make the environment because it's well modeled? Our threshold for well-modeled must be very different. So when I think of a game that had this level of hype in their early gameplay trailer, having that level of polish, when I see the actual game and I look at these things and it's blurry textures that still have absolutely no detail on them, that screams laziness. Like, I certainly wouldn't say that it's well-modeled. It seems like it's haphazardly thrown together. Looks fine to me. Here. To be fair to the 3 people employed at this company that threw this together as like a last-minute homework assignment, to be fair to them, if they released this on Steam new releases, I'd be like, oh, this looks fine. This doesn't look terrible. But what they showed here, and I'll pull it up, what they initially showed for this game was a whole different level. And it's not even comparable. Where's their initial? Oh, here. Someone did a direct comparison already. There, here. Thank you. This is what I was looking for.
Yep. I'll find out what's in the skyscraper. Okay, and I'll look around here.
No, I didn't see that at all, Bite. RTX off for real.
Right. And there aren't any more guns in the
True. But I mean, do I even need to continue it? Like, you can clearly see that this is not something they ever actually fucking made. Right? Like, we can all agree. If you hadn't seen this announcement trailer, I think now it should be much more clear. Like, I don't need to keep rubbing your nose in it. I'll let this continue because it's so comical in comparison. But yeah, this is very much thrown together as quickly as possible. That's cute. I mean, that's just kind of adorable. What are you supposed to do in this game? I don't know. Feel remorse for ever being excited for it? I really don't know. But again, I also just don't think it's ever coming out. I've said that about 4 games now, I think. 3 of them have come out. One of them was a disaster. The other 2 were fine. But this one is legitimately something that just doesn't exist. They threw this together super quick just because of mounting pressure. 100%. You see the Grammys are going to have a video game soundtrack as a category? That's cool. Still won't get me to watch, but that's cool. I'm sure that'll mean a lot to developers, the artists. I just don't really care too much about the Grammys in general. Damn it, it was just popping off, too.
The day before, November 10th, 2023.
That is the absolute, that is 100% the same guy that does the Monster Jam announcements back in the day. Monster Jam! Coming to the Raymond James. Pretty cool, though. On the surface, it seems like Batman and I have nothing in common. But nothing could be further from the truth. There is one thing we share, and that is an obsession. Batman is obsessed with justice. I'm obsessed with goofiness. Wherever there is goofiness, I will be there. I'm drawn to it like flies to a porta potty. I can't help myself. If I was one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, the unalienable rights talked about in the Declaration of Independence would have referred to life, liberty, and the pursuit of goofiness. Now, why am I mentioning this? Well, because I have one hell of a story to share with you today that I'm sure all of you are already aware of because it's been memed to death. But I haven't talked about it. And you know what? That just doesn't sit right with me anymore. So let's talk about the massive police scandal that's gone on this week in Tennessee, where 5 officers were fired after it was revealed that it was basically just a fucking porno set at the department. It came out that at least 5 male officers were engaging in sexual relations with a female officer, whom is married, by the way. And they were sending dick pics, taint pics, butthole pics, whatever, all kinds of photos of their genitals, and having sex at the police station on duty, and having girls gone wild type parties. This sounds more like a frat house out of an American Pie movie than it does a department that's supposed to protect and serve the community. The only thing that was being protected was their penises. Maybe. They probably weren't even using condoms. No jimmies. It was probably raw dog. But what they were serving was spaghetti and meatballs. Hold the spaghetti. Just the meatballs. As they were clapping against the cheeks of Officer Megan, whom engaged in many sexual encounters at the department while having a husband. Obviously, that's a pretty horrible thing to do. And it's also very weird that it went on for so long. Just a very weird situation overall. But before I get too deep, there's something else that I think's a little weird. And that's people who don't drink G Fuel. More specifically, they don't drink Divine Peach G Fuel. The most delectable flavor to ever exist. This, I'm pointing in the wrong direction. There we go. But yeah, Divine Peach is the best flavored beverage of all time. It is a fantastic, beautiful energy drink. And there's also a new one right around the corner that you can pre-order now. It's actually a Gundam collab with G Fuel. So they have a new flavor called M310 It's a Gundam style flavor, and it is also very, very good. So use code MOIST for 20% off the collector's box for the new Gundam flavor, or code MOIST for 30% off all G Fuel products. You can also click the link in the description below. Now, back to the topic here. This is a pretty fucked up situation. This is why you've probably been seeing her photo on every single meme or piece of content that refers even lightly to cheating. It's because of this story. There's a lot to unpack here, such as like hot tub parties, which a lot of sex, clearly. But one hotspot was actually at the police department's own gym, where a lot of oral sex seemed to be happening there. So I guess this gym membership came with a happy ending. It sounds like more dick was getting sucked at this gym than at the casting couch. Now, like most people with a soul, when I read this story, my heart broke for the husband in this situation, because not only has he been getting cheated on for such a long time, he got cheated on to such a ridiculous degree that it cost his wife her job, which is obviously a big blow to the household income. But buckle your seatbelts, because this is where the ride gets a little bumpy and very interesting. After all this news broke and the husband found out, he made a statement saying that he supports his wife and will stand by her as they work through this problem in their marriage. I'm not here to opine on that. Whatever makes you happiest, I suppose, but goddamn, fucking jinkies. Zoinks, Scoob. I'm wishing their marriage the absolute best. I'm sure any day now she will be announcing her OnlyFans, and I'd wager a guess we might see some cameos, guest appearances from the old boys in blue down at the Tennessee police headquarters there that are now also out of a job. But anyway, yeah, just kind of wanted to go over this story a little bit because it doesn't get goofier than that. I've seen a lot of people saying, you know, why should it matter if the department was fucking each other at the headquarters? Sorry, I had to spit because it's such a stupid thing to think. I'll explain it to you. It's because you shouldn't be having sex at work. This doesn't apply to just something like the police department. This applies everywhere. If I found out my local subway workers were mashing pissers in the back, you know, getting the sloppy salami on the clock, I probably would stop going to that subway. I wouldn't really want to go to that spot anymore. It's just not an appropriate place, time or place, to be engaging in coitus. I think that should be pretty obvious. And if you'd still like to fight me on that point, can we at least agree that at the very least it's rude? I think it's just downright rude. Not only the cheating on your husband, that is, I dare say that's a little more than rude, but the fucking while at work, I mean, come on, please, pardon my language, but you've got to be a real jerk, I said it, to be having sexual intercourse while on the clock. That's not okay, you know. I'll say it, all right, and I don't care who heard me say it. So clearly this situation's fucking wild. I'm also just straight up stunned and blown away by how quickly the officers were let go. Usually when there's any kind of scandal or controversy with police officers, they get a paid vacation for like 6 fucking months and then quietly come back. But in this case, since they fucking soiled the sacred ground of the police headquarters with DNA, fucking come all over the place. They had more DNA in the department's gym than they had in their evidence lockers, I imagine, with all the oral sex going on there. I guess that was a line that was too far. So they cut them off quick. No paid vacations here. Though I do think a couple other officers were suspended. So there was a lot here. They cleaned house with this scandal. They've got a lot of vacancies now. I think they have 11 vacancies after all of this. So this became this like wild web, kind of like that SpongeBob episode where he keeps like peeling down wallpaper and there's more dirty diapers behind it and it just keeps going. That's what's happened here in this situation, but with sexual relations while at work that they just kept discovering more and more of. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Over the past couple days, some news broke about something that's very near and dear to my heart, and I just wasn't sure if I had the mental fortitude to even really tackle the subject in a video, so I've been back and forth on whether or not to even address it, because it's going to be hard to get through this without shedding a few tears, but sometimes I think it's kind of important to show vulnerability. I'm not some emotionless husk. Men can cry. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think that demonstrates strength. So you know what? If you're a man watching this, go outside right now, look at a beautiful sunset, and just cry your eyes out, you little bitch. Today, I'm going to be crying about the loss of the M&Ms spokes candies. Wow, even just saying that out loud was painful. It felt like poison and fire and flames leaving my mouth. But it's the truth, and sometimes it's a tough pill to swallow, but you gotta swallow regardless. It was revealed this week that the decision was made to bench the M&M spokes candy, the beloved characters of the M&M universe, which has deep and expansive lore that spans decades. It's some of the most well-crafted lore up there with some of Tolkien's work, so to have them sidelined and even just blatantly retired is tough. They can take away our spokes candy, but they can't take away all the loads I've blown looking at them. God damn, those sexy M&Ms, the green M&M, especially with those high-heeled boots, hubba, Jesus fucking Christ. The nuts I've busted looking at that, and I know I'm not alone. For years, the M&M spokes candies have ranked among the hottest things in the world, like above waifus for weebs even, you know? I'll drop the sarcasm here. I'm sure for a while you've at least been somewhat aware of what's been going on with the M&M's spokes candies. For a long time, they were just like goofy little skits they do with the red M&M, you know, doing shit. Before movies at AMC theaters, they'd have that little short that would play where all the M&Ms get kidnapped, strapped to a rocket, and he's defusing a bomb, and then someone's phone goes off, and it's like, the M&Ms don't want you to have your phone on during a movie. Put it on silent, please. It was just a very large marketing campaign that used these characters for a long time. Well, over the last year or so, they took those characters and then gave them weird backstories. Like, they tried to make the M&Ms have some kind of relatable stories associated with them, so it was like this big marketing overhaul in order to deliver a message that, you know, everyone should come together, everyone is welcome with M&Ms, you know, let's unify the world with M&Ms and our fiction, our lore around them. It was a really goofy campaign, and it got a lot of pushback, but at the forefront was someone named Tucker Carlson, who had a fucking meltdown about the M&Ms no longer being sexy. Like, he could no longer, in good conscience, jerk off and ejaculate to the sight of them. He had this huge rant about it, like the green M&Ms, her boots were taken away and given like sneakers, and he lost his goddamn mind about it. And this became a huge meme, and it even became a point of debate and controversy. And then all of this bubbled over for the last year or so, and now they've recently come out and just completely scrapped everything to do with the spokes candies. Which is such a weird decision in the first place. You could have just said, all right, we won't even give them backstories. It doesn't matter. Because it's not that fucking important. It's just candy. You make candy, right? You're not changing the world. You're changing the weight of the world with how unhealthy your products are. But you're not, like, actually improving the world. You're just making fucking candy. You know, there's no reason to try and make these wild, pretentious statements about the candy you're making and the personality associated with it. It was a weird idea that wasn't executed well, but it led to some unforgettable moments and memes as a result of it. So I am a little sad to see that go. They've been replaced with Maya Rudolph, who's going to be doing a Super Bowl commercial for them. Now, I think there is a conspiracy that has a lot of weight to it, that this is a bait and switch where Maya Rudolph's going to announce, like, the M&Ms are sexier than ever, and then they're going to come out and all goatsy themselves or something, like a big fucking orgy. Like, I do think there is a chance that this is all just another big marketing push in order to hype up this controversy and play into it. But I also could be totally wrong, and they really just didn't want to deal with any kind of, like, public, you know, outcry and hoopla, so they just decided to completely, you know, kill off the spokes candies. Just fucking put them down. But anyway, I went over this on stream, and I want to show some of those clips just to go over it a little bit deeper, but that's basically the situation in a nutshell. Oh, they even put out a Twitter statement. America, let's talk. In the last year, we made some changes to our beloved spokes candies. We weren't sure if anyone would even notice, and we definitely didn't think it would break the internet. I hate that expression so fucking much. I really do. That is just so awful. But now we get it. Even a candy's shoes can be polarizing, which was the last thing M&Ms wanted since we're all about bringing people together. Therefore, we have decided to take an indefinite pause from the spokes candies. In their place, we're proud to introduce a spokesperson America can agree on, the beloved Maya Rudolph. We are confident Miss Rudolph will champion the... What the fuck is this guy? He has nothing to do with M&Ms. We're confident Miss Rudolph will champion the power of fun to create a world where everyone feels they belong. What are these huge statements? You make chocolate. You just make chocolate. God damn it. What do you mean? We're saving the world one M&M at a time. This went like 3 different ways. This went fucking cattywampus real quick. Is he happy or sad? I can't tell. I'm gonna miss the sexy M&Ms. I still don't know what the fuck what the point was in all of this shit. This is the dumbest ad campaign ever. Alright, you guys remember the orange M&M? Yeah, so he has anxiety, but he doesn't let it define him. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll think about that next time I'm eating M&Ms. Which one got naked during one of the commercials? That was like, fuck, 10 years ago. There was the one where it like ripped off the coating. Do you think the decision to get rid of the mascots will hurt the company? Man, fuck no. What? The decision to even give them lore was useless anyway. It did nothing except... I mean, maybe it actually helped them because it got people talking about M&Ms. But no, I don't think it's gonna fucking hurt them. It's not like... I can't imagine there's a person out there being like, wow, I related so hard to the orange M&M, and now he's been benched, he's been sidelined. I can't in good conscience eat these M&Ms anymore. I don't see it happening. It's fucking chocolate. You think M&Ms each have a life story? You don't think the M&Ms each have a life story? Well, I mean, now they do. Or they did. For a brief period, I got to really connect with them. I don't know why the purple one Tucker keeps calling obese. She's actually thinner than the yellow one. And the blue one. These two are very rotund. Do you think they got paid their severance? I don't know. I'm expecting twitlongers from each of them, especially the orange one. About discrimination at the workplace for his anxiety or something. That would be... Now, that would be hype. If Mars went the extra mile and made a Twitter account for each of them... Then we'd be talking. Then we could have a Matt Pat game theory on it. Didn't Kellogg's do this for Tony the Tiger and they shut it down because of furries being too horny? Well, they didn't do this for Tony the Tiger. They just made like a big push on Tony the Tiger on Twitter, but then furries kept drawing porn of him. So then they shut it down. Why would M&M just drop their characters? It's probably just a Super Bowl bait and switch. I don't think they actually dropped them. But if they did, I don't think it matters. Who fucking cares? Maybe one day the spokes candies will come back and reclaim their glory, but for now, it's looking like we may have seen the last of this crew of M&Ms, and God bless. It was a great run. Well, anyway, yeah, just want to talk about this. That's about it. So, yeah. Chris is back in the hot seat. Casting yet another chase. Good to see you, Chris. I also would just like to point out real quick, breaking news streaming now. They actually do treat this like a legitimate sport. Where's this one taking place? Do you even need to ask?
You have to wonder whether the person
it's LA,
in their right
man.
state of mind. Are they under the influence?
That's where like every chase happens now.
Or is this a larger crime spree?
Driving in LA right now is like driving in Spy Kids 3D. It's all just like a giant fucking race. Is he going somewhere? I don't know. I don't know what his plan is. I'll wager a guess he doesn't have a plan. Okay, time to go full cam. I'll take Chris's job for a minute and tell you what happens here. I know that it's around this point. Yep. What happens is the driver slows down, leans out of the window, and fires a fucking machine gun at the police behind him. So he leans out and fires, I believe it's just like a assault rifle. That's what it looks like, at the cops. And then he speeds off again.
Rifle that just came out of that driver's side window, shooting back at those units. He just shot in the direction of those law enforcement units. That is believed to be Corona PD. I can't confirm that. That's believed to be Corona PD.
Right around a ton of just cars everywhere. Ton of very, very not good. This is not a good guy, if you can believe that.
Guys, we are dealing with, obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, we are dealing with a major criminal behind the wheel of this pickup truck.
Right you are, Chris. A major criminal indeed. I would be inclined to agree with you there. I'd even go as far as to call this guy just a downright jerk. Pardon my French. I'll say it.
Getting off. And coming at us. He's coming at us. Now he is, look at this. Is he wearing a uniform? Is he wearing a uniform? I can't tell for sure. Or is it maybe a sports jersey?
What uniform would this be? What? I don't think he's wearing a uniform, Chris. I also don't even think it's a jersey. I think it's just like a normal shirt with some kind of brand on it. A civilian uniform.
Either a sport, maybe it's a. Okay, it's just a T-shirt. Okay, I thought I saw an arm patch there. Excuse me. Yeah, it caught me off guard there. Obviously, an older gentleman with a goatee wearing a baseball cap.
Man, is that a wait? What the fuck, Chris? I think I know who this is. Isn't this the guy from Orange County Choppers?
Yeah.
Fuck is his name? Oh man, wait, wow. That looks. It actually looks like shockingly close to that guy. What is his name? I can't remember it now. It's not fucking Fred Durst. Don't be ridiculous. Fred Durst would never do this. Well, not like the Orange County Chopper guy would, though. Why can't I find his name? I'll type in Orange County Chopper's main guy. Paul John Teetle. Tell me this doesn't look somewhat close. I might be onto something here. I'm no like crackshot investigator, but I tell you there's something fishy afoot here.
With that gun in his lap.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's got a gun in his
lap. Oh, he is wearing a jersey though. You were right about that, Chris.
Next to him, the driver rolling down the window, taking his AirPods out.
What the fuck is happening here?
With another driver. Looks like he's asking for directions. He's asking for directions.
What
he's
the
at
fuck?
Tustin Avenue, just off of the 55 freeway, and it looks like he was trying to figure out where he is or where.
What the fuck? This is real life. If you showed me that in a movie, I wouldn't believe you.
The California Highway
Hey, buddy, how can I escape the police? Oh yeah, if you just go up right there, there's a paint shop you can park in and you'll lose all your stars.
Don't know if anybody was hit.
Running never works, why would he do that? Well, he's obviously not very smart. Like, you have to be pretty fucking dumb to try. And you have to be even dumber to shoot at police. Why does it still say suspect? It reminds me of what I read today, where Chris Brown picked up, or not Chris Brown, Travis Scott picked up a fan's phone and threw it, and it was videoed the entire way of Travis Scott picking up the phone and throwing it, and they still said allegedly through the phone, even though you can see it. It's verified, it's confirmed, but you still have to say suspect or alleged, which I think is very silly. It was Chris Brown? No. I mean, this isn't that important to pause it for, but no, you're thinking of something different. This actually happened twice. Chris Brown was giving a lap dance to a woman on stage who wouldn't stop being on her phone, so then after he was fucking dry thrusting his butthole on her leg, he picked up her phone and threw it. But Travis Scott was in the headlines today because during one of his sets, he took some fan's phone that was recording and threw it. It's two different instances. Cameraman better be getting paid well. Well, cameraman and Chris, they're a great team. They work really well together. The coverage they provide of car chases is like Super Bowl level.
Red light, through the light, cutting off somebody going in oncoming lanes of traffic, westbound Artesia Boulevard, coming up to another red light with lots of cross traffic, going through the red light again in the wrong lanes. He's going the wrong way on Artesia Boulevard.
Oh, you know those horns are ripping at him.
There, continuing westbound Artesia
He's got to be so
Boulevard.
embarrassed.
Guys, what we don't see here
The
is
ultimate shame.
law enforcement yet.
Surprised he hasn't been shot by another driver.
You can't predict.
Man, what?
He hasn't established any kind of a pattern,
Why would he? It's not like they know that this guy's a criminal.
In this situation,
It's not like they put out an APB over the fucking radio where it hijacked every car's system and just blasted, be on the lookout for a black pickup truck. Open fire on them if you can.
SUV, perhaps a different. This might be the worst time of the day to see this happening. I mean,
Yeah, this is terrifying with how many people are walking around.
People getting off school, as you said, people coming home from work. The streets are obviously very busy. We have a couple of vehicles here. It's not even like a big traffic jam. He is just
Yeah, he's just a fucking idiot. What was that? What the fuck was that? This guy is just an absolute maniac. I can't believe it.
Look at this.
It was the van. There was only... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Look at this. A whole group of kids crossing
Holy
the street,
shit.
school letting out here. This is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. Let's just...
Oh, he's gonna try and fucking inch his way through.
At a slow clip here, lets the kids cross, and just keeps going. Nobody here has any idea
What the
has
fuck?
happened or what is going on inside that pickup truck. Please just keep going. Please just keep going. He's stopping. He's stopping. He's trying to maybe...
That is... If I was watching this live, I would have been panicking.
There are a bunch of units now. There they are. He is face to face in oncoming lanes of traffic.
This is a fucking wild chase. He has spent more time in the wrong lane than he has in the right one.
Squeeze through. Those units are gonna... I mean, what are the options?
Oh my God.
Wonder to be taken off the road as soon
This
as
is also one of the...
That's a...
Okay, hold on. I already know TOS is coming up because I know he shoots again. No one... I know no one gets hit. I'm just... I don't want to take any chances here.
Those officers.
Police should use grapple hooks. I actually said that like a day ago. They should have these kind of almost twisted metal-like vehicles where it shoots out like a grappling harpoon or something, like almost a Batman device, into the back of it and they just reel it in. That's what I said. That shit would be incredible.
Hoping to lose those...
Because this is one of the very few chases where I completely understand why the authorities haven't been able to stop him yet. He's not only heavily armed, but it's heavily populated, the areas he's going through, so they can't pit maneuver him. They can't engage in a shootout because there's too many potential victims that are just getting hit in crossfire. They really can't do anything here. I totally get it. They can't spike trap him because they can't catch up to him and get ahead of him, and they'd probably still hit other cars in the crossfire with it. Like, their options are super limited. This one I totally get. A sniper from the helicopter. Jesus Christ. This isn't a video game. Like, that would be the most unreal shot of all time. Like, this is perfect. Look at how far out the helicopter is. We're zoomed in heavily. That shot would be crazy. You'd have to lead the shot by an unreal margin, and the vehicle's going over 100 miles per hour with fluctuating speeds.
Other way than either him going to jail
Chris could do it. Yeah, maybe Chris could do it.
Worse.
They should just paint fake tunnels on the walls like Looney Tunes. That'll get them. Oh, some Wile E. Coyote shit. They just paint like escape tunnel here, police not allowed, and it's just a wall they run into. Yeah, that could work. Why haven't they tried that? Someone in chat said this happens so much, but this has happened since cars were a household item. We just have live feeds of it now. That's what I wondered as well. Because very clearly, the amount of live footage of these car chases has escalated drastically over the last year or so. And I was wondering if it's always been like this in LA, or if it's just now being broadcast this often. Because I don't live in LA. I don't know how common police chases are there.
They will
did I not go back far enough, or is it not come up yet? Did I miss it again? Oh, there it is. Shameless Southwest marketing. Don't understand why people run away like this. All they're doing is adding time to their jail sentence. Yeah, you see what you're doing though? You're already thinking, which is more than what these people do. This fucking inbred goofball not only carjacked a pickup truck, but then opened fire on officers. He'll never see the light of day. It's a miracle he didn't get executed by the cops. Like, these are not smart people. Oh, wow. So reading, someone did timestamps of like toss moments. The next one was the 4th shooting, but they believe that that actually came from the police chopper while he was slowing down. Because apparently he did, it seems like he did actually get hit at that moment because he started driving erratically. Wow. Yeah, 100%. Holy fuck, they blasted him with a goddamn musket. Jesus Christ. Obviously can't show it on stream, but just seconds ago, a giant, like, blast came off of the truck, and you could even hear it through the scuffed audio from ABC here since they're having audio problems. It actually sounded like a goddamn elephant gun.
It's coming to a stop, coming to a stop.
Oh, actually, okay, hold on. I don't think I can show this because apparently he was bleeding from it. Oh, wait, that's not yet. Yeah, I don't know what they shot him with. It must have been a fucking blunderbuss, though, because the shockwaves...
Newscopter has to come down. Take Newscopter off.
Damn, Chris. The shockwave on top of the truck was huge. So the chatter who said sniping from the helicopter was right. Yeah, I guess fucking so, actually.
They're all following, okay.
Oh yeah, I'll eat crow on that one. I'll eat some shit there. Yeah, apparently the chatter who said why not just snipe him from the helicopter 100% was right. They actually did that. Which is a crazy shot. Well, to be fair though, he wasn't really moving when they pulled the shot off. So they might have just been waiting for the right time. Oof! Oof! Alright, hold on. Now I know this is coming up. Damn! I don't even think that officer knew there was a chase going on. The dude was just kind of hanging out. He was like, man, today's been really uneventful. Not much going on in the department. Oh, Jesus! Jeepers! Zoinks! Alright. But yeah, he apparently gets out and there's some blood, so I need to skip past that. Oh, it's after he gets taken down is where the blood is? Oh, yeah, you're right. It's okay. So everything up till the takedown looks fine.
Right.
I'll tell you one thing. This guy was no star running back for his football
team.
Running
without the gun. They're going to take him down here. He's now
that
on Western
is
Avenue.
rough form.
Oh my goodness. He's on foot trying to carjack
But he immediately
somebody
goes to try and carjack someone else.
Somebody else. Whoa.
Yep. Okay, now I've got to stop. They dogpile on top of him, though. And then you can see some blood on his shirt. Okay, there's no blood here. What the fuck? Is this a... Hey. I'm not familiar with normal protocol, but do they usually do this like a... Get him up here like a wild hog wrangling? The fuck? It's like a prized fish. What the fuck? Even Chris is stunned. Open my tackle box. That was a fucking crazy chase. Knocked his ass out. It didn't look like he was knocked out, but maybe he was. It's very possible. Yeah, that would explain it.
I can't believe he didn't take the gun.
I'm happy he didn't. But he ended up being the hero. He finally stopped this madman. Actually, that was... apparently they arrest some random person at the end, so I guess we'll go to that in a second. But unironically, that officer, he's like Luigi. He won by kind of just doing nothing but being in the right place at the right time. So this right here was actual best case scenario. You couldn't have drawn this up any better. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even clip the civilian vehicle to his left. Nope. Doesn't even hit the truck to his left. Only the side of the police car and then right into the pole. Only him. Only the criminal. That was actually the best possible scenario for that. He was trying to block him, was he? Let me see. Oh, you're right. Yeah, he turned his car into him. I thought he was just in this other lane. Yeah, you're right. No, he does make an effort to turn the car into him. Either way, the man's a fucking hero. I'm not sure how much of that was calculated, but it worked out beautifully. I have no doubt that probably saved lives, too, because this guy was unhinged, just actually shooting into crowds. Well, shooting at cops around crowds. So that man really did save the day.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Forspoken. This game had a lot of buzz around it before it came out, but none of it was positive, and it mainly had to do with very cringy dialogue and writing in a trailer. And I didn't really believe that would be indicative of the game's writing. However, I couldn't have been more wrong. It actually dials that goofiness all the way up to 50 out of 10. There is no point in this game where the main character, Frey, isn't being snarky, rude, or sarcastic. She's written as if she's constantly playing Call of Duty in an Xbox Live lobby, just perpetually talking shit to everyone around her for no reason. The writing in this game actually does feel like the product of Marvel having sex with Twitter's most annoying comedian, and the two of them performing this unholy fusion dance to write this game. I can't really overstate how annoying the dialogue was in here. It somehow made the most recent Saints Row game look not shitty in comparison. And unfortunately, it's not just the character writing with awful dialogue that feels like it was written by ChatGPT trying to emulate an edgy high schooler. That extends to the narrative as well to a certain extent. I think the story had a lot of potential, and I was pretty interested early on. But unfortunately, it just really can't deliver the story beat super well. Like, the entire ending to this game kept repeating the exact same statement at least 9 times across like 30 minutes of walking from point A to point B for exposition. The amount of times that it kept reminding you of the evil guy is evil, and then saying the exact same reason he's evil over and over and over again just became so mind-numbing. I thought I was trapped in like a Doctor Strange Dormammu time loop kind of thing. I'm not kidding either. They say at least 5 or 6 times that evil villain is evil because he has done this evil thing which was very evil, and they repeat it fucking 1,000 times in such a short period at the end. It's just unfortunate because I do think like the core elements of this story are pretty interesting. I think the world could have been very cool, and it's visually beautiful. I think the game looks great, and I love the way the combat looks. Unfortunately, the combat itself doesn't feel very good to play. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to stay in the more narrative and writing focused things since that was the biggest critique on the game from most people even before it came out. So I really just want to like elaborate on all of that to let everyone know that it is exactly how it appears to be in all of the promotional material with that whole freaking dragon. Did I move that with my mind? I just move shit with my mind. Yeah, I do that now. That is the attitude throughout the whole game, but then not even sprinkled, overly seasoned with the main character just genuinely being an insufferable asshole to every other character in the game. I want to really highlight this because it's something that's very frustrating to me. A lot of games and TV shows keep making the protagonist extremely unlikable without ever giving them a redemption arc. I have no problem making your protagonist like mean and hard to be like rooting for early on, but usually they go through subtle changes and they develop into a character that you can root for. Otherwise, what's the point in making a player bored and miserable playing a character that they don't like? That is what I thought they were going to do with this character, but unfortunately Frey never evolves. Up until the last 30 minutes of the game, she stays exactly the same. She's mean and rude to everyone. She wants nothing to do with this new world she finds herself in. And she even point blank says, even at the very end, that she doesn't care if the entire world burns. She says it to a girl who just lost her father, a girl who's supposed to be her friend, a girl that has literally saved Frey's life, and it's been an incredible, like, very nice person. Frey looks her in the eyes and says, I don't care about any of you. I don't care if your world burns. It's not my problem. I just want to go home. And then she even tries to, like, out-trauma her by mentioning that she grew up on the streets without anyone, like, parents to look after, so she should be thankful that she had a dad. Like, for some reason, she's just trying to, like, out-victim her. And this is a girl who's supposed to be a friend of Frey's that just lost her fucking father. And Frey knows that. Frey held her father's hand as he passed away. And then she still turns around and just says, I don't care about it. I don't care about any of you. And all of this is happening at the very end of the game. I think this was the chapter before the final one. So she just never really developed at all. She just stays truly awful. And I'm just going to briefly tackle this because I've already seen a lot of people making this brain dead argument saying that people just don't like women protagonists. That's why people are hating on Frey. I think that's such a load of baloney. If this was a man that was written in the exact same way, I'm confident the majority of people would still have the exact same complaints. Now, of course, there are going to be weirdos that are complaining that it's a woman in the game, but there's going to be weirdos in everything. That's not the majority of people that have a very legitimate complaint about the writing. If this was a man written the exact same way, delivering the same lines, having the same character arc, everyone would still complain about it because they're just an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. So I know I spent a lot of time on that, but that's probably my biggest complaint. Now, the combat I do think had a lot of potential to be really interesting, but I think it was betrayed by how dog shit the AI is. I started playing this game on hard, and it was extremely easy. The game pretty much plays itself. It's extremely forgiving with your dodge timings, and it's really easy to avoid the attacks from all of the bosses and even just normal mobs, because I don't think there's a single enemy in this game that has more than 2 attacks. I mean, maybe 3 for a couple of them, but they only have like 2 or 3 attacks maximum. It's super, super easy to just not get hit. I didn't die a single time in this game. But the only difference between easy mode and hard mode is hard mode, all of the enemies, including normal mobs, take like 5 minutes of persistent DPS to finally kill. They are so fucking spongy, but it doesn't add anything else. I don't even think they do more damage on hard mode. I can't even recall now. They're just extremely tanky, so it's just tedious. It's not fun, it's just tedious. And the AI is so fucking stupid, you don't even really have to think about it. You can just walk up to anyone and any boss, any mob, and just easily kill it if you just spend enough time damaging it. You don't even really need to worry about dodging because half the time it'll even forget to attack you. I really like a lot of the spells, and I really like that you're able to mix the support and offensive spells pretty frequently. Like, there is cooldowns for some of the spells, but while those are cooling down, you can just use other ones and then combine them to do really cool things, and you have a lot of spells at your disposal. I also like the upgrade tree. Even though it's just like flat damage increases, they're not that creative. The spells themselves make up for that by being flashy and cool, but since there's nothing to really put it to the test on and like make you get creative on how you tackle combat, you can just spam the same shit over and over again. So it's not really a lot of fun to experiment with its combat system, though I do think there was a lot of potential with it. There's, of course, the magic parkour that I think you've all seen now, and that feels pretty good. Sometimes it gets a little janky when you start encountering some walls or tight corridors or even some cliffs, or not cliffs, but just like general open terrain like rocks in there. So sometimes it gets to be a little bit of a headache, but I do think overall that was pretty fun, and there's even like this little like lasso you can swing around with. So I thought the traversal mechanics, the parkour, all that was cool. I would have just liked if the combat itself was a little bit more interesting. Also, there's not many enemy types in this game at all. Like, it's mainly just zombies and then a couple of animals, and then the bosses are kind of different, but it's not a whole lot of enemy variety, and the enemies just don't really do anything, which, again, I've already touched on. Now, I will openly admit I didn't do any of the side quests because they all sounded like little fetch quests, just actual chore simulator stuff. So I didn't really bother, and I really wasn't interested in any of the other characters' stories because all of them were so poorly written. It made it hard for me to get excited to do any kind of side content. I really just kind of beeline the main story. It took me right around 8 hours. There is a lot you can do in the world. The world itself is kind of dead and just kind of lightly scattered enemies here and there. But there are some things you can do, such as these dungeons. There's these dungeons that you can enter for some powerful gear where you go through a couple of layers, then you fight a boss at the end, you get some cool gear. That gear can be things like a necklace, which gives you some certain bonuses, or nail polish, kind of. There's nails that you can do, which give you certain bonuses as well. So you paint these things on your nails and they give you bonuses, which is kind of silly, but kind of cool. Those were pretty fun. I stopped doing them halfway through when I realized it just doesn't really matter. It is so generous with how much XP and mana it gives you. You can pretty much fully upgrade anything just by beelining the story. There's never any real incentive to farm for better gear. There's also some challenges you can do throughout the world to give you even more mana, and the challenges are just kind of defeat boss in this amount of time, and it's really generous. Then there's also like Assassin's Creed lookouts that you can activate, which is kind of scan the area. The open world itself is very unimpressive, like with what it actually has in it. Just very standard stuff, but it was serviceable. I don't have any complaints per se. It was a fun world to go through. Albeit, I think it was a little needlessly big, because going from point A to point B would take a long time, even just beelining it, because of course all you can do is run with your parkour, which does have a cooldown after you've used it for a certain period of time. And you'd be going like fucking 5 miles across a very barren, empty terrain. And then, I mean, you could do like a detour and do one of the dungeons if you want, but nothing too crazy in that department. Another thing that I didn't mention when it comes to its narrative is a lot, and I mean a lot, of this game is spent slowly trailing an NPC as they dump exposition. It's just listening to a story being told by an NPC that you're forced to follow slowly. It gets really frustrating. That's the majority of like campaign missions, is follow this NPC around the town for a little while, then go here, kill person, come back, do it all over again. It's not a good way of delivering your story. And then once they're done telling you the story, they'll play a cutscene that doesn't really have a whole lot going on except for more characters just talking, even though you've already spent like 5 minutes trailing one who's also just talking. It's just, I don't know. I didn't really like the way they delivered the story in a lot of cases. Maybe it was a budget problem, which I do think might be the case, because at the end of the game, you spend the majority of it just going point A to point B. And I mean majority, like I'm talking like 45 minutes out of the last hour of the game is spent just going from point A to point B, touching these little floating things that give you story. They just give you exposition and lore. And you just sit there and listen to it, and then you go to the next one with nothing happening in between. And then there's like a boss fight towards the end. But it feels like they didn't have enough resources to do cutscenes for these things, which I think would have made it much, much better at the end of the game, as opposed to just forcing you to go touch these small little floating objects to look at static images that just talk at you. So yeah, it's just, I feel like this game really did have a lot of potential, but it just missed pretty much in every department, which is a real shame. Plugging Forspoken in the moist meter, I'm going to be giving it a 45%. I do think there were things to like about it, but overall, I just can't say I enjoyed my time with it. Especially towards the end, I really think they fucking flopped hard with the conclusion to this one, and just overall was mainly a miss. Just wasn't a great game. That's about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. $120 game. Yeah, you see these pop up every now and then. $120 for some unforgettable memories in a game that'll stick with you for the rest of your life. A game to pass down to your children and your children's children. In the game, the character manipulated by the player has an infinite bullet weapon. What more needs to be said? That's what gaming is all about. And at $120, I mean, they're giving it away. Buy it. No, I already made that mistake with Super Fight. It was a fucking weak-ass meme. I'm not doing it again. Not a single person has bought that. You bet your sweet bippy no one's bought that. Obviously. I can tell you immediately what it is. It's exactly the same as Super Fight. It's a single level. It is just this right here. And I imagine with this game, you just shoot endless hordes of these things with infinite ammo. It just never stops, which is why it's called the dream that never wakes up. You're just stuck in this fucking purgatory. Alright. I'll give it a whirl. Yikes. The dev just got an alert on his phone and lost his mind. It's like, whoa! Someone actually paid for this? What? That was a joke. Someone actually paid $120 for this thing? Man, there's a sucker born every minute. Alright, let's see what $120 gets you on Steam. I imagine this is gonna blow my mind. It's not even, it won't even actually go on my screen. Okay, I'm gonna have to run that in windowed because it won't go, like it actually won't go on my screen. Good start. And there it goes, it's hidden again. How? Let's go! You can really feel the fun of the infinite ammo. Whee! Get out of here, teddy bears. Yeah, 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 yeah. Picked up the piercing bullet upgrade 3 times now. Something tells me it's the only upgrade in the game. Too loud? It's $120. If it doesn't blow out my eardrums, then I didn't get my money's worth. And look, heaven's right on the other side. We're getting closer to God here. Oh, I lost my piercing bullets. Oh, luckily I picked it up again. Good RNG. You can't even have the common courtesy to send a lot of enemies after me instead of just 2 at a time. At least, oh shit! Wait, it's getting crazy. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. Already there's been more gameplay in this than Super Fight. Nothing else to do in the game. I think he forgot to spawn enemies past wave 1. That's so big. Let's go. Man, I hope this guy enjoys the $120. How is this only 120? I don't know, he must have made a typo. Yeah, there should have been a lot more. Yeah, he just forgot to spawn more enemies. It's 1 wave. Man, this is what gaming's all about, though. Whoa! I may have been wrong. They're just taking their sweet time getting here. Let's go! Alright, well, I got my money's worth. That's enough, enough dreaming there. Let's get back to reality. 5 minutes of gameplay? That's not bad. A refund incoming. That was good, though. That was good. We needed to check it out just in case. You never know. There could have been a lot of potential there. Yesterday, we were blessed with one of the most recklessly stupid things I've ever seen broadcast on Twitch. It had all of the perfect ingredients for a beautiful fairy tale: alcohol and crossbows. Before showing the clip, I'll go ahead and give you the important lore tidbits so you can be brought up to speed here. The channel is Official Duck Studios, which is a name I'm sure a lot of you have heard of before. They're a big channel here on YouTube, and they also produce Twitch content. They were doing a drinking stream, and somewhere along the pipeline, things got a little wacky. They took a sharp left turn into Sillyville and hatched a marvelously dangerous idea of, could their crossbow penetrate a closet door? A question that has plagued the mind of scientists for hundreds of years now, and Official Duck Studios decided it was their time to shine. They were finally going to get an answer to this age-old question. Just some modern-day myth-busting. But instead of just shooting the crossbow at the door and seeing the results, they sent their cameraman behind the door, I guess to get like a more cinematic angle of it. Now, for any of you out there that have finished the 3rd grade, you'll know that the answer to this question is yes. A crossbow can easily penetrate a closet door. Closet doors aren't exactly known for their durability. They're not made out of like a fucking titanium core. You know, we're not talking about a vault door. We're talking about a closet door, which if you like bounce a basketball off, it will have it fucking explode. But they sent their cameraman behind it, and he ended up getting shot by the crossbow, which led to the channel getting banned. Now, I want to be clear, I've watched a good bit of Official Duck Studios content, and I am a fan of their work. This was a wild stunt they tried here. I'm not exactly sure what went awry, but the clip is magnificent in a concerning way. So I talked about it on stream, but I couldn't show the clip there for obvious reasons. But I can show it here on YouTube, baby. So we're going full throttle here. The clip isn't like disturbing or anything. You can't see any like blood or guts. His intestines aren't like pouring out of a hole in his abdomen or anything. But you can see the crossbow easily get through the door and hit him in the stomach. Now, it is important to note that someone had the foresight of a potential catastrophe and decided to shoot the crossbow bolt without the tip, which actually saved their cameraman Joey's life.
You don't have to make a poll, just type chat yes if you think it'll go straight through, or no if you think it'll get stopped in the door. Hang on. Are you ready, Joey? Hang on.
If anyone said no, if anyone for even a split second thought there was a possibility that a fucking crossbow bolt wouldn't pierce through this door, you need to get the fuck out of stupid town. Like, holy shit. There was no world where the crossbow bolt was gonna get stuck or ricochet off the door. There was only one outcome, which was full penetration.
I don't think Joey's right behind the door. If he is, I'm not liable for this. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Are you good? Are you actually not good?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what Joey was thinking either. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong here except for one thing. That hero that decided not to have the tip on the bolt. That was the difference between a Mortal Kombat fatality and just a big boo-boo. He showed the aftermath on stream. There is blood, but it's not gruesome or anything like that. It's just something that's going to be painful for quite some time. It's probably not even going to need stitches or anything. I don't think. It doesn't seem deep enough for that. So overall, he got very lucky in an unfortunate circumstance. I still don't know why he positioned himself like a fucking hockey goalie. Like he was there to deflect the crossbow bolt. Like he could have... There was no reason for him to go in the closet in the first place. He could have just been filming from outside and they would have known if the crossbow went straight through or not. I still don't know why they sent him in there, other than to just, like, put him in harm's way for fun, I guess. But even when he went in there, he still could have went, like, off to the side, because there was clearly some room to the side where it's not, like, right in front of the door. But he just went in there and just fucking posted up. Just, like, right in front of the door to take up as much space as possible. So if it went through, he was going to get hit. So that was wild. The channel did get banned for this. I don't think it'll be a perma-ban, but I'm also not sure. No, like I said, I don't think there's going to be a perma-ban. It's Official Duck Studios, and they were drunk. Yeah, sounds about right. I don't know how anyone would have thought that the door would stop a fucking crossbow bolt, even without a tip. There was no world where it was just going to ricochet off of that door. It's a closet door. That shit's made out of, like, construction paper. Oh, nice. I didn't even know this part. Conversation began with him asking his chat whether or not they thought the bolt would go through the door, letting his chat vote on it. Despite most of them saying yes, and he himself saying the door was toast if it got shot by the bolt, they sent Joey behind the door anyway and shot at him. Nice. I guess that's good. He wasn't, like, surprised. Maybe this was like a premeditated murder attempt. Is the guy alright? Yeah, he's fine. They didn't have the tip on it, so he just got, like, a moderately deep puncture. What if it went in his butthole and out his pee-pee? Finally, a real intellectual asking the hard-hitting questions. If they did put the tip on it, he would have probably fucking died. A shot to the abdomen from a fucking crossbow. What a way to go out. Oh, true, yeah. Like the couple that tried to stop a desert eagle using an encyclopedia. If it had the tip on it, it would have went smooth through the door like butter. Oh, you haven't seen the clip then, because it goes smooth through the door like butter without the tip. It's a fucking crossbow. It had no problem going through a closet door. Closet doors, you can, like, accidentally break if you open it normally. Like, a crossbow bolt was always gonna pierce through that. Bro got wall banged and got a hit marker. Not wrong. He was very close to having a major problem here. I still can't believe that shit. The thought process is wild. Musket? Yeah, maybe they should try a musket next. Can a musket penetrate a closet door? We'll send Joey inside to try it out. How many doors does it take to stop a crossbow from killing my friend? That's like an old school MrBeast video. Honestly, that'd be kind of hype. Like, if Joey's up for it, he could just double down on this. Maybe he could train himself to have an immunity to crossbow bolts. Like, he's already got a taste of it. His body's adapting. So now maybe they send him behind 2 doors and they shoot the crossbow and see the kind of damage there and just see if his skin is getting thicker. Kind of like how ninjas used to train with small doses of poison to build up an immunity. He could do that for crossbows. And then pretty soon he can storm any castle without fear. I don't know why anyone's surprised they got banned for this. I've seen like 4 people say, why did he get banned? Gone are the days of being able to shoot our friends with crossbows, I guess. God damn it. What happened to a free country? We can't just shoot each other with crossbows anymore. It's all gone to the birds now. You guys know, like, this shit's happened quite a bit. You guys remember, can't remember his name, but I think he was with Soar. He brought out a loaded gun on stream while drunk, cocked it, and immediately just blasted a hole into his wall, into his fucking family room or whatever. He got banned for life on that, and no one even got hurt there, but it was just a recklessly dangerous action that he got banned for. This time someone actually just got fucking shot with a crossbow. Yep, a good desk pop. Yeah, a classic desk pop. This was like 2 years ago. He was drinking from a shoe. It's called a shoey, you swine. And yeah, like I said, he was drunk, and then blasted a desk pop, which was crazy. But yeah, this isn't like an isolated incident. This shit's been enforced for a long time. You shoot somebody on stream, you usually face repercussions. Yep, sore Carl. This week I saw something so baffling that it's really genuinely making me question if the human brain is devolving, becoming smoother, less wrinkles. It's the case of the TikTok giant. For those that don't know, there was a TikTok creator who filmed a giant, mysterious figure on top of a mountain. Was it Sasquatch? Was it the Loch Ness Monster? Perhaps Goatman? No, he claimed that he had seen a giant. And TikTok absolutely ate that up. They devoured it like it was a full course of spaghetti and meatballs. Not only TikTok though, it then expanded to Twitter, where even more people started to believe that they had just seen irrefutable proof of a giant, because there was something on top of a mountain that was big. This whole thing is like a child believing the tooth fairy's real because when they put their tooth under their pillow, there's a quarter there. It is easily debunked and has been multiple times now, but then they just throw away the truth that's facing them because they prefer to live in the magic of there being giants walking amongst us here. It's a beautiful delusion, albeit very sad too, because people are also convinced that not only was this proof of a giant, it's proof that the CIA murdered the guy for filming the giant. I think people are at this point where they are legitimately believing everything as if we're back in the like actual early ages of humans. I saw on TikTok and Twitter, this blew up, the TikTok giant. God, what was the guy's name though? There was a guy on TikTok who took a video of a mountain and there was a big figure on top of the mountain. It's like, oh shit, it's a giant. And then people believed it. They're like, we've seen the proof, the giants are real. And now the person behind the account's not posting. The person's gone missing. So they're like, the government must have got him and killed him for exposing the truth. It's so fucking crazy how, like, I actually think there have been irreparable damage done to the human brain because of TikTok. These are people, adults, actual adults. You know, why don't I just pull up the Twitter account that was talking about it? Talking about how it's the truth, there was really a giant there, we've known all along, and now that this guy blew the lid on it, the CIA got him and killed him. And then the guy leaned into it, he made this video about how it's all fake and it looked like a hostage video, and they're like, oh my god, irrefutable proof, you can see that the CIA is making him say these things. Where's the original post? Here's the video in question though. Andrew Dawson, thank you. Oh, it's a giant
person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
I knew they were here. I've known all along the giants existed. They called me a fool. Also, it's dangerous to scroll in the comments, but I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm not even gonna bother with the Council of Cock being down there as a possibility. Someone went on like Google Earth. They went over that mountain. It turns out it's just a tower. It's just legitimately just a tower. But that didn't dissuade the believers. So what they're saying is they must have built the tower after this video came out in order to hide the truth that there was a giant there. I shit you not. That was their explanation for it being a tower over there. They said that they made it. They put that tower in place in order to obfuscate. But this is what's on the other side. I think the top comment on this is still, the government put that there in order to hide the truth. I'm gambling, but I think I'm right with this. Okay, not the one. You, another person that's trying to keep information no one cares about hidden. Everyone knows it was a giant, everyone still doesn't care. We care about the man being murdered for discovering it, though. We don't trust you. Isn't that crazy? They think the government killed this guy because he caught a video of a giant. That is the human brain in 2023. He did exactly what I told you guys I wanted to do with this whole gullible TikTok brain rot. Remember when I was telling you guys my plan of doing like haunted videos around the warehouse where like chairs move on their own? He did that with this. So after he got that video, he made this video where he leaned into it, exactly what I said I would do in order to farm.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They were just fake. They were just strictly for it.
So, he leaned into it. He made this video like, it's all fake, you know, this and that, and he made it look like he was under duress. So people are like, clearly the CIA got to him. They're making him say these things. He did every single thing I said I would do with my farming of these fucking idiots. And they believe him fully. They believe he found a giant up here. And then the government killed him. It's so good. We live in an age where everyone has access to a video recording device at all times. Pretty much every nook and cranny of the world's been explored. And a fucking giant would be one of the hardest things to miss. And somehow, this is a confirmed giant. and it's just a coincidence that there happens to be a tower on the other side of this? Wholeheartedly believe it. This isn't even the biggest Twitter thread about it. There was a thread by this lady who's in her early 30s talking about how the government can't be trusted because they're killing us for finding the truth of things they don't want us to know about, citing this video as an example of the giant. And I believe the same woman also started talking about how they're killing people who are finding gnomes. But I may be getting her confused with someone else that was talking about it. People legitimately are believing in fairy tales again. We're going so far backwards. Charlie working for the government. I'm trying to keep you guys from the truth. You're not ready for giants. Those fucking bastards. Filthy monsters they are. I'm doing you a favor. You're not ready to... You can't handle it. Now, looking into it, there was an obituary posted for this individual from a local news source. So it is possible that he did pass away in early 2022, but people are attributing that death to a mysterious circumstance, and it being the CIA that took him out, like it was fucking Jack Bauer on a vendetta to kill this man because he had seen a giant. Why? Well, I don't know. That's not a question that ever gets asked in these situations. Just going through any natural thought process here and breaking it down, what would the government have to gain from hiding giants? Unless they have some kind of secret alliance with the giant tribe, there's just absolutely no reason they'd want to shut this shit down. Put the kibosh on it. Or unless if you look at a giant in the eyes, it gives you eternal life or something, and the government's hoarding that to themselves, or their urine acts like the fountain of youth. Just nothing adds up here when you start connecting the dots. This isn't like a Men in Black situation where they're hiding aliens by going around and neuralizing everyone who sees alien activity, where the excuse there is they don't want people to panic. When it comes to giants, that'd be the hardest thing in the world to keep the lid on. Like the cat would get out of the bag so quickly, because it's a fucking giant. They're huge. They're enormous. This one, assuming Patient Zero here was truly a giant, this one was spotted on top of a mountain fucking 40 miles away. So you'd have a real tough time. You'd have your work cut out for you to keep that under wraps. It just, like, and even if there were giants, the existence of them probably wouldn't cause a panic on the same level as, like, aliens or anything. There's absolutely no reason for the government to be hiding the existence of giants. And I can't believe I even have to say that. I feel like I'm having a conversation with, like, the D&D club at a middle school.
I think that's that same vehicle from... Hey!
Now let's break down this little humdinger here. People use this video as proof that the CIA was hunting him down and stalking him because he made this video. He's very clearly leaning into it if you ask me. But let's do a basic thought experiment here. How likely is it that this is staged? Very. It got millions of views, so there's real incentive to play on it. How easy would it be to fake? Extremely. All you need is your friend to sit in a car outside and then drive away when you come out and yell at them. Like, just look at the video. There's just a random car out there with their lights on. So if they're stalking, they're doing a terrible job. They're just sitting right in plain view outside of his house with their lights on. That'd be the worst tale ever. They would be fired from the CIA immediately because they're fucking terrible at their job. Like, at that point, the CIA might as well have a sign out there saying, "We're watching you. Honk if you like government surveillance." Like, this would be genuinely the worst stalking ever from the CIA. And then the guy comes outside and scares the car away like a flock of pigeons on the beach. It's an extremely easy thing to stage. Where's the proof that that is some kind of unmarked CIA vehicle and an operative in there stalking him? The video just starts where he looks out the blinds and the car's already just sitting there in front of his house with his lights on. I think this is so clearly staged in order to play off of the success of the giant video, because it got a lot of attention and a lot of engagement. Now, he hasn't posted on TikTok since 2022, and like I said, there is an obituary posted in a local news source, so it is very possible he did pass away, but I will tell you right now, I highly, highly, highly doubt the government had anything to do with that. Because, again, there's no such thing as fucking giants out there. Sorry to ruin Christmas, but it's the truth. It's a tough pill to swallow, but one you've got to grow up and take right now. I would love if there were giants out there. No one would be happier than me. I would absolutely be ecstatic to learn that giants really are out there and they're coming back. You know, and then they start their own sports league or something. It'd be amazing. I'd be super excited about that. I'd also love if there was a such thing as psychics and telekinetic abilities, as well as being able to form a Kamehameha ball in the palm of my hands if I focus real hard. I would love all of that kind of fantasy shit to be real. But it's not. So there's just nothing the government would do here about a man filming a video claiming he saw a giant, because giants aren't real. So they're not gonna fucking care. It's not like he actually exposed a government secret. They'd have no reason to go silence him. This is just a wild case of people believing anything and everything they see, for no reason other than they have fun believing it. And then they fight tooth and nail for it, even when they are faced with the absolute truth of what the situation is. It's wild. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Scream 6. Overall, I enjoyed it. It was good. What if I just ended the Moist Meter there? I won't do that to you. I won't give you those blue balls. I'll go ahead and explain what I liked about it. This movie felt like a very self-aware horror film that actually understood how to build tension pretty efficiently. So, Ghostface is a cool killer. Dead by Daylight, I played him quite a bit. Not that that really matters in the context of the horror movies. It's not like they're referencing Dead by Daylight where he's fucking hanging people on meat hooks or anything. But point is, I think Ghostface is cool, and in this movie, he's at his best ever, I would argue. I still just love the phone calls that he gives where he cosplays as a Reddit armchair psychologist, but is actually able to read the person pretty well and hyper-analyze them, and delivers this fucking bone-chilling monologue that's right on the money, always leading to a very tense standoff or a brutal, gory kill. In this movie, that's exercised extensively because the film is very self-aware and actually celebrates all of the previous Scream films as well. All of them get molded together into this one. It's very self-referential, and all of the previous Scream movies, the killers, the characters, they all do have a role to play in the Scream 6, but it's not bad. Like, it's not cheesy, it's not campy, it doesn't come across as, like, ham-fisted. It actually serves the narrative and the plot really well and keeps everything super interesting, and the movie does a great job of having you guessing constantly as to who the Ghostface killer is this time. Who could it possibly be? Because this one's far more menacing than previous ones. He's not, like, tripping over things when people throw something in front of him instead of, like, goofily, cartoonishly falling over it and, like, getting stunned by it because you tipped over a chair on your running around. Like, he'll just, you know, move the chair to the side and continue running right next to you. He actually conducts himself well in a normal fight. So, like, at one point, someone's got a shotgun, he, like, dodges, eventually overpowers a person and shoots them with the shotgun and then starts hunting with the shotgun out. Like, it's a sign of Ghostface that I think is newer in terms of, like, how efficient he is as a murderer, if that makes sense. And it's complemented by the fact that the film is smart enough to make these scenes tense. So, while he's hunting with a shotgun, our two main characters are hiding, trembling, and actually making wise decisions in order to get out of that situation. Just overall, I was pretty impressed that they actually built tension in interesting ways. One tool they used a few times is the phone call, like I mentioned. And they keep it very on edge. Like, you're literally talking to the murderer, and you know he's got to be nearby since he's talking to you, and he's like fucking threatening you, letting you know, like, you are about to die. I mean, the fat lady's about to sing here, bub. You know, watch out, Buster, because he's nearby, and he's literally telling you that. And it works because as he's, you know, delivering this supervillain speech, the person is, like, exploring slowly, like, looking for Ghostface anywhere, like, opening a cookie jar, like, maybe he's hiding in there. I don't know, all of it just kind of worked well for tension building. Now, that's not to say this movie's, like, amazing or perfect or anything. It is a good movie, but there are some glaring issues. The biggest one being some characters get stabbed, like, 50 times, and it doesn't matter. Like, it feels like a lot of times the movie pulls punches when it comes to its... I don't want to give any spoilers, but there are some characters here where they'll get stabbed literally 50 times, but they'll keep fighting, and they'll be fine, right? Like, for instance, The main character gets stabbed like 3 fucking times at one point, and still is totally fine to like run around, fucking, jumping jacks and fighting at all points, even just relaxing casually. Like, it seems like sometimes the stabbings don't matter at all. People will get blasted like a pincushion 50 fucking times and live in the film, which is weird, for obvious reasons. And I think that's a pretty big problem. But another thing is the cops. Like, holy shit, Ghostface kills a lot of people. The body count in this film is pretty high. And the cops show up every single time. So there's like 50 fucking deaths. The cops are there every time, literally seconds after all the deaths happen. And they all involve the main characters, Sam and Tara. And for some reason they don't think like, a lot of people are dying around Sam and Tara right now in this group. Maybe we'll leave like an officer behind just to kind of like check it out. Because, he might strike again because he's killing every fucking hour, basically. Why don't we just leave a squad car behind just to see if maybe we get lucky and catch the killer here, right? Like, the cops are always showing up, but they never do anything preventative, and they never really act on anything or, like, investigate very well or really do anything helpful whatsoever. Another thing I also didn't really like, and this one's more of a personal preference, but I don't like when it gets meta. So like I said, this does celebrate previous Scream films, but it also celebrates horror films in and of themselves. Because, this isn't the first time Scream's done something like that, but it's very in your face about it. So a character's giving a speech like, this isn't just a horror film, we're in a horror franchise right now, so all of us are suspects. And then goes down the list of why each person's a suspect based on horror movie tropes. And I just don't really like when it gets meta. I get why it's there, but for me personally, that always just feels yucky. I don't know, I've just never really liked that. So that wasn't really for me, that little flavor sprinkling in like horror movie tropes and like literally calling it out while still also acting on some tropes. Another thing I'd like to mention is the dialogue. Like, I don't think the writing's bad by any means. I actually think it's pretty good, actually. But there are moments where I had to roll my eyes, where there are points, for example, where one of the characters is saying, like, here's why all of you are suspects. There's a lot of times where they're like, you're probably ghost-faced. Well, you're probably ghost-faced. And then, like, explaining you're ghost-faced, this. It's just not very subtle when it comes to the way characters speak to each other. It's, like, very in your face. And a lot of the writing, at least towards the end when it comes to the reveals, it relies on a lot of plot conveniences in order for that surprise to work. And I do think it does, because I wasn't even close with my guess on who Ghostface was going to be or anything like that. I wasn't even in the right ballpark. But point is, there's a lot of plot convenience that needed to happen there in order for that to even remotely work. So there are just a couple of plot holes when you really start to think about what's happened and how it gets to that moment. But overall, I don't think it's like bad writing. It's just, there's some hit or miss moments, especially like with dialogue in particular. One thing I'd like to point out is there are so many times in this film, especially towards the end, where the theater started clapping. Like, I felt like I was in a fucking Marvel film and they just saw Spider-Man announced for the first time. Like, this was the most applause I have heard in a movie in a long time. And it happened, I think, 3 times at the end, roughly. And I was blown away. I was like, holy shit, like, everyone here was, like, super invested, clearly. Like, what the fuck? And that's a great thing. But I wanted to make mention of that because I thought that was so wild. I'm actually kind of doing a disservice explaining this because it wasn't just like clapping, not like golf claps. I'm talking like uproarious applause and like even some cheering at some point. Like, I felt like I was at a goddamn sports event, honestly, and the home team had just scored the game-winning bucket. It was nuts, like how animated people got and cheerful at certain moments. But anyway, yeah, I did enjoy the film. Plugging Scream 6 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 75%. I liked it. It's not perfect. It's not like amazing or anything, but it is a lot of fun to watch. And that's about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. It actually happened, and I'm as shocked as you are. YouTube actually reverted one of their bad changes they've made recently. This is more rare than winning the lottery. In November, YouTube made changes to their monetization policy, which overnight slapped a ton of channels and demonetized a large portion of their catalog, with no warning whatsoever that it was coming. Pretty much overnight, a ton of channels had their income drastically affected, which led to fear and outrage, naturally. They decided that it was time to really sterilize the content. No more of those naughty sailor sentence enhancers. Welcome to Weenie Hut Jr., bub. So they punished a lot of channels, and today they actually announced that they're reverting that change on the bad words. So they're no longer going to be treating all curse words equally. There's going to be tiers to them, because fucking obviously there should be. Not every curse word's the same. You can't argue that hell and damn are on the same level as a fuck. The original policy said that all bad words are going to be equal in the eyes of the algorithm, so it was a big problem that now they've recognized was a problem, so they've dialed it back. They're also being more flexible on the harshness of the language you can use in the content and still be monetized for. Not only that, they're finally showing us how the sausage is made and is no longer just making it vague statements. They are making it very clear what is and is not going to trigger different levels of monetization, what is and is not allowed for full monetization, what will result in limited monetization, and what exactly will result in no ads. They finally laid it all out plainly and clearly, so there's no guesswork anymore. Overall, this is a very surprising announcement because I can't even recall the last time YouTube reverted a policy change. The only one that even tickles my noodle is when Google Plus still existed and you had to sign up for Google Plus to comment on YouTube videos. But I feel like the only reason that got taken away is because Google Plus got taken away. That got buried like a fucking dinosaur. It went extinct. The service ceased to exist. Thus, it could no longer exist on YouTube as a commenting feature. And it's been like 10 years since then. God rest the soul of Google+. I know all 3 people that used it are probably still very distraught about it. May time heal those wounds. But I feel like I'd remember if they actually reverted that change before Google Plus's collapse. And I don't remember any announcement like that. I think they were stubbornly going to ride or die on Google Plus, and then Google Plus died. So not even that really fully qualifies, I don't think. I actually just can't think of another policy change they've ever walked back on. I really can't. This is truly a unicorn here. It's super refreshing, and I'm thankful that they're, going back on this change. So now you can, again, say your fucks. You can then say, whatever other colorful language you want to include without fear of your livelihood being threatened for it or anything like that. But I am admittedly confused that this is the first change that they're publicly eating shit on, saying that this was too far, too Insano style, it wasn't how we wanted it to be, and we've listened to the feedback, so we're going to revert those changes. I'm just surprised it's this one as opposed to dislikes. They removed dislikes a long time ago, and people still are very vocal about how awful of a decision that was, and people are still very much wanting dislikes to be re-enabled on the platform. And I feel like that's a pretty easy one for them to do, because dislikes still exist, it's just not publicly accessible on the platform without an extension. So they could easily flip that switch back on, and it'd be a slam dunk to showcase that they actually are listening to feedback now. I think this is a great first step, like, hey, don't get me wrong, I'm happy about this. Hey, we heard you, we're reverting this change, it wasn't a good change. But why not also extend that to something like dislikes? And also, they haven't made any mention on that violent content policy that they updated at the same time as the cursing policy, where a lot of channels were also hit by that if they were playing a video game that was a little too violent. So there is still room for improvement, but it is a good first step that I'm thankful for. So I just wanted to at least point out a couple of other things that I would like them to address as well. Of course, the biggest being bringing fucking dislikes back. Now, there's one more pretty important thing that I'd like to talk about. They actually put out a video going over everything and explaining it in greater detail with an actual face to the policy. This is their lead monetization guy, And I half expected this to just be like a fucking android or robot or something, but they actually have the real living, breathing human being that's behind these monetization changes and these monetization policies coming forward to explain it.
This November aimed to improve the clarity and enforcement of our advertiser-friendly guidelines, and to make it easier for creators to monetize brand-safe content.
I don't really get how the November change was supposed to make it easier to monetize brand-friendly content. It didn't seem to have any effect on what was already considered brand-friendly, so that seems like kind of a nothing point. And I'm also not on board or subscribed to the belief that it was done with the intent of clarifying their policies on, you know, cursing and all that, when it was just a full overhaul of what is and is not allowed in regards to monetization. So changing, like, the first 15 seconds, you can't say anything that's even somewhat naughty and shit like that, and treating all curse words equally. That's not really providing clarity, that's just completely changing what's already been established. So I'm a little confused on what the actual goal was, if the goal itself wasn't to make it a more strict environment, which it seems like, from what he's saying, that's not what they were intending.
Since then, we heard concerns from creators about the impact of this change. Upon reviewing our own enforcement data, we found the profanity policy resulted in a stricter approach than we intended. As a result, we are making the following changes to better reflect the goals of our initial update in November.
Again, that statement has me scratching my head like I've got fucking lice. I'm very confused. How could you not have foreseen that this profanity change makes it a more restrictive environment? If that wasn't the goal. Like, it seems like the goal was to change the profanity policy in order to make everything cleaner for people that, you know, rely on AdSense for their livelihood on the platform, right? I don't understand exactly what the goal was if the goal wasn't to change that policy itself, because he seems to insinuate that the belief was it would make things easier. How? In what fantasy world would that have actually been the result from the policy change? It just makes everything a lot more tough and harsh to create in.
We are no longer treating all profanity equally. Usage of moderate profanity, words like bitch, douchebag, asshole, shit, at any time in the video content is now eligible for green icons. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue. Usage of stronger profanity, like the F word in the first 7 seconds or repeatedly throughout the majority of the video, can now run limited ads. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue.
When he really spells out the November update, you can truly hear just how fucking brutal it was. So it is fantastic that they're walking it back. That is great. And it's also lovely to hear this guy say things like bitch, asshole, and douchebag, and he even says fuck, too. He referred to it as the F word here, but he gets a little loosey-goosey with it in a little bit. He just straight up drops a fuck in there, which is pretty cool to hear.
Content using profanity, moderate, or stronger words like fuck after the first 7 seconds will now be eligible for green icons, unless used repetitively throughout the majority of the video. As was the case before the update in November, use of any profanity, be it something like shit or the F word, in titles and thumbnails will receive a yellow icon.
I really do appreciate his matter-of-fact way of presenting this. He just lays down the brass tacks and he does it in 4 minutes. It's pretty concise, it's bite-sized, so that way you get all of the information you need and you'll know exactly what will result in what monetization status. So I actually think it's a really great thing that they've done here. I don't know if they normally do this and I've just been missing it, but if this is new, I hope they continue it because it leaves no more room for vagueness or misinterpretation of policies. I think that's nice. I also think it's a good thing that they have the head honcho here of the department being the principal actor here in the content, so that way he can be the face of it the way that it should be, since he is the one that leads the policy monetization team. So, overall, I am very appreciative that they have reverted these changes. I'm not going to play the rest of the video where he goes more in depth on more of the profanity changes. You can check that out yourself so that way you have more clarity on it as well. But overall, a great change, and it seems like it's going back to the way it was before November. And actually, from the sound of what he was saying, it seems even better than it was pre-November. But maybe now I'm just not remembering exactly how the policies used to work. Regardless, though, it is a good thing. This is a rare YouTube W on this situation. I'm happy for it, but I think there's still more work to do. I do hope they continue this. I hope this is the start of more transparency, a willingness to listen to the community in regards to changes that they make. I'm hopeful that this won't be a one-off decision that they make, and we can start tackling some other problems, like the dislikes being hidden still. But anyway, I just wanted to keep everyone updated on this situation. That's about it. So yeah. I'm sure you've all heard the expression, fake it till you make it. But today I want to take a look at what happens when all you do is fake it without ever making it. You end up like this loser we're about to take a look at today. A guy who has become a complete parody of self-confidence, but without any level of self-awareness. He portrays himself as an extremely successful, extremely rich guy that would have no problem at all stealing your wife right out from under your nose. It's beautiful stuff that he talks about.
Take you, for example, and me, and we both pull up and we go to your girl. Odds are I'm gonna take that bitch. If you compared me to you, you're not gonna win that battle.
Bro's out here rocking that man-dark body type and acting like he, for some reason, be able to take your girl just because he rolled up in a rented McLaren. This guy's entire personality is money. He's like a real-life Mr. Krabs, but with even skinnier arms. So he believes because he has money that he's entitled to women and women find him irresistible. You can tell by looking at him this was no jock in high school. This wasn't exactly the prom king. Yet he pretends that he is now. He talks about how successful his businesses are now. He has a 9-figure business. He has all of this money. Though I don't necessarily take him at his word because I just don't believe a fucking word this guy says.
So the next time you think that your girl's on lock, I got the keys to the castle, motherfucker.
I have no doubt he spent hours trying to cook up that finishing line right there. The keys to the castle. Now, why I don't believe him about the success of his business is because the only thing he shows that's worth money is his car, the McLaren. He's made like 1,000 shorts about how much money he spends filling up a McLaren's tank, or how often he drives his McLaren, and that is the only thing worth a lot of money that he's ever shown, at least that I've seen. So that leads me to believe that it is 100% rented, or he really dumped all of his money into that one vehicle in order to portray himself as a successful businessman. He did a little house tour, and it's very humble living. It's a nice place, but it's not exactly like a super mega mansion you would expect someone with a 9-figure business to own. And he's not wearing a ton of ice or anything like that, and he's clearly a guy who loves to flex because he's always talking about his wealth and his success, yet the only thing you can ever see from that is that McLaren. Now this may be like a tinfoil hat conspiracy, but I truly just think he either rents it for these videos or, even more depressingly, drained all of his finances to make that big purchase with that belief that this car would be enough to convince people that he has a lot of money. Like, he specced all of his points into delusion here and is just letting it rip. Like, this McLaren means I'm successful. I gotta fake it till I make it. This is how I do it.
Ah! Here's why the gym does not matter. I'm tired of guys that are like, oh, you know, I'm going to the gym, I'm trying to get fit. I feel like I have a pretty decent tone.
Did douchebag Slenderman get you with that jump scare in the beginning? So this is his rant about why going to the gym makes you a fucking idiot. Because he's skinny and insecure. So you going to the gym is offensive to him. It's pretty pathetic. You don't want to go to the gym, that's fine. Buddy's out here built like 2 french fries duct taped to an uncooked spaghetti noodle. And if you're happy with your body there, that's absolutely fine. But why shit on people that are going to the gym? He makes a whole rant about why it's stupid to do it, which is laughable.
I don't need to go to the gym, because you pull up to the gym, making less than 10K a month, pulling up in your bullshit fucking Corolla, and I pull up in my McLaren. It's not even a contest, dude. No one gives a fuck about your muscles. Most of the guys that go to the gym, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're fucking stupid. All that pre-workout that you're taking is making you more stupider.
So unless you're making over 10K a month, you don't have the right to go to the gym? Like, he's not even making a point. Like, he's not even saying, like, the time you spend in the gym, you could be spent learning how to drop ship things from Alibaba. Like, he's not even, like, trying to make some kind of point. He's just like, you're stupid for going to the gym because you're making less than 10K a month. He actually sounds like he's about to cry. You're stupid with your dumb muscles, dumb muscle man. Like, what in the crazy insecurity are you going through right now to think that this was a good idea?
Here's why you gotta break up with your girlfriend if you're not making 6 figures a year. Brutal honest truth is that girls need a man who can protect and provide for them. If you're not making at least 10K a month, how the fuck are you gonna protect and provide for your girl?
Man's out here boofing crazy pills. You don't need to be making 10K a month in order to protect your girlfriend. You have absolutely no meat on your bones whatsoever. The only foe you're equipped to handle is if the gingerbread men from Shrek tried to attack your girl, then maybe you could fend them off. But everyone above the age of 18 and weighing more than 100 pounds, it's going to be a tough tussle. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better. If someone's making a ruckus and you're trying to stop whatever's going on, the amount of money you have isn't going to do anything for you. You can't just be like throwing money at it like, get away from her, you scallywag. She's with me and I make more than 10K a month. Here's money. Like throwing it all over the place to get them away. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's just pure delusion. Now, I guess, like, he's not wrong. If you make more money, you can provide more, I suppose. But what the fuck does that have to do with anything? So if you don't make 100K at least a year, break up with your girl.
It's cool that she's sticking with you right now because you're trying to build yourself, but at the same time, if some guy like me comes up and gets in the way, she's gonna choose me over you because I can provide more. In this feast or famine world, women will always pick the best case scenario because they don't want to get hurt. And you being broke as fuck definitely hurts.
What hurts more than being broke is being broke but pretending you're not, like this guy. It's so... I don't know if he actually believes the shit he's selling or if it's only to try and get people to, like, sign up to courses or anything like that. I'm really not sure if he actually, like, loves the smell of his own farts or if it all is an act. I couldn't tell you. Either way, it's to further the goal of making money off the back of desperate people who see this and think that this guy is actually super successful and is trying to give them the secrets to success. It's all just another guru scam, but... I find him particularly entertaining because he's doing the bare minimum. He didn't even bother to invest in his own body to look the part, so he's not in good shape. He didn't bother to even really pretend to have a lot of money aside from that McLaren that he shows from time to time. And he's just saying things that other gurus say. And I don't know if he's actually found real success. I know he has quite a bit of botted engagement that I've seen online, at least as of everything I've been able to research from it. But other than that, I don't know if anyone even believes his act. I would be surprised if they did, because he's very bad at it. Also, just to explain why there's driving underneath his video, it's because it's a TikTok thing where everyone needs perpetual stimulation, constant jingling keys, so for any video where it's talking, they play like Subway Surfers or anything engaging a game underneath to keep viewers' attention. It's pathetic. TikTok has absolutely rotted brains where people need like absolute activity at every single moment. They can't just listen to talking on there.
So if you always wondered what dating an entrepreneur looks like, this is what the fuck it looks like. I don't cook, I don't clean, I got whiteboards all over the place. My setup's there, this is like my sanctuary. No one fucks with me here. As far as a fridge, it's pretty fucking awful. So I got beer, Happy Dads, Gatorade, oh dude, Bel Air bottle, champagne. I got these Dunkin' Donut iced coffees, and then for dinner I'll go to the pier and like have dinner. I will never fucking cook. This will never be used. I don't even know why I have a fucking mitt.
And here's the look at the house I mentioned. It's clearly a cozy spot. It's a nice house. It's not a super elaborate house. This is not a mega mansion or anything like that. So if he's a super successful 9-figure guy who loves to flex everything, why would he be living in a house like this? It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't really track. I also love the whole whiteboard thing. He probably watched one video on like, it's important to write down your goals or whatever as an entrepreneur. So he bought like 9 whiteboards and hung them all up and filled them with gibberish nonsense. I tried zooming in on the frame where it focuses on a whiteboard, but I couldn't make it out because his handwriting looks like he wrote it while he was getting hit by an earthquake. So it's completely illegible for the most part. But I'm pretty sure one of them was agility. And he had a check mark next to it, meaning he must have done like agility drills, I suppose. I could be reading it incorrectly, but I'm almost positive it said just agility on one of them. Maybe it's like RuneScape goals and he's like skilling right now, so he's working on agility and he checked it off once he got like a certain amount of XP. I don't know. Very goofy regardless though.
Here's just a couple of signs that your girlfriend might be cheating. Number one is she's not texting you as readily as you've used to.
Easiest way to tell if your girl is cheating is, did she ever find that you bought this guy's course? If she did, she's absolutely cheating. No doubt. And you deserve it. Why the fuck would you buy a course from a guy like this? It's so embarrassing. Like he actually just went to like WikiHow and just started copying articles on like how to tell if your girl is cheating. 7 life hacks for that. and then he just starts regurgitating them here. But anyway, I could go on and on. There's so many embarrassing shorts he's made, but there's no reason to just keep going over it. I just wanted to showcase some of his better ones here and talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related. So it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like, he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers. But, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of, like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au natural. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not, again, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other, not knowing that they're related, and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are going to do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're going to have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So yeah. I've been using the word delusional a lot recently to describe some people and companies, and it's not because I think the words become watered down and I'm using it loosely. It's because I legitimately think more and more people are being infected with some brain rot that is making them more and more delusional and slipping deeper into lunacy. And I'd like to talk about one of the most maliciously stupid people on the planet. His name's Billy McFarland, and if that name and this picture look familiar to you, it's because this is the goober behind Fyre Festival, one of the most infamous scams of all time. I probably don't need to explain what that was. I'm sure all of you have seen the massive documentary about it, but I'll just go ahead and pull Billy's pants down and hit you with the truth. Fyre Festival was this over-promised event where it was called like a Coachella in the Bahamas. There was supposed to be a ton of celebrity performers, music, decadent food, just a glamorous, luxurious, expensive event that when it finally rolled around turned out to be worse than a Boy Scout camping adventure. People showed up after paying $1,500 up to $12,000 to be there, only to find the accommodations were FEMA tents and packaged sandwiches, and also no musical performers that they were promised. It was a complete joke. It was a scam. He defrauded many people, and Billy McFarland actually served 4 years in prison. He was originally sentenced to 6 years in 2018, but he served 4 and he's currently out of prison right now. And he is $26 million in debt because he has to repay all the victims, and he's hatched a genius idea on how to make that money back. He's hosting another Fyre Festival. I shit you not. I'm not making this up. I'm actually starting to believe in those tinfoil condom conspiracies about the government putting shungite and fluoride and 5G Wi-Fi signals in our toothpaste that are scrambling our noodles. Because that is the only thing that can explain this man's brain. His brain is this stinky soup of scams and bad ideas. Billy McFarland, being fresh out of prison, has openly stated that he is going to be throwing another festival. This time it's called Pirate. I'm not even making that up. He is calling it Pirate. A name that is synonymous with stealing. I mean, who remembers you wouldn't download a car? Anti-piracy shit. The whole idea behind pirates is stealing. Stealing the booty. And in this case, stealing your money for, once again, a remote island extravaganza. Billy McFarland has learned nothing. He went to jail for this same fucking thing, and he's doing it again. That is poetic. I couldn't imagine a character being written this stupid. No one would believe it. He is actually a real-life version of Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, but instead of just saying buttered toast, the only thing that runs through this guy's absolutely damaged cranium is party. And he's not even good at partying. He doesn't even successfully have a party, ever. He's so fucking horrible at partying that he goes to jail when he tries. It blows my mind. I've watched 2 interviews of his since being fresh out of prison, and he is observably stupid. Listening to Billy McFarland defend himself and speak publicly is like listening to someone fart through a walkie-talkie for 30 minutes. It's just garbled nonsense that leaves his mouth. I probably can't show any of the interview clips, but here's one of the quotes from one of them. I was talking to somebody yesterday and they're like, you can crawl in a hole and die, or you can go and try to do something and just like not promise any results, McFarland said. You absolute goofball. He seems to believe that the reason he got spanked by the legal process is because he promised things that he wasn't able to deliver on. That's only a small component of it. It is so much more than that. You maliciously defrauded people, took $26 million, and delivered nothing. So by throwing this festival again and not promising anything, if you still just have people show up to a vacant, empty place to stand in sand for days, you're still scamming them, even if you didn't promise that fucking Cardi B's gonna perform or whatever. Yeah, like, I don't know why that's such a hard concept for him to understand. He's selling a festival, but what he delivered is basically a fucking pile of sand for people to stand in for a wildly high price. This would be like if I made a game and I charged $60 for it, like a AAA title, and then you bought the game, but the only thing there was just a completely empty, open terrain, Unity asset flip. There's nothing in it. You're in a giant empty bubble. Like, yeah, you know, technically this is a game. You bought it, now you're in that game. But you still got fucking scammed by me because there's really nothing there when you went under the assumption that there would be. Just let me rub your nose in this one more time. McFarlane insists it's not a festival. It features a slew of influencers and creators. The purported tropical experience will include virtual reality technology that the company says will allow users to participate and control what happens on the island in real time from home. Absolutely no shot. Who does this guy think he is? Tony Stark? Like, what do you mean? You already made this technology? You have an entire development studio behind you that made a virtual reality experience to control what happens on the island in real time? You slimy salamander, you couldn't deliver more than a handful of deli meat sandwiches to an island. How the fuck is anyone supposed to believe that you're going to deliver a virtual reality experience on an island and this time around it won't be a disaster? When you're promised, well, sorry, I won't use the P word, that's blasphemy around these parts when it comes to Billy McFarland now. How are you insinuating that this might actually happen without being a complete catastrophe? I also can't believe he's making the bold-faced lie about influencers and creators signing on for this. There is no way. If any influencer or creator actually ties their name to this, it's career suicide. This is a bigger scam than CryptoZoo with Logan Paul. No one would recover from the pushback from their audience. They would be laughed off the internet if they actually tried promoting Pirate Festival here. There's just no way he has any connections to anyone, and there's no way anyone would actually sign on to this. If I'm wrong about that, and there actually is creators that sign on to this, you should know never to trust those people again going forward. That would be a massive red flag. That's a goddamn villain at that point. You probably don't even need to read the rest of this here, but I'll still put it on screen anyway. Former employees and people that were tight with Fire Festival are warning about Billy, saying Billy's still Billy, he's using different words but selling the same thing. Similarities are there around the vague, mysterious promotion. Pirate appears to be an exercise in smoke and mirrors, buzzword and empty promises of lavish trips to the Bahamas. It's just everyone coming out to letting people know what should be obvious. Don't put money into Billy McFarland or anything he dribbles out of his asshole. You're just asking to lose it. If you're considering getting tickets to Pirate Festival or investing, then I would strongly recommend seeking psychiatric evaluation for what's gone so awry in your life to lead you to making such recklessly awful financial decisions. That wad of cash that you're considering giving to Billy McFarland and his production, I would highly encourage you to take it and just put it in your trash can, and then light the trash can on fire. That's a better use of it than giving it to Billy McFarland. Oh yeah, I even forgot to mention, there's a treasure hunt that he's putting on as well with Pirate. So when you go to their website, it's all about this treasure hunt. So it's join the crew. A pirate is someone who turns the impossible into adventure. That's a pretty wild play on piracy, unless we're just talking about One Piece. Usually, pirate refers to, once again, stealing. And I guess treasure hunting. But usually at the expense of someone. Right now, the treasure Billy McFarland is hunting for is a way out of $26 million in debt. And do you want to be his lifeline, his little life raft to get the fuck out of there? I certainly hope not. He doesn't deserve it. This idea is bad, so bad, that it should be considered criminal activity that he's even considering it and looking to actually put it on. Billy McFarland is one of the biggest fraudsters in history, and he is looking to do it again. I guess he wasn't happy with being just one of the biggest fraudsters. He wants to be the biggest fraudster. So he's hoping lightning strikes twice with yet another bogus festival full of dog shit, empty promises, and under-delivering. To put it lightly, it didn't deliver at all. It wasn't under-delivering. It just never even came close to anything that he talked about. But this time around, he's not making huge promises, and he's not on a strict deadline, so he's saying it's going to be totally different, which it won't be. There's absolutely no chance. So yeah, I just thought this was a pretty wacky story I wanted to share. That's about it. So yeah. I know it's late, but I just need to whine and complain and rant about a movie I just saw really quickly. You know how much I love bad movies that are so bad that they're good. I think it's the most fun you can have is getting together with friends and watching absolutely atrocious movies or shows that you can laugh at and make fun of together. And there was a new banger, or so I thought, that was coming out called Pope's Exorcist. This is Russell Crowe as what I thought would be like a John Wick of exorcists, going out there and just slapping demons around, like actually kung fuing them and like overpowering them, fist fighting. Like that's the impression I got from the trailer. I thought it was going to be like absolutely wild and nutty. And I just came back from the theater after seeing it, and my god, there's just a lot that I need to talk about in terms of disappointment and bewilderment that this movie even got made in the first place. So I'm going to treat this like a little confessional here and own up to some sins. Seeing this was a sin. And I understand the Lord forgives all sins, but I feel like after he takes a peek at the Rotten Tomatoes 83% audience score, he's going to flood the earth again out of pure embarrassment for even making our species. This movie is so far from an 83%, it's laughable. It is not good by any means. I don't know why the audience score is so high. Like, it is guilty of more sins than any of the demons in the film. Well, even though there's only one main demon. It is the most generic horror schlock of all time. But its biggest crime is being boring. It borrows every single generic horror plot point, every generic horror movie cliche of like, you know, sitting up from the bed like the Undertaker because the child's possessed and he has like a deep demony voice. Every single like horror movie trope is just ham-fisted into this. All of it dumped into this witch's cauldron and brewed into a disgusting stew. Like, it is not even done in a fun way. There's nothing creative or enjoyable about it. It's boring mostly, though there are some fun moments, like fun bad moments that I'll talk about. But overall, I am just blown away by how uninteresting the film was after seeing the trailer. The trailer got me hype. I knew this wasn't going to be a good movie. I don't feel like anyone with a working pair of eyes would watch the trailer for The Pope's Exorcist and be like, wow, that might be pretty damn good. Like, that was never a thought that crossed anyone's mind, I doubt. But I as well as many others, I imagine, were under the impression like, wow, this will be like entertainingly silly. But it really wasn't. It didn't even try to be scary, first of all. Like, that was the wildest thing to me. It really didn't even try to be a horror movie. Its scares mainly consisted of the standard lift people up using, you know, Jedi force powers and throw them around a room, or knock over a couple of crosses. Well, and I guess there is, of course, the cliche of, like, bone-snapping, walking on all fours. But past that, it doesn't even really try to build tension. There's not even jump scares, which is like the easiest slam dunk for horror films where they could just throw in a bunch of jump scares and people are like, oh my god, it was horrifying. But it didn't even bother with that. It just does nothing. It's just so bland. It's just an empty calorie of a film. I did something I very rarely do. I took notes during this film because I was so dumbfounded by what I was watching. So I'm just going to go over it start to finish. There will be spoilers. There's a lot I want to talk about. So Russell Crowe hops back in the saddle here, dusting off the acting chops to tackle the lead role of a powerful exorcist named Gabriele Amorth. And the film opens with him performing an exorcist on a guy who's struggling with the devil coming over him. So he's bouncing around the bed all crazy like a toddler going through a sugar rush. And Gabriele is asking him questions like a little interrogation. You know, what's my name? What do you want? Who are you? You're Satan, aren't you? You're Satan. And then he's like, yeah, I'm Satan. I'll possess anyone. I know everything. And then Gabriele's master plan is he brings in a pig and he's like, I don't believe you. You're not Satan. If you were Satan, you could possess this pig. And he's like, yeah, I could possess that pig. I could fucking possess him. Watch me possess that pig. And Gabriele's like, do it. Possess that pig. So then he does, and then the guy is back to normal. And then once the Satan is inside the pig, they just blast the pig's head off with a shotgun. Which honestly set the bar pretty high immediately, because I was like, okay, that was fun, silly, bad. He just literally did, like, fucking middle school reverse psychology on Satan. What a fucking buffoon to fall for that one. The oldest trick in the book. It's then explained a few scenes later that this wasn't a real possession, this was mental illness, and Gabriele was just doing a bit of theater. But he really did just execute that pig right in front of that guy in order to convince him that the demon was no longer there. And because he executed that pig, he then had to go through like a religious legal proceeding where he stood trial with these other bishops that were like, this is unnecessary. You're performing exorcists. It's not, there's no such thing as this evil, you know, we don't need this kind of big exorcist position anymore. You're out of line, Gabriele. We don't really need you anymore. So Gabriele's like, you guys don't know what real evil is. Even if 98% of them are like mental illness and not real possession, there's still 2% that's just pure evil and you need me. So then he walks out, but not before making a goofy noise. So as he turns his back to him, and it turns out Gabriele was also like a lawyer at one point or something, I believe he mentioned. So this was actually like a Saul Goodman moment where he was just like defending himself in religious court. And it ultimately ends with them being like, yeah, we don't really need you. So Gabriele storms off, and then as he's about to exit the door, he goes, woo for no fucking reason. Because it was something he did earlier to a group of like nuns that walked by him. I guess that was like a catchphrase they tried, or like a calling card they tried to use for the very beginning of the film and then forgot about it because he never does it again after these two scenes. But there was a group of nuns that walked by him and he goes, like literally blowing raspberries at them, and they giggle and walk by. So then he does it again after that whole religious legal proceeding. And he drops it after that. But it started fun bad. It was like, oh, this is super silly, but it seems almost self-aware and I'm having fun. But then it totally loses all of that charm. The core part of the movie then unfolds where a family just went through a loss with their father and a woman's husband passing away, and the only thing they have left is this giant estate, this holy ground that they're getting like renovations done to. So there's a ton of workers, and they end up unearthing something unholy. Now, before getting to that, the family is as cookie cutter as it gets. The mom's, you know, strong on her own. She's mentally sound, like she's doing everything she can for her children. They mean the world to her. The daughter is a rebellious teen who, I'm not exaggerating, first thing when she gets in the house is goes up to one of the workers, grabs a cigarette, asks for the light, gets a light with the cigarette, then sits on the balcony over the front porch, and the mom's like, put that cigarette out, what are you doing? And she's like, ugh! And then walks off, storms off, mad at her mom. So this was as cliche as it gets with a teenage girl and teenage angst. And then, of course, she's always listening to, like, loud music and hates her mom. Like, oh, Mom, you're being such a square. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm busy listening to music. So that's her whole character, which means nothing because after, like, 10 minutes, none of this shit matters, but that's her. And then they also have a son, a younger brother. He's like 12 or something, I don't really know, but he's traumatized because he watched their dad die. So it wasn't like some kind of normal passing or anything. It was some kind of car accident that wasn't fully explained, but he ended up getting impaled through the head, and the son sat there and watched it. So he was traumatized from it and refused to talk. Now, After all of this is established over the course of like a 5-minute speed run of getting across the most two-dimensional characters of all time, that child is exploring the house, and he goes into the basement and he sees like this glory hole, and he takes a peek through it, and there's like a door with symbols on it, and it ends up kind of possessing him. It sinks its fangs into him. This is how the demon gets in. He literally comes in through the fucking glory hole in the basement. So the child ends up immediately getting possessed within the first couple of minutes of being there. And then some of the workers go into the basement, and they also notice the glory hole. They're like, oh man, this is absolutely absurd. Is there no decency? Where's the class? So they're peeking through the glory hole, and one of them lights a flare and was going to put the flare through the glory hole, but it ends up turning into a flamethrower and cremating them, which scares off all the other workers. So then all the other workers leave, and then it's just the family left in the house with their child who is now possessed. Everything I've explained right now happens almost instantly. Like, all of this was so quick, there was no build up to any of it, no tension at all. It was done as quickly as possible to get to, like, I guess what they deemed to be the scary parts, with the child having like a demon voice and saying crude, creepy things. But anyway, after the possession, the Vatican gets word about this, and then they send Gabriele out there, like, Gabriele, I've got real scary stuff happening at this location. He's like, I'm on it, chief. You know, give me my badge and my gun, I'm going in. So Gabriele is then sent there like some kind of fucking religious assassin to take down a demon. And I really thought he was going to roll up in like some kind of Justice League jet, like, or something right out of the X-Men where they have like crazy fucking jet. I thought he was going to fly in on some high-tech shit, but then he rolls up in a moped. So he just kind of scoots on in on his moped, shows up to the house in order to start attacking the demon. And the demon, which is possessing the boy, is a real wacko. Like, this guy's a goofball. So before Gabriele gets there, like right before he gets there, the mom notices something's wrong with the child. He's kind of bedridden and he looks pale. And then he starts talking in a not really deep voice, but you know that like goofy voice you'd make as a child growing up, like the like that kind of shit where you like vocal fry yourself and then try and make it deeper. That's the voice, the very cliche horror movie demon voice. And the mom then hugs the child in order to, like, you know, calm him down. And while that's happening, she looks down and it turns out the child is squeezing her titty. And then she's like, oh, goodness gracious. And he's like, you didn't breastfeed me enough, mommy. I shit you not. That is what he says. And she's like, oh God. And she, like, covers herself up even more. And then he starts laughing about, like, squeezing her tit. And then he says, bring me the priest. So they brought in a priest that wasn't Gabriele first. His name was Thomas, and it was a bigger mismatch than when Krillin tried to fight Frieza. Thomas shows up and immediately gets fucking ragdolled by that demon. He gets thrown out of the room, and he's like, good heavens, this is a little much for me. We're gonna need the big guns. So he leaves, and then Gabriele shows up. So then it's the two of them, and they try to tag team the demon in order to, you know, solve this situation. So Gabriele gets in there, and he starts his interrogation, and the demon immediately showcases that he's more powerful than all the other ones Gabriele's seen because he knocks a cross off the wall. Like, I'm so tired of seeing that in horror movies where, like, this really powerful demon can only do, like, a couple of trivial things like blow over a vase or move a chair slightly or throw a bucket of dirt against a wall. It's like, who cares? It's not intimidating. That's fucking embarrassing. But Gabriele's like, oh, jeepers creepers. And then he's like, what's my name? And the demon gets it right. He's like, you're Gabriele Amorth. Then he gets blasted with memories from his past, sins that he hasn't fully forgiven himself for. So there's like a moment where he's in a war, and then there's like a lady, and then the demon pukes up a bird, and then Gabriele's like, oh, I'm out of here. So then he fucking waddles out of the room, goes up to the other priest, Thomas, and he's like, okay, that guy means business. So then he instructs Thomas to confess his sins to him so they can't be used against him when they go, talk to the demon again. So Thomas is like, all right, it's been 8 months since I went to confession. And he starts to confess his sins. And Gabriele's like, 8 months? Okay, this is going to take too long. He's like, okay, Lord, all of his sins are forgiven. He's very sorry, trust me. So he literally uses a cheat code to forgive his sins on behalf of God, which I thought was like almost disrespectful. It's like, what the fuck? Can you do that? Like, are you allowed to do that? Like, do you have the power to just say, like, all of his sins are forgiven without him actually confessing it? It's like, damn, that was weird. He had no interest at all in hearing like the sins he was going to confess to. He's just like, yeah, whatever, you're fucking good. Literally just gives him the stamp of approval, and he's like, all right, time to go. And when they get into the room, unsurprisingly, the first thing the demon does is show Thomas his sins that he has clearly not been absolved of. It looks like Gabriele didn't have the authority to do that, so he immediately just gets blasted with his sins, and the demon calls him Panty Sniffer. He says that he fucks the daughters of members of his congregation. And then this makes Thomas very upset that he'd mentioned that. So Thomas goes over to him, the child that's possessed by the demon, and two hands strangles him and shakes him like Homer Simpson strangling Bart. It was so goofy. And Gabriele's like, please, Thomas, no, don't do it. That's what he wants. As the child's like, getting fucking strangled by Thomas. That was a good fucking silly scene. But after that, then the demon laughs and then he targets Gabriele. And he's like, you know what I want to do, Gabriele? I want to fuck you. I want to fuck you so hard that when you start coming, you're going to feel ashamed by the release. I'm not kidding. That was his statement. Like, when asked about his main goal, it was to fuck Gabriele. And not, like, in a literal sense, to fuck Gabriele, at least from the way he was speaking about it. Which was jarring to hear that. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. And then they start trying to get, like, the religious artifacts out on him, like, the power of Christ compels you type shit. And it's not working. The demon then turns off the lights, which for some reason makes them stop immediately. And I'm kind of just giving you like an overall plot summary of everything that happens here, but I want to stress, and I can't stress enough, how there is at no point any attempt to even build tension or show you unnerving things or make anything scary. It's like AI generated a script of a horror film without figuring out how to execute on the scares that they're copying from all of the horror films before it. Like, it is so bland. But anyway, after the lights go out, Gabriele and Thomas split up. Gabriele then goes outside and notices that there's a seal of the Vatican on like a well. So he ties a rope to the top of the well and then his moped and drives it, and then, which, you know, takes the lid off the well. Thomas is still inside, posted up, making sure like the demon child's not up to any silly stuff, any fishy business. But then things start popping off. The mom has like a giant arm come over her while she's sleeping, and I don't even know how she's able to even like fucking find the time to go to sleep, with the demon child always yelling and screaming and like throwing things around the room. Well, that's an exaggeration. Knocking things around the room lightly. But she's like in bed trying to sleep, and then a giant hand comes over her face and drags her into the mattress slowly. And then the daughter, who's in her rebellious stage, is trapped in a closet with like a bunch of like scratches going across the wood next to her. And Thomas is there, and he, you know, approaches the demon about it, like, stop it, demon. And then the demon bites his ear, like full-blown Mike Tyson bites a piece of his ear, and Thomas is like, oh my, you didn't just do that. Like, he didn't yell or scream or anything. He gets his ear bitten off, and he just looks more like inconvenienced than anything. He's like, ugh, there goes a piece of my ear, zoinks, god damn it. And then he just like walks back out. So Gabriele then realizes that there's a lot more at play here than they originally thought. There's a bigger mystery afoot now that he's opened this well, and he sees a bunch of like skeletons, and then he drops a piece of fire paper in there to see how deep the well goes, which of course causes it to erupt like a goddamn volcano again, just like what happened with the glory hole. And then Gabriele rushes back in, sees all the chaos. He pulls the mom out from the bed, and then he opens the closet door where the daughter was getting attacked by little scratches, and he's like, this is not a good place to do that, so please stop. Cease that foolishness. And the demon stops, and then the girl leaves the closet. And then we have the most generic plot device when it comes to horror films ever. Gabriele reveals that all they need to do in order to save the day is learn the demon's name. This is something that has been used in every fucking horror movie that deals with demons or possession since the beginning of fucking time. It is so lazy and boring, but that's the major plot point. It's them then needing to find out what the demon's name is. So they start exploring. They also confront the demon again, who reveals what his real plot was: to possess Gabriele. He didn't want to just possess the family, he wanted Gabriele. So they're exploring the premises. They eventually find that glory hole and they bust it open. They go inside the area. Turns out it's a catacombs where there's a bunch of these skeletons all over the place. And then while this is happening, the like super high tier bishop, like max level bishop that sent Gabriele here in the first place, then starts having a panic attack. He's like, it's worse than we thought. He read like a letter or something from like a book of reports that they keep getting about the situation. He's like, oh my goodness. So he starts freaking out. He's like, ah. And then he has like a little mini heart attack. He ends up in the hospital. And as they're exploring the catacombs, they're learning like, wow, this dates back like fucking 400 years ago. Like this demon's been around for a long time, and the Vatican tried to seal it off and cover it up. And then while that's going on, the priest is laying, like the high bishop is laying in bed, surrounded by some of the priests that were part of like the religious legal proceeding. And then he pulls off his oxygen mask and just pukes up blood on one of them. So I guess he was starting to get like possessed too to some level, or he was really just stressed out about the situation. But they eventually find this almost ritualistic chamber. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but it has like a torture device in there. It also then has like what was a very strong priest back in the day on like a throne, and they read his diary. And in that diary, they learn the demon's name. It's Asmodeus, and he can possess a lot of different people. He's like a fucking puppet master. And Aaron, I saw this with Aaron as well as Ridley, Eli, and Tiana. Aaron made a great point. If the whole thing is you only need the demon's name in order to win, that super strong priest must have been really lacking. Like, he must have been fucking, overdosing on Xanax or something and really dropped the ball, because he literally had Asmodeus' name not only written down in the diary or written down in the book, but had a full fucking picture, hand-drawn painting with, like, a stylized Asmodeus name under there. So, like, the name was readily available and was still unsuccessful in the exorcism and saving the day. So that guy must have fucking sucked. He must have been terrible at his job. So they learn the demon's name is Asmodeus. As they learn that, one of the other priests that was really mean to Gabriele walks through and sees that the Lord on the crucifix is bleeding a little bit, and he's like, no! And then he takes a sabbatical and leaves for some reason. So now they have the demon's name. They then confront the demon. They're trying to, like, win. But the demon, starts possessing the daughter. He still has the son. He's, like, writing things on his chest like, God isn't here. God is not welcome. No God allowed. This is a demons-only club. And he's, like, strangling someone Thomas with his tie. The demon girl that he's now possessed is, like, slapping the mom around. And then Gabriele, in order to stop the madness, is like, all right, fine, just possess me. So he does. Asmodeus then possesses Gabriele. His plan was to infiltrate the Vatican in order to cause mayhem and wreak havoc. And so he goes downstairs into the throne room and he grabs a giant scepter, and Thomas walks in like the fucking action movie hero. And then he sees the girl that he fucked from the congregation. She's got like her titties out and shit and starts fighting. They get into a fist fight. She's covered in blood. Gabriele is still trying to fight back against Asmodeus, but it's not winning. Thomas then has like this little coin or something that he pushes on the forehead of the girl, which blows her up, literally insta-gibs her like it's Team Fortress 2. And then Gabriele's in like a one-on-one battle with the demon. I also totally forgot a core component here because I'm getting lost in the sauce explaining it. But one of Gabriele's big sins that the demon keeps showing him is a long time ago, there was a lady who they thought was possessed. Gabriele went there and learned it wasn't a possession, it was a mental illness. She was just talking about like sexual abuse, trauma and stuff, and Gabriele's like, I'm not really equipped to handle that. And then she bit the head off of a bird in front of him, and he's like, yeah, this is just mental illness. And then she ends up killing herself right in front of him, and Gabriele feels immense regret for not helping her and working on the mental health side of exorcisms. So that's why he swore to like do that from that point forward, but he never forgave himself. So the demon's showing him that, and then after Thomas blows up that girl, they also, the sound effect they used for the blowing up was fucking fantastic. I'm actually pretty sure it came straight from Counter-Strike after you armed the bomb. It sounded outrageous. So after that, Gabriele is wrestling with that girl, shaking her around, and then Thomas throws him like a powerful religious artifact, and he fucking sticks it on her head, throws her into like this pit of water, and then starts reading the demon's name to it and vanquishing it to hell, and saves the day. Family's safe, demons back in hell, and then we have the ending of the film, which once again brought it back to a silly bad state, where the high bishop that puked blood, I guess, is totally fine now. You know, maybe that's just something he does when he's stressed out, I guess, but like he wasn't even possessed or anything. He's just like totally fucking fine. The other priest that took a sabbatical gets replaced, and then they bring in Thomas and Gabriele, and they're like, yeah, this was a serious situation, but it's 1 of 200. You've only solved 1 out of 200. There's still 199 more to go. Are you willing to take up the task? Like actual Marvel Avengers Nick Fury recruiting them level shit. And Thomas is like, let's get to business. And Gabriele reaches back for a handshake and says, let's go to hell. And that's where it ends. Literally setting it up for sequels, like a fucking Men in Black style universe for this, where they're just going to different places and performing exorcisms. So that was the whole film in a nutshell. The reason I wanted to explain all of it is because explaining it makes it sound far more fun shitty than it is. Everything I explained in theory is fun bad, but in execution is fucking awful. I don't really know what the purpose of this movie was, because like I said, it doesn't even really try to be scary or unnerving. It's actually just kind of a genuine waste of time. There are entertaining moments, like I said, there are times where it is goofy, fun, bad, but that's not the overall experience with the film. Like, there were times where we laughed at the silliness, but most of the time it was just sitting there in silence, wasting time watching it. It just didn't do anything in general. Like, it just didn't do anything. It was just kind of a fucking mess of a film where it had like DNA of all of the horror films before it, but didn't even bother to execute it in any meaningful way. It didn't even try. Like, it literally feels like they didn't try at all. That just they had some kind of contractual obligation to fulfill, so they just fucking pooped this out as quickly as possible. It really seemed like it was very rushed. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it because I was very excited to see this movie. I've talked about it on stream a few times about how like I'm really confident that this will be a fun bad movie, and I was just wrong. It really wasn't fun bad at all. So yeah, I just kind of want to talk about it a little bit and rant. That's about it. So yeah. What I want to talk about today is something extremely infuriating. So if you're in a good mood right now, I tell you, you better kiss that thing goodbye, because there will be no happiness left after this topic. I've talked about for a while that TikTok has rotted the minds of all of its users and convinced them that they're the main characters of the entire world, and everything that happens around them is just a prop that they can use to get views and clout on TikTok. And today I learned about an absolute piece of shit named Alex Bodger. Alex Bodger pulled a Logan Paul. You remember when Logan Paul filmed the dead body in the Japan suicide forest and tried to use it as like the subject of his video, like, whoa, that's a dead body. He killed himself. What the fuck is this? You know, like I'm still surprised Logan Paul didn't start slapping Maverick merch on the corpse. Like, he was really playing into it and using it as if it was some kind of great thing for him for views as a viral video. Well, Alex Bodger took a play out of Logan Paul's playbook, but even amplified it. So, the situation was, there was an argument that happened at a Starbucks. A father had asked a stranger to stop vaping near his 3-year-old daughter. The stranger got very upset, and it escalated into a murder. He stabbed the father right in front of his daughter, and he bled out and died right there at the Starbucks. Taking the life of an innocent father all because he asked you to stop vaping for a minute is horrifying. What an unhinged, evil monster. It's such a trivial thing. Just, hey bud, can you just stop vaping for just a minute or two? Like, my daughter's right here and it's making us a bit uncomfortable. Like, that, there was just no reason this should have ever escalated at all to begin with. Dude must have been vaping stupid juice. He threw his life away as well. He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison for this murder, as he should. Just an awful and sad situation, and it really does blow my mind reading stories like this, where someone kills over something so small. Like, there was just no reason to even be upset in the first place that this guy asked you to stop vaping. What's the big fucking deal? Just stop vaping for a couple of minutes. It makes no fucking sense to me. Now, where does Alex Bodger come into play? Well, Alex Bodger was nearby and saw the scuffle starting, and he immediately started filming it and caught the stabbing, at least the last part of it. So he walked over to watch the guy bleed out, and as he's bleeding out, he just keeps saying, "Man just got stabbed. he's dead, bro. He's dead. And then he's getting like multiple angles, like he was trying to film a fucking 360 video of this for TikTok. He makes no attempt at all to do anything helpful to the situation, like calling authorities or anything even remotely useful to trying to help at all. It's all just about his TikTok video for him. I clearly can't show you the video, it's very bloody and very disturbing, but I'll play the audio from when he walks over, and it only gets worse from here because he continues to film and he gets more and more excited that he just filmed the man's death.
Man stabbed, bro, right here. Right here. This guy just stabbed this guy, man. This guy just stabbed him, bro. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead, bro. He's dead, bro.
After filming his passing, he then turns the camera to himself to make a, selfie vlog out of it, which is why we now have this infamous picture of Alex Bodger. He's doing, the actual Twitch pog face with the dead, bloodied body right behind him. He couldn't stop himself from smiling and pretty much giggling. He was cheering on this death like he was at a fucking sports game.
Such a chaos on yours. This motherfucker just died, bro. He just died, bro. Holy fuck.
TikTok has just created an entire generation of absolutely fucking useless losers like Alex Bodger. Does nothing to help the situation and somehow uses a tragic murder as some kind of clout goblin scheme to make a viral video out of it. Now, luckily there is still some shred of hope for at least some TikTok users, because this guy got fucking dunked on so hard he deactivated all of his shit because everyone was bullying him for being this subhuman piece of shit that he is. So that's good at least. He even went back the next day in order to smoke a cigarette where this guy had been killed. Which is some real psychopath shit. I bet this guy really thought in his little smooth brain that this instance was going to be his ticket to the big time. The big leagues, the upper echelon of TikTok fame. He would be the guy that filmed the murder. I guess.
Starbucks stabbing fam. So I'm walking down the road. I thought I see a street fight. I thought it was just a street fight, right? So I start running over there. I start videotaping.
This guy actually just looks like he's cosplaying as a generic psychopath. I don't know how to explain it, but just by taking one look at him, I know he lives alone in an apartment and abuses his pets. He addresses the viewers as the Starbucks stabbing fam. I guess that's what he's trying to call his community, or lack thereof a community. It's pretty clear that he doesn't actually think this is a serious situation at all. This video is supposed to be like his defense, his side of the story, explaining it, getting to the truth of it. You've all misunderstood me, and, that kind of deal. But it's really not that at all. And at no point does he even address why he decided not to even try and help or call authorities or anything and just sit there and film. I really thought this was just going to be a standard cookie-cutter influencer apology video, complete with the fake tears true combo, but it's something very different.
And I see some blood, and so I just thought maybe there was a bloody nose or something. My brain wasn't really allowing me to believe what just happened. And I knew he was dead, but at the same time, and so this is my first time ever experiencing this, right? So my brain's just he's dead, and so I just start screaming because I don't know what the fuck else to do. The murderer is standing right there. All that's going through my head is holy fuck, I'm standing right here screaming he's dead while the murderer is right there. What if he comes at me and fucking kills me?
Oh, brother, we got it all wrong. He was afraid, clearly. The murderer was right there, and this guy was concerned that maybe the murderer would come and kill him. He was so afraid that he stood there and continued to film the whole thing, including filming the murderer, while delivering play-by-play commentary as the father died in front of him. And then still continued to sit there filming and then turning it into a selfie vlog style where he starts pogging and laughing. It looked like he really was afraid, and now he's explained it, and now it makes sense. He was like a deer in the headlights, afraid for his own life, clearly.
But I'm in so much shock, I'm just standing there doing this. And then I had what I thought was the most controversial thought of my life, which it was controversial, where I'm gonna say Satsi Kesanias. This motherfucker. But the motherfucker just died part, that smile on my face, that was out of uncomfort. I was so uncomfortable, I didn't know what just happened. That's how I always am in uncomfortable situations. I put a little bit of a smile on my face, And
I fucking hate the way this guy talks. He is talking like he's still trying to woo TikTok girls with this shit. Absolute weirdo. He's putting that little, like, what's it called, vocal fry in his speech, even though I know he has a lisp and is trying extremely hard to hide it here with all of this. And he's still taking, like, trying to make these, like, flattering angles while talking about filming this guy dying and cheering it on. I'm surprised he didn't start, like, sticking his tongue out and biting his bottom lip, because he even did, like, the generic, and, like, you know, that kind of garbage. What an absolute fucking creepy douchebag. Now, for what it's worth, I know that for some people in a traumatic or scary situation, they cope with it with, like, a smile or something. That's not what he did here. Like, that's not the same response. Not only were you laughing and smiling, you turned the whole thing into, like, a song and dance for you, for your content. You turned it into content. That's not just being uncomfortable and smiling. You literally turned the camera around to film you and the dead body like you were at a goddamn spring break concert. Like, it's not the same. Like, you can't even come close to making a convincing argument that, well, actually, I was just uncomfortable, which is why I was smiling and, you know, started vlogging. It's how I deal with trauma.
I'm sorry for the people that it pissed off. I've been called by the homicide unit. I shared my grief. Yeah, like, this shit, it doesn't faze me too much, only because, like, I've seen, like, I'll just say human life, to me, the way I look at it, if I don't know you, is meaningless. It's meaningless. I'm just keeping it straight up, but, yeah, he's dead, what can we do now?
What a totally normal person thing to say. Human life, to me, if I don't know you, is meaningless. Oh, yeah, that's something not, you know, concerning to hear at all. That's not like a giant red flag. I'm also very curious where his brain was going when he said, like, it doesn't faze him too much because he's seen, and then he cut himself off. Also interesting that he contradicts himself, because he stated that he was, like, traumatized by the event, saying that every time he thinks about the situation, he gets a feeling in his chest of pure fear. But in this video, he's puffing out his chest and, you know, fucking spreading his lats like a bat, like he's such a big, strong man that this kind of thing doesn't faze him. So that's weird. What is it? Were you fazed by it, or does it not matter to you at all? And even in this video, said he shared his grief. Well, what grief? You already said you weren't really fazed by it, and since you didn't know the guy, his life had no meaning to you. So what the fuck are you talking about? I really feel like this guy has no actual human emotion whatsoever and is trying his best to put on some kind of show to prove he does, but it's very unsuccessful. The whole thing fucking sucks. This guy is an actual piece of shit and it infuriated me, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit. Horrible, horrible situation, and that's really about it. So yeah. I really wasn't planning on weighing in too heavily on this whole MrBeast drama that's blowing up, calling him demonic for his newest video about curing 1,000 people's blindness, because I feel like the only people that are going super hard on this, you know, making a big hoot and holler, calling it demonic, are people who are terminally online, like a Twitter prisoner, their soul trapped on the platform, forced to tweet 50,000 tweets a year, and pretty much find every possible thing to be upset about. I'm still just not convinced there's any real, breathing, sentient people that actually have these thoughts outside of Twitter. I think Twitter, for some reason, acts as like this exorcism to bring out the dumb demon within everyone. It's extremely easy to go on Twitter and say the stupidest shit imaginable and never register how dumb it is. I don't know, that's just the Twitter brain rot in a nutshell. It's very easy to do things on there and feel like you're being productive, like you made a mean tweet or you complained about something, thus you're improving the world. Anyway, I'm already getting lost in the sauce here. I'll break down the situation. MrBeast made a video a couple days ago where he paid for people's life-changing surgery for restoring eyesight, giving them eyesight for the first time. It was a very big video. Performed extremely well, tons of views, but it also spawned tons of controversy, which isn't surprising at all. I'm sure everyone saw that coming. This wasn't a shocking revelation. It was about as surprising as learning that poop smells bad, because everything is controversial to someone, no matter what. And I know this has been said a million times now, but it is the truth. If MrBeast made a video talking about how he found the cure for cancer and is giving it away to, like, for free for everyone, forever, there would still be a large group of people online that would be comparing him to the Antichrist and saying he's only doing it as a selfish means and it's exploitative. Like, there is just, we've reached this point where everyone has to be mad about something, no matter how positive it is. It's pretty much a giant fucking parody of civilization at this point when it comes to how Twitter responds to shit. But anyway, he makes this video, he pays for all of these surgeries, and he gets blasted on Twitter for it by a large group of people. I'll just go ahead and bring up probably the biggest tweet that people were talking about. It's this one that talks about it being demonic and not being able to explain why, which is always such a beautiful argument. This thing sucks, but don't ask me why, because I can't explain it. It just does, because everything sucks to me. Fuck everyone and fuck everything. Everything's negative. It's a really great point that they're making here. But anyway, this led to a large discussion and people debating, is it even a good thing what he's done here? So let me weigh in here. You know, here comes MrBeast's unpaid PR guy coming out. I think it's a good thing. I think there's a lot of good arguments to be made about the state of medical treatment like this, how 1,000 people could have had life-changing surgery if they were just born wealthier, or if they were a bit luckier with their financials. If they just had a good spawn in life, they could have been able to afford this life-changing treatment and been able to see. But it's been paywalled, and they couldn't afford it. And the only way they were able to get it is because MrBeast wanted to make a video out of it. That's a very real problem. But it's a problem MrBeast didn't create. He's not the supervillain puppet master behind the scenes making these treatments unaffordable. It's so weird to target him. It seems very misguided instead of going after the actual issue at the core of all of this. The gift of sight shouldn't be something that you have to fucking be lucky enough to afford. Treating vision like some kind of DLC paywall package is so fucking awful. A lot of people criticize this because he made a video out of it saying, well, you could have just done this on your own, which you could have, and I always agree that that's a very fine thing to point out. I've always agreed that doing good deeds in private is far more genuine and authentic than doing good deeds for the sake of public brownie points or reputational benefits. A YouTuber making a video, giving homeless people money for 12 hours challenge. Impossible. It's like, oh, that's kind of fucking weird. But I've also always maintained the stance of, yeah, the motivation may have been selfish, but those people did get money that is no doubt going to be helpful for them. So it's a good deed done by a less than good person. And the thing with MrBeast is, he does do a lot of great shit for his community in private. So when he does do these public displays of doing good things, I never get the impression that it's inauthentic or coming from a place of trying to, you know, capitalize on the back of suffering or anything like that. Like, of course, you can obviously tell it grows his brand, so it is mutually beneficial. Him doing good deeds does also benefit him, maybe not financially, but in terms of, like, subscribers and all of that, it does help him. But both things can be true, that he could be genuinely wanting to help people while it also helping himself. But I feel like MrBeast, given his track record, has shown that he does these things to hopefully inspire others, and the money he makes from this content usually goes into other things that help other people, like MrBeast philanthropy, for example. So it's always fueling a greater good regardless. But something that is important to point out is that, yes, it does grow his brand. He benefits from this. Even if it's not financially, he obviously is going to take a huge net loss on this because of the price of these surgeries. His brand does grow from it. But I ask, is that a bad thing? For so long, people have called for positive role models to be the people that are successful and popular. And now you have someone like MrBeast, who is the biggest YouTuber, and almost all of his content is focused on improving other people's lives, whether it's directly through financial incentives, through MrBeast philanthropy, food kitchens, paying for 1,000 people's eyesight. Isn't that the exact kind of content you would want to be successful? Let's hop into the septic tank and play around in the shit takes for a moment. Let's say MrBeast is truly rotten to the core and everything he does is driven for selfish gain, of growing his brand and all of that. No matter how you spin it, 1,000 people in this video just had their lives improved for the better. And let's say other selfishly driven assholes watch this video and they see the amazing amount of views on it. Well, they might do the same thing. 1,000 more people get their blindness cured by another YouTuber who wants a ton of views. Also, real quick, MrBeast didn't find the cure for blindness. It's not like he was digging in his backyard, found buried treasure, and it was just like this fucking panacea to cure blindness or anything like that. He is paying for surgery that currently exists. Just wanted to quickly clear that up real quick, just in case anyone keeps seeing these headlines and are convinced that Dr. Beast came in here and found some kind of wild blindness cure. But anyway, it doesn't even matter what the motivation behind the videos or the act is, because no matter how you spin it, there's the immutable fact that 1,000 people just had their lives improved for the better. Even if MrBeast is the result of a fusion dance between Darth Vader and Doctor Doom, it wouldn't change the fact that 1,000 real people just experienced a very real improvement in their life as a result of them making that video. Which in my opinion is a good thing, and I feel like most people should feel the same way. There's plenty to be mad about with the core problem here, which is these people should have already had access to this treatment without MrBeast needing to make a video on it. That I completely agree with. But that doesn't make me mad at MrBeast for doing it. That makes me upset at the system that's currently in place enforcing that. That is the issue, not what MrBeast has done. And I'm so fucking tired of hearing this term poverty tourism tossed around when talking about MrBeast. It just shows such a gross misunderstanding of what that even means. To try and slap that label on what MrBeast does is so fucking off the mark. The worms in your brain must be suffering from parasites. Like, there is so much wrong in your noodle to possibly even think for a second this could be considered poverty tourism. You know what is poverty tourism, and something that a lot of YouTubers have done and is exploitative, is the people that go to, like, when Phidias went to the poorest country in the world, and it's just showcasing, oh, look at how poor they are, and treating everyone there like props for his own video. That's poverty tourism, and I will fully agree that there are cases of people trying to emulate MrBeast, like the example I just used, Phidias, and just completely missing the mark and ending up making a video where it's just, hey, look at all these poor people. Wow, they're so poor. Can you believe they're that poor? Maybe we should do something? Like, that's an issue. Yeah, that content sucks. I don't support that. Fucking nobody supports that. When Phidias posted that video, he got dunked on by everyone on the internet. It's not something people like. But what MrBeast does, I think, is very far removed from poverty tourism. Now, there is one very legitimate complaint directly at MrBeast that I will agree with, and it's the thumbnail. The thumbnail is weird. I definitely think this is one of MrBeast's weirdest thumbnails here. It's like alarming, almost. Like, there's like 1,000 words told in this single picture here, and none of them make any sense. So yeah, I think the thumbnail is very odd. But yeah, thumbnail aside, I think what he's done is a good thing, obviously. And I don't really know how you can even justify through mental gymnastics why it's bad and why you hate him for it. It just doesn't really compute with me. What you're actually mad about is an issue he had nothing to do with. Again, I don't think people should have to rely on a YouTuber looking to make a big video in order to get life-changing surgery. That is the issue. It's not so much the YouTuber that pays for that surgery. That I think is just, no matter how you spin it, a good thing for the person. I'm really tired of people speaking on others' behalf, getting offended for other people that they're not involved with and they don't know. I've seen a lot of people attribute feelings to the 1,000 people in these videos saying, man, they must feel so used and exploited. They must feel so violated that Jimmy used them here for a viral video. Well, I'm going to make a counterpoint. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know them? Huh? Was that you in the video? Your family member? Your friend? I doubt it. Highly doubt it. How are you going to speak for them? How are you going to be mad for them and try and tell everyone what they were likely experiencing? I would wager a guess they're experiencing a high level of happiness. I bet they were thrilled to have eyesight, would be my guess. So yeah, anyway, that's really my take on the whole situation. I think this drama is one of the sadder ones I've seen in quite some time, because I feel like this is just something most people should be celebrating. Like, hey, the biggest YouTuber is doing good things, as opposed to degenerate shit, like most people online. I think that's something to be happy about. There's 1,000 people whose lives have just been improved. I think that's a good thing. Like, I think that's a big thumbs up. There are issues you can talk about as a result of this, and there is a really good discussion to be had about, like, the actual core thing regarding the surgery and the cost of these kind of procedures. I think that's a good conversation to have, but I don't know why it comes back to MrBeast being a bad guy for paying for the surgery. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that. That's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Happy New Year! Welcome back to the Moisties. Today we're looking at the 5 worst games of 2022. Some real big stinkers that just make you go, P.U., that's smelly. And 2022 gave us some very impressive bad games. So let's kick it off. At number 5, we have Dark Pictures Anthology, Devil in Me. This one actually hits close to home. This one actually really hurts my soul, because this is a tradition on my streams to play through all the Dark Pictures games with Jackson. We do it every time there's a new release. It's become just a yearly tradition, and it's always fun. The games are never the best games ever made or anything like that, but they're always enjoyable. They have campiness, goofiness, self-awareness, just a really enjoyable experience. But not this time. It seems like the Grinch stole more than Christmas this year. They stole all of the talent from the development team because they released a completely broken and borderline unplayable co-op experience. This game made Pokemon Scarlet and Violet look like a polished $60 masterpiece. I don't know what went wrong. It's the same engine, everything. They didn't like reinvent the genre or change anything. They just completely fumbled it super hard. There's moments in this game where we got soft locked, I think it was 4 times in total, where we couldn't progress at all and had to hard restart the game. Literally close out of the game, reopen it, and then lose all of that progress and getting back. There's also times where the camera would lock up in a position where you couldn't move it anymore. So then you'd have to have like this isometric camera view, which is a bug, by the way, and you couldn't actually see any of the interactables you were supposed to touch, so you couldn't progress because of that, which again required a hard restart in order to fix it. Now, apparently these were co-op only problems, and there was actually not as many bugs and glitches in a solo experience, but it's still inexcusable because these games are kind of catered to being a 2-player experience. You both go off on your own paths that always converge and you work together, and it's just like watching a movie together, but you get to influence it to a certain degree. I love the Dark Pictures Anthology. I think it's a great series of games, but they really fucked it up with Devil in Me. And it's a shame because I actually think it's their most interesting setting yet. Going through H.H. Holmes stuff, the first serial killer, and like the saw traps almost, like there's just so much that was interesting. The setup was great, and the narrative was fun too, but it couldn't really be played effectively with Jackson and I. It didn't function half the time, which led to a massive headache, because then you'd have to go back and like reset all the progress after the hard restart. It was just a remarkably frustrating disappointment. Now, moving on to number 4, we have Saints Row. Man, what can be said about Saints Row that hasn't already been said about a festering pile of dog shit on the sidewalk? There is almost nothing to like about this game unless you like absolutely cringe dialogue that never relents and it just never stops coming. It is miserable, both to listen to and to play. The gameplay feels incredibly dated. I felt like I was playing something out of 2008, and everything around it is just a tedious chore. Every mission is cookie cutter. There's nothing fun about it. The cutscenes were kind of enjoyable from time to time because they weren't afraid to be over the top with their action moments, but there's so few of those, and most of the cutscenes are just the characters talking at each other, talking about student loan debt and shit like that, and fuck this. Oh, that's a lot of poop shit. Like, it's a bad experience all across the board. If you're looking for a good story, you won't find it. If you're looking for gameplay, you certainly won't find it. And the shtick of being carefree and goofy wears off almost immediately. Plus, it doesn't even do what Saints Row is known for, which is getting like really zany with weaponry and stuff. There's no dildo bats in this game like I was expecting. There's nothing like necessarily even crude in the game anymore. It's all just like what I feel deviant art would have found to be somewhat edgy 10 years ago, or like Tumblr maybe. It's just completely missing the mark. I don't know what happened here. Like, I would expect the gameplay to not be amazing. I don't think Saints Row has ever had stellar gameplay, but it was carried by the freedom to do silly stuff. The unapologetic freedom to be wacky. That's not here. Your options for doing silly things are severely limited. There's not a lot of it. It's just a very boring, bland, not fun experience. At number 3, we have Diablo Immortal. You all have phones, don't you? good, because we're gonna squeeze every last dollar we can out of your saved credit card information on that phone. The greediest monetization model of any game I have ever seen in my life. I didn't actually get into the game. I did give it a bit of a whirl just to see how truly awful the greed was, but I've heard the game itself wasn't bad. It's just how it was monetized and how the monetization actually affected the game going forward. But even if the core gameplay was fine, it can't be forgiven just how greedy this shit was. Plus, it's pretty clear the main goal with Diablo Immortal was to be a lucrative financial project that only strives to make as much money as it can from the customer, squeeze as many doubloons out of each individual player as they could, as opposed to making a good game that they could also make money on. It was only about printing money, farming customers, and then a game tacked on to that idea. I and many others have already made videos breaking down just how bad Diablo Immortal's monetization was, so I'm not going to be getting too deep into the weeds of it here. I don't know if it's changed now, but it also doesn't matter, because it's not something that can be overlooked with the state that it shipped in. It was very clearly just exploiting customers. That shit was more exploitative than like a secret crypto miner installed onto a PC after downloading a Steam game. It was just so unethical. It would incentivize heavily and pretty much like push players as hard as possible to spend money on the game constantly. You could spend tens of thousands of dollars on that game and still not even be at the highest level of pay to win that it offered. It was so fucked up. Just an absolutely blatant greed machine. So that's why Diablo Immortal's here. And now for the runner-up for the worst game of the year. In second place for bad games, it's Gungrave Gore taking home the silver. This is a game I don't think many of you have played or ever heard of, but I tried it, and wow, this was something special. Playing this game felt like playing the idea of a game back in 1985. Like, it had the most basic gameplay elements where it's like pressing one button over and over and over and over again and nothing else, and then like occasionally you do other buttons but you didn't need to. It's just a fucking awful game. It had a really cool intro cutscene, it has a really cool style, and they have like a full like animation thing in the beginning that's really great. But then after that, they clearly blew their load there. The entire budget went to the first 15 minutes of visuals and animation. After that, it falls so flat. Everything is so bad. But obviously the biggest problem is how bad the gameplay is. I'm not kidding. You just press one button. Or you can just press one button over and over again. There's like deflection mechanics, but you don't really need them. It doesn't really matter. You build up a combo by just breaking things through pressing one button. You do have like abilities, but they kind of fucking suck. You're still better off just pressing the one button, the shoot button, and nothing else. The game looks like it should be a hack and slash with combos, but there's no combos. Your melee is like 3 attacks, I think. You just do 3 attacks. 1, 2, 3. That's it, forever. And then everything else is just shooting. Normal shooting. Not interesting shooting. Auto lock on kind of shooting. It's bad. Like, I can't stress enough. It makes Saints Row gameplay look innovative. That's how bad Gungrave Gore's gameplay is. Alright, so after hearing all that, you're probably wondering what could possibly be worse than Gungrave Gore. You naive fool. It seems you haven't heard of the biggest flop since The Culling 2. It came out this year by none other than Platinum Games, one of my personal favorite developers, a developer whose name always meant highest quality production until very recently, unfortunately. They released a game that had an all-time peak of 1,166 players. This is for a big budget release. This is not some random obscure indie game. This is a Platinum Games game, which is a very prestigious studio, and it only ever had 1,100 players. And within a week was down to less than 10. It was a live service game, which doesn't bode well these days. A lot of live service games are just doomed for failure, just literally dead on arrival, buried 6 feet deep by the time they release. And it's a little game called Babylon's Fall. This is the worst game of 2022 by far. It is a colossal failure on every possible front. It fails as a live service game, and it fails in every department of what makes a video game enjoyable. Even just from its visuals, everything is very clearly half-baked and unfinished. They put a fucking filter on the game, like an actual Snapchat filter for like effects. So like they'll have a like ink blots or whatever in order to make it look stylistic, but it's clearly there just because they were too lazy to program things like rain or whatever. So they just have little fucking filters throughout the game, and it is an eyesore. It is disorienting. It feels like when you play this game that you're on the verge of passing out. Like it feels like your vision is narrowing and getting blurry just from looking at the screen when you're playing Babylon's Fall. But you're never playing Babylon's Fall to begin with. No one ever did. Like when this game came out, I couldn't play with anyone except friends who also were playing it as a joke to see how bad it was. There was never a community for this game, and for good reason. It wasn't just a game that flew under the radar but was okay, like passable. It was a game that flew under the radar that sucked fuck. It was terrible. Absolutely horrible. Every quest, every mission was just the same thing over and over and over again. Repeated ad nauseum. There was no interesting content. It was just the same reused, recycled content, dungeons, whatever. All of it used a million times, and it just sucked. It was so bad. I'm having a hard time finding enough descriptive words to explain the experience of playing Babylon's Fall. Like, words pale to the feeling of playing something so atrocious. It was so easy to choose the worst game of the year because there is an objectively correct answer. It's Babylon's Fall. There is no game that came out this year, AAA or indie, that is as bad or as big of a failure as Babylon's Fall. So that concludes the top 5 worst games of 2022 Moisties. That's about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. It's not often talked about, but I think it's something important to finally shine a light on some heroes in the YouTube community. The pranksters. It's a very dangerous occupation. In fact, there's already been 2 pranksters that have died for their craft, risking it all for the sake of nobody's entertainment, because that shit sucks. The vast majority of YouTube pranksters are these carbon copy clones of pranks that were popular 10 years ago for children that have now grown up and find it cringe. But for some reason, there still are channels that do the exact same pranks that were popular a decade ago, hoping that it'll catch fire once again. And for the most part, it hasn't, though there are a few exceptions for prank channels that are popular and people do still appreciate them. But I would argue at least they're trying different things. Even though I'm not big into prank content, some of the ones that are popular aren't doing the same exact shit from 10 years ago. You know, the stepping on people's shoes in the hood prank. That kind of shit that used to be super huge. There are still channels that try that and completely fall flat because no one wants to see it. It's trash. And what a lot of people learned is the vast majority of prank channels faked it. And for obvious reason, because you can't really go around with the whole giving people a titty twister in the hood prank gone wrong and expect not to get your ass beat. So they'd have to fake the whole scenario in order for the video to work, so that way they didn't end up in the fucking hospital or in the ground in a goddamn coffin. But a lot of kids that grew up on that content must have not realized that they were fake, because twice now in the last couple of years, 2 pranksters have been shot. One of them died. He was doing the fake robbery prank where he charged at someone in a parking lot with a knife. The person turned around and just fucking executed him like John Wick. So he got shot and died for it. And now, what we're talking about today, a YouTube prankster named Tanner Cook pulled some prank in a mall that they haven't revealed what it was yet, that ended up getting him shot in the stomach and nearly killed him. But he pulled through. And in fact, this is actually a heartwarming tale because he got shot and he immediately learned that that was great for his channel growth. So his channel grew by like 5,000 subscribers, and he made it clear in his interview after surviving the shooting and after surgery that he can't wait to get back to doing more of that content. He's an up-and-coming YouTube sensation. He does pranks where he's just a public nuisance. So he was doing a prank video in the mall, and a guy pulled out a gun and shot him in the stomach. It was a critical injury, but he's pulled through. And luckily, this has really helped open his eyes because he gave an interview where he said he can't wait to get back to doing it because it's his passion. Doing shitty pranks got him shot, and he can't wait to go back to doing more shitty pranks. Oh no, this is the aftermath of the shooting. Where's the interview? Is it this one?
Tonight you'll hear from the 21-year-old YouTuber shot at Dallas Town Center in Virginia.
Our map. USA 9 and 31-year-old Alan Coley. This witness capturing the moment deputies arrested Coley, who is now facing felony charges including aggravated malicious wounding.
I was just playing a prank, a simple practical joke, and the guy didn't take it very well and shot me.
Officials
Not fierce.
And even after being shot, Cook says he plans to continue making videos because it's his passion. Now giving this simple statement to the community.
Just
wholesome.
Stay safe out there.
To be clear, the Loudoun County Sheriff.
What a great takeaway. He can't wait to get back to it because it's his passion. Bothering people and filming it for your YouTube pranks. Hey, at the very least, he's not faking the pranks. And I guarantee he said it's just a prank, bro, after he got shot. I guarantee it. This is not the only time this has happened. I actually covered a story like this, I think 2 years ago. YouTube prankster tried to play a prank in a parking lot, and the prank was killer clowns or something. So he charged them with a knife, and someone turned around, shot him, and he died. This is far from the only time a prankster's been shot. She killed her boyfriend while doing a YouTube prank. That's another one I talked about. That one's like old. That's like 2016. I don't even know what the prank was. But basically it boiled down to this couple wanted to make a viral YouTube prank. So a guy held up a book in front of his chest and his girlfriend shot him. And unsurprisingly, the bullet went straight through the book, straight through his chest, and killed him. Don't know what the prank was, but yeah, that was another one. It was a fucking Desert Eagle, too. Yeah, yeah, it was. She shot him with like a fucking fat round. Desert Eagle versus Dictionary. Yeah, I guess so. Wasn't a very competitive match. A lot of people always ask me what happened to the girl who shot her boyfriend, so I'll just give you a little bit of closure to this story. She did go to jail for a short period of time and is now under 10 years probation, and she's also banned from owning firearms, obviously. So that's kind of what happened there, and it's just a really tragic story where the pursuit of clout ended up with someone dead from one of the dumbest fucking ideas of all time. I still to this day can't fully figure out what the actual plan was. They both thought that a thick book would stop a bullet from a fucking Desert Eagle. They must have been mainlining stupid juice or something, just fucking injecting dumb particles right into their body to make them think that would work. So they even hyped it up like this is going to be one of the most dangerous videos we'll ever film. And so he grabbed an encyclopedia and she fired a fucking Desert Eagle at him, which obviously just tore straight through the encyclopedia and killed him, as 30 onlookers watched on. So I guess they turned this into like some kind of spectator sport and invited friends and family over to watch. I don't know if prank is even the right word for it. I think this was supposed to be some kind of like, you know, death-defying stunt. But there was no defying. There was just death. So he died, and that, of course, has been a very sad story because they did have a child together and she was pregnant with another child at the time. And that's kind of where that one wrapped up. I believe this was the first case of a YouTube prankster getting shot and dying as a result of a prank. So they were kind of pioneers in that field there. They were the first to do it. But anyway, let's get back to talking about Tanner Cook. His pranks are generic as they get. It's like if you ask ChatGPT to come up with prank ideas for you. It's just absolute clone of 10 years ago pranks. Being obnoxious and trying to make people upset so that way you can get a video out of the whole situation. It's just the same tried and true formula that worked 10 years ago and doesn't really work anymore. But there are people, like Tanner, that continue to try. I don't really know how you have a passion for making that kind of content. It's just having a passion for being an asshole, which is just a weird thing to say with pride. Now what's brutal is Tanner's own audience is eating him alive like piranhas that just had a piece of lunch meat dropped into the pond. He is getting torn to shreds in the comments saying things like, can't wait for Tanner to post the crying video and shit like that. It's brutal. Now, there's even people trying to defend the shooter, saying that maybe Tanner was doing like a dangerous prank and was shot in self-defense. I guess it is possible, but unlikely. I don't think Tanner was doing a, knife robbery prank or anything like that. He was probably just doing more of his obnoxious, annoying pranks, and getting shot for that is clearly some unhinged shit. I'm not someone that's cheering for the shooter. And I watched Mudahar's video on it, and he even revealed some information about the shooter as well that makes it pretty clear this guy was not exactly any kind of hero even before this shooting, assuming all of that information is accurate. I would wager a guess that the prank Tanner pulled was once again one of his stupid fucking, fake Target employee things where he's asking people to smoke with him and just constantly pestering him. And you don't deserve to be shot for that. You deserve to be bullied and made fun of for that. Not shot. That's not exactly a good excuse to fucking shoot somebody because they were obnoxious. Now again, I don't know what the prank was. I guess there is a non-zero chance he was doing one of the dangerous pranks where, threatening someone with a knife or making threats to somebody, and then you could probably make an argument that maybe it was self-defense, but we just don't know right now, and I'm very curious to see what comes from this, because the shooter is of course being charged. Like, he didn't just shoot this guy and the cops are like, well, he was cringe, so you're free to go, sir. Like, he is obviously being charged for shooting this man. And we don't know exactly what led to it, so that's something I'm going to keep my eye on. But this was absolutely a massive fuck around and find out moment, and he still didn't learn anything from it, it seems. He sounds like plans on going right back to doing these pranks for his channel, which is just crazy to me. That blows my mind. To be so lost in the sauce that even after getting shot, it only further cements their belief that he is in the right and he is making bangers because he just got shot for it. I don't know, that is absolutely wild to me. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is once again another case where a YouTube prankster gets themselves shot. That's about it. See ya. Over the last couple days, I just haven't been able to decide if it was a good idea to talk about this publicly or not. I have been more back and forth on this than a student driver learning how to parallel park. I just feel like this topic is one where even mentioning it makes it more of a problem. Kind of like the Bye-Bye Man, where even just saying his name gives him power. But ultimately, this is a topic that I've covered on this channel many times over the last 3 or 4 years. I've been keeping my finger on the pulse of this entire AI deepfaking industry. So there's actually quite a bit I'd like to say on the subject. You already know where this is going. You can already see the train tracks and where the rails are heading. We're talking about the Atrioc situation, which I'm very confident the majority of you have seen by now. Atrioc is a very popular streamer, and earlier this week, he made a big blunder. He was streaming, and during his stream, there was a split second where he showed his tabs. And unlike the many other streamers that have come before him that have made this same mistake where they show something embarrassing, or they show, like, porn and get banned for 3 days for it, Atrioc's case is a little more unique because the tab he showed was porn, but it was AI deepfaked porn of his streaming coworkers. The image only jump scared the stream for about a second, but the ramifications from this are going to last much longer. Of course, this happened publicly, so I suppose Atrioc felt the need to defend himself publicly, which led to a very tearful and very uncomfortable stream where he was apologizing and explaining everything while his wife was in the background during all of it. And he was going over the situation, explaining that one night at 2 a.m. he was on Pornhub, perusing the old tube there, and he clicked on one of the ads, which immediately blew my mind and probably everyone else's mind in the world that anyone clicks on ads on any site, let alone porn sites. That's just asking for malware, virus, Trojan, or just having your whole fucking computer explode. But he said morbid curiosity got the best of him. He saw an ad for AI deepfake porn. He clicked on it and then paid for it. He paid for access to the deepfaked porn, and it was of some of his streaming colleagues, which of course is a very big problem. That's weird, creepy, and pretty disgusting stuff. I think everyone can agree with that. He did follow this up last night with a written apology, going more in depth on everything and talking about the action he's going to take to improve, as well as stepping away from his company off-brand. And I'm going to go ahead and let everyone know, in case you don't know, Atrioc and I have collaborated on projects over the last year a couple times. We've talked quite a bit. I do consider him a friend, so when all this happened, I was extremely disappointed. Now, since this happened a couple days ago, it's already ancient history on the internet. Everyone's already given their take and talked about this situation, so I don't really have anything to add to the whole Atrioc discussion that someone hasn't already said. It is very clearly a pretty gross and creepy thing to have done, especially because it's not just morbid curiosity that you just clicked on something and saw it. You clicked on it, you paid for it, knowing what you were about to see, and then got it. And then it also stayed open in the tabs. Like, all of that is very bad, alarming shit. I'm not really here to just keep focusing on the Atrioc situation itself or like dunking on the stream. I actually want to talk about AI deepfaked porn directly, because I've actually talked about this quite a bit over the last couple of years. And now what Atrioc has done is he's opened the can of worms and shown a lot more people just how far along AI deepfaking technology has come in the porn industry. He was kind of like the lightning rod, the catalyst to open people's eyes to this kind of degeneracy that's existed for a few years now. This whole situation almost worked out like a hashtag ad, like a sponsored stream segment, because the traffic to that site exploded as a result of this whole story. Now, the site has been shut down, and rightfully so. I'll also briefly tackle the damaged Coomer brains that are somehow defending this as like a normal, not awful thing. They're saying, like, it's not even their real body, why do they care, this is fucking stupid, it's not illegal. It actually is illegal in a few states, but even just setting aside the legality of it, how could you possibly make a sane argument to justify taking people that don't do sexual content and putting them in sexual content anyway, without their permission, consent, or even knowledge that it exists, and then you're selling it to people to jerk off to? Like, can you not see how that's a huge violation? Building an entire career without ever touching sexual content and then still being sold as sexual content by somebody else and using other people's bodies on yours as if it is yours? How can you possibly not see how fucked up that is? The argument that I've heard time and time again is it's not their real body, why do they care? Well, it's because it is indistinguishable from being a real photo or real video because the technology is so fucking advanced. That would be like if someone took a picture or a video of you with a really tiny wiener and sent it around your entire university to make fun of you, or posted it underneath every single one of your tweets saying, "This you," and it's your tiny wiener with like a banana in your butt. No one's going to know if it's real or fake because the technology is so good. Unless you pay very close attention to like hands and feet, but they're also smart with that. In a lot of the photos and videos, they don't show the hands or feet anymore because they know the technology hasn't mastered it. So you really have no way of knowing if it's true or false. And even if you try and debunk that, let's say you're getting harassed by a bully that's deep faking small wieners on all your pictures and underneath all of your tweets. Let's say you're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm tired of it. Here's my real dick and it's 9 inches of steel and glory. Well, now they can just say, you deep fake that, that's not your real penis. You will never be able to prove what's real and fake. Thus, it's totally irrelevant whether or not it's their actual bodies or not because it doesn't matter. They didn't consent to it, A, which is a huge issue that for some reason people are downplaying. They didn't consent to it or give permission to the site to deepfake porn of them. And B, no one's going to know if it's real or fake if someone just starts posting that places like, oh, here's an OnlyFans leak of this streamer, but you didn't know they had a secret OnlyFans. You wouldn't know. Thus, it's a terrible fucking thing all around. These streamers don't do sexual content. Thus, that's why the AI deepfake porn of them exists. If they did do sexual content, it would be redundant. You could just go to their OnlyFans or their Pornhub page. So it's targeting completely innocent women in this industry that don't do anything sexual and still making it sexual for the sake of squeezing some doubloons out of some desperate porn-addicted losers that are frothing at the mouth to get porn of their favorite streamer. That's not normal and that's not acceptable behavior. Again, these are streamers that didn't consent to it, give their permission, know it existed, and they are still being sold sexual content of them that they never produced or had any hand in is being sold to fucking creepy losers. It should be super easy for anyone to understand why people are rightfully upset about all of this whole situation. And let's extend this to a bigger scope. Let's talk about this from a business sense. Businesses have gone full Weenie Hut Jr. I lost a major partnership because I made a dirty song. Now imagine the career problems that can unfold from AI deepfake porn being made of these people. having that somehow find its way to advertisers or brands they work with could create real issues, even though they've done nothing wrong. They've never made sexual content, they've never done any of the things in the videos or the photos, but it doesn't matter because it still is so indistinguishable from being authentic. It should be very obvious why this is a fucking big problem. Now, I do really want to mention that while every victim in this case was a woman because Atrioc had paid for the female streamers' content, it does exist for men as well, and it has for quite some time. It is obviously more prevalent in women because more people are going to look for AI deepfake porn of women on the internet than men, and you'd be stupid to try and argue the opposite. But it is worth noting that this isn't just a woman-specific issue. This does exist for men. There is a ton of deepfake porn of me, for example. And I want to touch on the actual AI deepfaking and everything regarding that itself. You may remember, if you've been around the channel for a few years, I actually told the story of the day I became alerted to this industry. It was just an innocent, ordinary, normal afternoon, and then someone sent me a message talking about a fake Charlie porn video that was floating around. So I clicked it, and it was a deepfake of me giving a dual hand job. So I was skiing with some wieners here, grabbing 2 penises in each hand. And this is when AI deepfaking was still pretty new, so it was primitive, a bit archaic, it wasn't convincing, it was floating around as like a very self-aware joke, and it made me giggle. And then another one popped up shortly thereafter of me giving myself a foot job, I think, and the physics of it were crazy. I mean, it looked like a PlayStation 1 malfunctioning cutscene. Like, there were quite a few AI deepfaked pornos of me, and I thought nothing of it other than, wow, this is goofy. But I did at least want to keep my eye on it because I knew, as everyone does with technology, it only gets more and more sophisticated. So fast forward to 2023. We're at a point where AI deepfaking is so impressive that only a few days ago, a picture of 4 women in bra and panties went viral on Twitter with dudes drooling over them, and then it was revealed that that was all AI generated and none of those women existed, and people's minds were blown. It's no longer like this goofy thing where it looks like fucking terrible Photoshop. It's a very convincing tool. So obviously some bad actors are making porn out of people that don't do sexual content and selling it as authentic. They're not selling it as AI deepfaked porn most of the time. A lot of these companies are selling it as like leaks or look at what just dropped in this special Discord server of this person. And then they're selling AI deepfake porn of people that don't do that. So it's not even being marketed as a deepfake by most of the companies out there at the moment. And a lot of people are none the wiser because of just how convincing and how real it is. Obviously, all of it is being made without the people's permission or their consent for this kind of content to be made. But it doesn't matter. It's spawned an entire industry out of people exploiting it and using it for this financial gain and this really seedy, shitty, shady, weird community that has grown from it. And I don't have a spicy take on all of it where it's like, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, that's the price of being on the internet. Because I don't think that should be the price of being on the internet. Having to just have porn of you always exist, even when you don't do porn. Just like fucking deep-faked revenge porn or whatever, like, that shouldn't be the cost of doing business online. It should be illegal, and in 3 states it is. Hopefully that grows as the technology does, where they start making it illegal pretty much everywhere to deep-fake fucking porn of people. But yeah, it's a pretty awful situation, and it's a pretty complicated one. I do think a lot of the streamers are taking the right approach of getting the sites that are hosting these things and producing these things taken down. That is absolutely the correct play. 100%. It's not like what they're doing is okay, and I don't understand the fucking weirdos that are defending it. So yeah, just wanted to talk about the whole AI situation here with the deepfakes, and that's about it. So yeah. A couple months ago, one of the best journalists on the planet, who also happens to be a YouTuber, got his house firebombed due to his investigations into a large network of corruption in Australia. I really do mean those words earnestly. Journalism is in such a poor spot right now. Modern journalism has about as much respect as the bronies did during the early 2010s. You remember that community of adults that used to jerk off to My Little Pony? In fact, I would argue that people have more respect for them than a lot of journalists these days, and rightfully so. It's an industry that thrives off of just feeding shit into the mouths of everyone that happens to come across their headlines. They're either writing meaningless articles, not focusing on anything important, writing blatant lies about shit, or just generating their own controversies to farm rage bait clicks from people just to drive traffic to their site. I'm sure you're tired of me whining about this one example I'm about to use because I've used it like 20 fucking times now, but I just think it's perfect to encapsulate what I'm talking about. There is an article Kotaku published proudly where it was all about the author mishearing a lyric in a Super Smash Bros. Song and thinking they heard a slur, so they wrote a whole article attacking Nintendo for it and demanding an apology and a response. Like, that is just the perfect example for what I'm talking about. I'm already getting lost in the sauce talking about this again and ranting. The reason I'm even mentioning it is because Friendly Jordies does real, meaningful journalism. One of the very few in the field that does. He's a political commentator, a YouTuber, and a comedian, and he combines all of these into extremely hard-hitting investigations into corruption in the government, and he presents all of the information factually, with sources, with evidence, and delivers it in extremely entertaining ways. So it's palatable to anyone, even if you're not in Australia, it gets you educated and it entertains you. It is just the perfect blend of everything you could ever want from a journalist, really. And for all of his hard work, his life gets threatened. He is doing all of this at great personal risk to his own safety. His fucking house got firebombed, and the list of suspects that it could be is super long. He came back recently after a 2-month break on YouTube to update everyone on what's going on with that whole situation, and he laid out the entire timeline of events for all of the enemies he's made that could have been responsible for this firebomb attack on his house. This attempt on his life could have been made by a lot of very powerful people that Jordies has exposed and dropped very important information on over the years, and I highly, highly recommend watching his entire video going over all of it. Of course, the link is going to be in the description below. I'd like to briefly give you a summation of some of the possible suspects here in this little murder mystery whodunit. He compared this whole situation to Knives Out, and he's absolutely right. This is a wild web of fucking supervillains that are after him, potentially. He's got like the entire fucking Naruto Akatsuki hunting him down. And by far the biggest clown, but also the biggest, most powerful person in that group is John Barilaro, the former Deputy Premier of New South Wales, whom has come after Jordies many times and even cites Jordies as the reason he stepped down from his position, the most powerful position in New South Wales, because of their YouTube beef and Jordies' content insulting him and exposing him. John Barilaro has some very scary connections that could have been used here that led to this whole situation, and Friendly Jordies does highlight all of these possibilities. But of course, he's far from the only one. Jordies has exposed corruption at every level, so the list of enemies is longer than the terms of service to signing up to iTunes. But I would like to highlight 2 others. One of them is an extremely powerful gambling company that Jordies has talked about and dropped very important information regarding. And another one is an organized crime ring. I'm not going to go too in-depth on those 2 yet. I highly recommend you watch Jordies' video talking about why these are very possible suspects in this firebombing on his residence. But I would like to show you a few clips from the video, mainly ones that are poking fun at John Barilaro, going over the history between the two, and just kind of pointing and laughing at this absolute goober. But it is a very serious situation, and somehow Jordies has unbreakable, indomitable spirit and will. Because even though his life has been threatened, and keep in mind, that firebombing, it was twice. At first, they firebombed his neighbor thinking it was his house, but when they realized it wasn't his house, they came back and fucking firebombed him again. So, his life, very real danger, and he still is making the decision to stay and fight against corruption. There is nothing more admirable or brave. Like, he is exactly what journalists should aspire to be. And he still somehow delivers content that is so entertaining and so good. I don't know how he does it without just like chewing on his fucking fingernails in fear every day. Absolute goddamn Australian hero.
In what I now know was a premeditated attack that at best was intended to terrify me and at worst was intended to kill me.
I would say it was probably intended to kill you. Like, throwing a firebomb at the house and actually setting the house on fire is less of like an intimidation tactic and more of an attempted murder, I would say. But I feel like in his position, he's got to be very careful with the words he chooses because he's constantly in the crosshairs of every single authority in Australia because he exposes so much corruption. But yeah, this is very much a step above an intimidation tactic. An intimidation tactic is if you had like someone come to your house dressed as a construction worker, but then it was actually a lawyer serving you like a fucking lawsuit. That's an intimidation tactic. This is some like hitman shit.
The night that happened, I was supposed to be sleeping here. I didn't even have smoke alarms. So there's a very good chance that if I was, I could have ended up like the content you're watching right now. Fire. But I wasn't here because that week I was performing my live show in Melbourne and I forgot my keys while I was down there. So there, criminals outwitted. It reminds me of that quote.
He's 2 steps ahead.
Then the enemy certainly can't anticipate our future actions. So I was sleeping somewhere else that night.
That's such a beautiful line too. That's always the cliche on how they beat like an overpowered villain in an anime or some shit who can see into the future. We'll have no plan and we'll wing it. Unpredictability is our best friend.
Here, and it is too big of a jump to go from beating a cameraman in public to firebombing a house.
That is a big jump, but you're also giving him a lot of credit here with beating a cameraman. This cameraman is fending off this overgrown baby with ease. Like, this is pretty sad for John Barilaro here. It's like that, like an older brother putting their hand on the head of the younger brother as he's throwing punches that are missing. And he's holding like a 30-pound camera on his shoulder.
John Barilaro had this palatial multi-million-dollar estate that he Airbnb'd as a side hustle to his other gig, being the leader of a state. This is the dumbest thing you could do, right? Like, especially since the other half of the time, it's not Airbnb, that's where he lives. So we thought, wouldn't it be good if we film a video on the history of all the shitty things he's done, but film it at that Airbnb? Because as you've probably gathered, or haven't because you're that dumb, I'm filming at your estate. And I want you to be the first to know that I f***ed in both your guest houses.
Oh, Stooge, we tracked the video. It's coming from inside the
I don't know if
house.
that's true or not, but that's such a fucking flex. This guy actually sounds unbelievably stupid. Like, legitimately, observably stupid. I am believing 100% that his feelings got hurt because Friendly Jordies made fun of him, and he probably cried. Like, he actually probably did cry and then resigned. That's crazy. They came on his pillows. Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, I wasn't there to watch him have sex and pound cheeks at John Barilaro's Airbnb or anything. I'm just going to take his word for it. And even if he didn't, he planted the seed of doubt in his head forever now. The guy that makes fun of him also fucked in his beds. So either way, that's a W.
John was demanding the police conduct a bug sweep of the property. Something that would cost the taxpayers $10
And a blacklight,
despite
please.
the fact we
We need to
paid
know if he
almost
actually
that
fucked
much
here.
to stay at the property. Just imagine how stupid and entitled it is to be Deputy Premier and lease one of your primary residences out to anyone. I never considered doing this before, but say a property developer wants a favour, they could very easily get material to blackmail you.
Hey, I want to pop in here real quick once again to drive home the absolute insanity of this situation. John Barilaro, the most powerful man in New South Wales, was listing his actual primary estate as an Airbnb when he wasn't staying there. That is levels of stupid that not even Saints Row was able to tickle. John Barilaro has the brain of a child still struggling to fit a square into a square hole. I don't know what could have even led to him believing that was a decent idea at all. Like, maybe it's 30, 40 years of eating paint chips and boofing asbestos. Like, I don't know. Like, how he could have thought in his position that listing his actual residency as an Airbnb was smart. As Jordy's does list, there was a lot worse shit that could have come from this. Shit could have been planted in his estate that would have got him in huge legal trouble, blackmail, it could have been bugged. Like, there was so much that could have happened here because he lists it as a fucking Airbnb. Honestly, John's lucky Jordy's was the one to do this because it could have been so much worse. He got off easy by the only thing scandalous happening in his estate was Jordy's slamming ham in his bed. Like, he could have found himself in much, much, much bigger trouble.
In another video, I called Barolaro up and attempted to ask him about allegations surrounding him and extramarital affairs. Turns out, John's intimate relationships would eventually come under scrutiny in a hearing concerning his boss's intimate relationships, but that's a story for another day. I didn't know this at the time, but these videos caused John's office to contact the New South Wales Police Force just days after their release, specifically the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command.
God, what a flex. You grilled a man's cheeks so hard that he called in the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command. Fucking Jack Bauer had to be put on your case because you bullied this guy's feelings so hard. Jesus Christ. Now I think he fucked someone that's not his wife. Now, I mean, I know nothing about him or the case, but now because he called in fucking CTU, the Counter-Terrorism Unit, now I think he absolutely cheated on his wife. He went too hard to prove he didn't. Now I feel like he's covering something up. You see, you gotta, there's a fine line between, like, a proper response and an overkill. And when you reach overkill, you're basically already guilty. Oh no, John.
The defamation lawyers draft up this absolutely schizophrenic letter detailing all of John's grievances with the videos I made, including that I called him a greasy little scrotum. He needed to clear the record on that one. Let everyone know that's not true. Go by, and they were pretty quiet.
Seeing insults in writing on a legal document is crazy.
On behalf of a guy that we exposed and made fun of. Oh no. So we've been served. And what they gave us, in my honest opinion, is another whiny crock of shit. That was.
Does he actually have to? So he's been sued a million fucking times. Does he actually ever have to even defend himself, or does it get thrown out pretty quickly? Because this man has collected more lawsuits than I have Pokemon cards at this point, from the feelings he's hurt. Yeah, he's had to defend a few times. Okay. Because, like, I've seen the sheer number of them, and it is overwhelming. But I also know quite a few of them get thrown out. Like, even in the description of this one is being thrown out. So I was just wondering if he ever even had to actually go defend himself, or if they eventually just drop it.
Then on the 4th of June 2021, my producer Christo was walking back from uni.
Oh, I know this one.
Meeting our lawyer Mark that day, so he had the document.
Yeah, this was a big clip when it came out.
They're giving away evidence and trying to run away with it. Yeah?
What's happening? They're just fighting him.
Run off with evidence. Okay? Who are you doing this? You're out with... Jesus Christ.
Come on, Colby.
Where is it? Film this. Man. What the f***? Film it. This is bizarre. This is not Australia. Yeah, it's Mark Davis.
Christo was arrested by the Terror Police, specifically the Fixated Persons Unit, charged with 4 counts of stalking and intimidation. So we're now facing criminal charges and a defamation suit.
The guy looks like he well, I mean, in defense of John Barilaro, he literally did kind of get cucked by extension. Because this fucking idiot put his personal residence up as an Airbnb, so Friendly Jordies went and had sex there. Like, his estate got cucked. So of course he's going to be sad forever. I'll briefly give a little context here. Jordy's producer got arrested on completely bogus dog shit by the goddamn fucking counter-terrorist unit, like super soldiers meant to actually go after like terrorists and shit, all over fucking hurt feelings, and Jordy's and his team exposing corruption. It's an absolute affront to God. It is just downright wrong and fucked up what happened to Jordy's, his team, and everyone involved here. And that clip you saw is only a brief section of that whole arrest, which was brutal. Like, they roughed him up for no reason. Like, all of it is just foul.
They end up withdrawing the application and paying both Christo and my legal costs of over $20,000.
Hey,
but Christo's
attaboy.
criminal charges still hang over him, and my defo case is still ongoing. During this time, Barilaro also decided to publicly announce his intention to resign from politics, basically saying, I forced him to resign.
The defamation case definitely playing a big part of this.
God, that's
I
so
don't know how
good.
many of you can endure what I've endured on online. I feel for young men and women, young boys and girls that get bullied on social media. I feel for them because as a
Bro, you are literally the most powerful person in the region, and you're crying about YouTubers making fun of you so much that you're quitting your job. That is the weakest, softest shit of all time. Actual 14-year-olds get bullied harder than you do, and you know what they do? Continue on and move forward. You're the fucking most powerful politician in the region, and you curl up into the little fetal position suckling your thumb because a YouTuber called you a greasy scrotum. That is wild. That is fucking wild. Holy shit. You know what? I actually don't even think it's the mean words that Jordy says against him. I really think when Jordy's fucked at his house because this stupid idiot put his Airbnb or his actual home up for the Airbnb, I think that's what broke him. I think that, like, actually broke his whole soul. I think that was just, like, this big eureka moment where it's like, wow, I'm a fucking idiot. And he couldn't handle the realization. Like, the self-reflection was too much. Overwhelming.
So my legal team launches an application to
that's
strike out
Galaxy
that
Brain.
claim, opposed again by Barilaro, who fights tooth and nail to keep that claim in and keep his special protections that prevent his own words from being examined in court. And guess what? We lose. The judge rules that it would be more unfair to deprive Barilaro of the right to vindicate his reputation.
What? What is that
Than
stance?
to make it impossible
That's just
for me
blatant
to
corruption.
defend myself. So I'm basically stuck in.
That needs to be highly scrutinized ASAP. That is so wild. Holy shit. Imagine still being bound by a 1700s ruling to protect a politician from saying something stupid in Parliament. He literally said he can defend himself, but not you. I know.
In late December of 2021, I released a video detailing that I had found an Ashley Madison account linked to John Barilaro's email address and personal details. You know the website that had the slogan,
That's so
"Life
good.
is short, have an affair." It was hacked a few years ago. I
Yes,
swear to God.
that was
as with
huge.
The rest of this saga, you couldn't make this up.
That I can't wait for the reveal, but I just have to once again chime on that. With that Ashley Madison hack, I don't know how many of you remember that. That caused like actual hysteria for maybe like a week. Like on Facebook, like the old gentlemen, they were breaking down like, how could this have happened? The internet is a secure place. My life is ruined. I can't believe it. Like absolutely having this nuclear meltdown because all of their shit was now exposed. It was amazing. It was fucking amazing. Ashley Madison was a place where married men went for cheating on their wife or something. That was the whole shtick. That was the whole basis of the site.
Him because when cameramen went to film him one night regarding this scandal, this happened.
I wonder if that was the woman he met on Ashley Madison or if it was his wife. There's really no telling. Oh, this is the cameraman.
It was a
Hey,
long
come on.
and
Please. The cameraman wins this. John took the most damage. John was the one that hit the blast zone here. Cameraman's got 30 pounds of fucking iron on him. And he is still just manhandling John with one arm.
couldn't work for a while, so we're now using our legal fund to pay for a legal action against John Barilaro on behalf of the camera.
Let's go.
Just a quick
That's so
update.
good.
Days ago, John's charges were dropped on the grounds of mental health.
How is that an excuse? Wait, what? Does that work in Australia? So let's say assault and battery, whatever. Like you show evidence like, hey, this is really taking a toll on my mental health. Like I'm really stressed about this, and then be like, oh my god, we're so fucking sorry. Holy shit. Okay, we'll drop the case, please. Take all the time you need to recover from the mental burden of this whole ordeal. Oh my god, wow. Is that just like something you can actually do? Like obviously assault charges are going to be mentally draining, especially to the super sensitive goofball Barilaro. But is that a real defense? Like, my mental health is suffering from this, please drop it. And they'll be like, oh, yes. Well, now that you've said that. It's It's like in Pirates of the Caribbean with parlay. If you shout parlay, they just have to stop everything. No, not a thing. He's just super corrupt. Okay, thank God. I'm happy to hear that. Well, I mean, I'm not happy to hear about the corruption, but I'm glad to hear this is like a real tactic you can employ.
Executive Director of large Sydney property development company Coronation Property Co. In August last year, we released an investigation into this developer, which detailed never before published links between them and one of the most violent crime organisations in all of Australian history, the Alameddine crime family, who are in no way suspects in the firebombing. No, not them. I'm sure they all have very credible alibis.
Wow, that's
we
terrifying.
That Andy DeHaas, the now former enough for Clubs New South Wales to bring a private prosecution against Troy and I. So now I've made even more enemies. The gambling lobby and anyone that would use them to launder money. And Clubs New South Wales rejected him. By the way, this came out on the same day John was saying in court that he was too mentally ill to face his assault charges, but well enough to run Clubs New South Wales, one of the most scrutinised jobs in the country right now.
Well, the thing is, like, assault charges are a scary thing. That's like a mental ewy. Like, that's yucky. Like, that doesn't make me feel good. But being in charge of a massive gambling company, that's a yippee kind of feeling. Like, that's two very different sides of, like, the mental spectrum here. So I can totally understand him not wanting to go to court to face the assault charges. That is very stressful. This is pleasure. This is fun. So I get it. I get it, John.
To have me thrown in jail, the 7th richest man in Australia threatening to sue me, numerous other property developers and dodgy bears. I have a longer enemies list than Richard Nixon, so despite having my suspicions, I'm still not completely sure as to who done it. But enough of listing enemies, it's now time for my friends list. First of all, sorry to my neighbours and landlord, and future apology to whoever finds my corpse. It's going to be messy. I'm not going down without a fight. Big thank you, boy.
That's like actually fucking terrifying. Like, he's making light of it, but the enemies that he has listed here are actually fucking horrifying. Like, I can't believe he's still staying in Australia, honestly. I really can't. So, for those that don't remember the situation, I'll quickly let you know. His house got firebombed, but it was actually the second attempt. So they initially firebombed his fucking neighbors, thinking it was his house. And then when they realized it wasn't his house that they fucking firebombed, they came back to try and finish the job. And like he mentioned, the house didn't even have smoke alarms, so like he literally probably would have just died if he was actually home at the time. Because it would have been when he was asleep. And the enemies he's listed here and their connections are very serious. I don't know how he's sitting here and being like okay about it and lucid. What a man's man. The problem as well is people who hear real journalism but don't like the message and reject it. See, like, I don't really subscribe to that belief, because if you look at some of, like, the real journalists that do great work like Jordy's, they are very well received by actual people, not politicians and not the elite. Like, that's how you know it's the sign of, like, good journalism. I never really see pushback when you're met with, like, a real journalist. We're only 9 days into 2023, and I feel like we've already reached a point where scams have become more common than the cold. I just can't believe that there are still people that are falling for crypto scams in particular. It has to be the same people just doing it over and over again and not learning their lesson. Like that bit from every cartoon ever where someone steps on a rake and it hits them in the face, they turn around and step on another rake and it hits them in the face. That's people with crypto scams and losing money. Just going back and forth, ping-ponging around, getting spit roasted by every shady crypto company ever until they're completely out of money, and then blame it on something else besides themselves to avoid taking any level of accountability and responsibility for their reckless actions. The reason I'm talking about this isn't because of what you think it is. Of course, Logan Paul and Crypto0 is the biggest scam right now that's been exposed and has been being talked about by everyone, including me. But there have been a handful of other high-profile scams that have all come out, but they've all fallen into the cracks, into the shadows, because Crypto0's been kind of like this bullet sponge, taking all the heat for the others so that way they can die a quiet death without anyone discussing it or making a hoopla. but Hoopla is my middle name. So I'm going to come in here and make a scene out of it. I'm going to shine a light on it because there's one in particular that I'd like to talk about today that I haven't really seen anyone go over. And this is once again an influencer-led crypto scam, but it goes bigger than just one project. This was multiple, and the creator came out and said that he gambled away all of the funds. He has a gambling addiction, and all of the investors' money went to him gambling it. They say honesty is the best policy, and in this case, I'm glad he came forward with that information. But man, you absolutely need to be held accountable for this shit. This was a high-profile, blatant scam where you mishandled every investor's money and everyone lost all of it. That's a crime. That's just like an actual financial crime. So we'll go over it from the top, but I gotta tell you, it really is incredible just how frequent these scams are now. It's worse than RuneScape right now. RuneScape has less scams than the real world at the moment. It's wild. Now, usually I like to think this goes without saying, but I'm gonna make a special exception here and just say it anyway. Please don't go and harass this guy for all of this. He does need to be held accountable, but the right way by the right organizations, and the people that were actually affected, the victims, are the ones that should be coming forward to hold him accountable. Not just like a giant mob with pitchforks after him on Twitter or Twitch or whatever. I don't usually even bother giving this warning because I think there's a level of trust between us. You know, we're like family, only closer. Like, we're related by something far stronger than blood. Content. So, please don't harass this person. Just wanted to make that clear. Their name is DNP3. Now, I'm not familiar with DNP3, and I wasn't until this whole situation. From everything I can see, this is a streamer / content creator whose entire brand was giveaways. He has over 600,000 followers on Twitter, 250k on Twitch, and over 100k on YouTube, so these are pretty big numbers, but it seems like they're heavily inflated because all he seems to do is giveaways, which is basically a real-world cheat code where you just, you know, hey, like, follow, retweet in order for a chance to win $100. Make sure to follow the stream and you might win $500, this and that. It's like a really fast growth strategy, but it doesn't have any real viewer retention or audience. People just treat you like a little money block in Mario where they can just keep jumping up and hitting coins out of it because you're frequently doing giveaways, but they're not really a fan of you. It's just people that are treating you like a giveaway fleshlight that they can fuck from time to time. So he used these giveaways to get these big numbers, which in turn conveys the idea that this person is more popular than they are and more trustworthy because bigger number, better person kind of mentality. So they use this to then platform these crypto coins, NFTs, these projects, and a lot of people bought into it, trusting that surely this guy's so well off he wouldn't be scamming us, which is a tale as old as time. People falling for that old idea. It's like my father always said, just because someone seems well off doesn't mean they won't suck a fart out of your butt. You can't be getting bewitched by this perceived popularity and think that they're automatically a trustworthy person. Now that I've kind of set the stage on who DP3 is, let's see his statement on what he's done. It's a twit longer. It says, "I'm sorry. There's no easy way to deliver this news, and this is by far one of the toughest messages I've ever had to deliver in my life. Over the last year, I got incredibly addicted to gambling. Every dollar I could find, I would put into stake in hopes of winning big. More people have lost money on stake than they have in the fucking stock market, it seems. Even when the big wins did happen, it wasn't enough. Eventually I lost everything in addition to my own life savings. I also irresponsibly used investor funds to try and get my money back from the casino, which was wrong for so many reasons. To all my friends, family, and everyone who believed in me, I'm so deeply sorry. There aren't words to describe the level of shame and guilt I feel, and I can no longer live in this dark world, and this is my attempt to break free. I am now completely broke, both financially and spiritually. My sense of trust in myself is compromised. I'm working with a help group to start the path to recovery. I'll create a separate tweet which will have next steps for each of the projects I was involved in, including Clue, Xenia, Gridcraft, and Goobers." That sounds like a Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe kind of book title right there. Gridcraft and Goobers. Like, good lord. They're two separate projects. I can get into that in a little bit, but one's an NFT and the other's just another crypto cash grab. I'm sorry that I betrayed your trust. I'm sorry that I did not live up to my values of integrity. I'm sorry that I let you all down. I'm sorry. The projects that he's listed here aren't small by any means. We're talking millions and millions of dollars that he gambled away. Now, I want to just go ahead and take a look at what I think is the biggest one, at least based on what I've seen, and that's ClueCoin. So I took a bit of a dive onto their website, and let's see what we got. And it is the most generic shitcoin imaginable. Just unapologetic and shameless. This is probably copy and pasted from 1,000 other shitcoins websites. Together we can change the world. Yeah, I'm sure by purchasing these imaginary schmoobles, it'll all of a sudden change the world. It's just once again a cash grab, and there's DNP3 right there as the founder and CEO. Now, if you want to look at the graph, it's tragic, and it's, as you'd expect, an absolutely colossal failure. Everyone's money lost. And DNP3 gambled all of it, most of it, I suppose. To me, even if he didn't gamble these funds, you were going to lose them anyway. It's a goddamn shitcoin. The inevitable fate of putting money into a shitcoin is that all of it vanishes as if it never existed in the first place. So I feel like no matter what, if you put money into any of these projects, it was going to go poof right down the shitter at some point anyway. It just so happened that the person behind it is even shadier than I would have ever expected, and he's just openly taking the mask off and letting you all know that he took your money and gambled it, and he's saying it right to your face. We can also trace back where the addiction started, it seems. Go back to the genesis. Oh man, I used to watch all your streams and I really didn't notice your addiction. I thought it was just fun for you. Really sad to read these words. I hope you can find some clarity, dude. Stay in peace with yourself and your family. DNP3 responds saying, started with a sponsored stream and unleashed an addiction I never knew I had. That's very interesting. So it seems the patient zero to this disease happened to be a crypto casino itself that sponsored one of his streams and threw him deep into the rabbit hole of gambling addiction. It's crazy. These crypto casinos have claimed more souls than Shang Tsung. They really get their fangs in you, it seems. Because this is not the first story, far from it, from these new crypto casinos that are sprouting up everywhere. Gambling addiction is really popping off these days. It seems like as there's more access to this kind of shit, more people are getting hooked on it. Addiction in any of its forms is bad, but gambling addiction is a super serious and scary one. Now, having that kind of real addiction doesn't excuse anything DNP3 did here. Far from it. It's still very much his fault, his responsibility, but it is sad that he's been struggling with a gambling addiction. But it's even sadder for all the victims that he stole money from to gamble, the millions that he used to gamble. That's what's more sad than the addiction itself, is the people that were affected by it because of him. What really rubbed me the wrong way about his twit longer is he says all of these things and they're sad and it seems like he's trying to farm a little sympathy, but at no point does he offer any kind of action to help people that have been affected by his reckless gambling. He doesn't have any plan to get their money back. He doesn't have any idea on what to do to help the victims be made whole again. And I think that's one of the most important components that he needs to address. Okay, so you fucked up, you've gambled all of their money away. Well, now what? How are you going to help all of the people that you've betrayed? So yeah, that's kind of where the story's at right now. This is a rather new development. It's only a few days old, so the story's still being written here. We'll see how everything keeps playing out. But yeah, just another awful scam situation. I'm hoping the investors get their money back somehow. I don't know how, but hoping that they get their funds returned in a giant refund or something. But anyway, just wanted to bring this up. That's about it. See ya. I thought it was appropriate to do a little drama follow-up and update to a few stories I've covered over the last few days now that they've begun to settle down a bit and the smoke has started to clear. So this will be the little after credits scene to a movie to give you closure. The first one being the clown YouTuber that violated the Geneva Convention of the Internet and committed the unforgivable war crime of abusing YouTube's copyright takedown system and strike system in order to bully creators that were making fun of him. Now, normally I'd call someone like this a mustache-twirling evil supervillain, but that just doesn't apply here because I'm pretty sure this guy couldn't grow a single fucking molecule of facial hair if he was given 1,000 years in the wilderness surviving off nothing but bear liver. It's just not in his DNA. His name is Brent Rivera. He's a massive channel. Unfortunately, he was born with glass bones and paper skin, so when people started making fun of him, those words cut deeper than Excalibur ever could. So he turned to his team and looked for a solution, and what they suggested was the nuclear option of filing takedown requests and copyright claims on people that were being mean to him, that were kicking sand in his face on YouTube and ruining his reputation at the middle school lunch tables. Now, this isn't one of those silly, trivial oopsie-daisy moments that people just forgive and forget as if it never mattered. This is a very well understood, severe thing. that can legitimately ruin someone's career based on nothing other than hurt feelings. It's also illegal what Brent Rivera did, which is knowingly filing bogus takedown requests and copyright claims. That's not exactly allowed. So he used this option against some people that were making videos that weren't positive about him, and one of the most vocal victims was a channel named Dumpy. Dumpy fought back very hard against what had happened because his channel was at risk of being taken away from him because he had hurt this asshole's feelings. Now, the situation was YouTube actually sided with Dumpy and they weren't going to take down the videos, but they did end up taking down one piece of content, which is still alarming. And the future of his channel was, of course, in a pretty scary spot, not knowing what Brent Rivera would do next. Like, would he double down on it and try and go even harder? So he was rightfully upset and concerned. And now it's been 2 days since then, and Dumpy has posted a follow-up video where he went over the whole situation and actually showed a DM that Brent Rivera sent to him, which claims that he will be releasing all of the copyright notices on his channel, and then even says that he applauds him for grinding and putting in the work to make a career on YouTube. It's something that a lot of people are scared to do, but you have proven otherwise. I wish you all the success on YouTube and your career, bro. Hope we can resolve this. He also says that he won't be taking down any of his future videos if he makes them, and I hope that extends to everyone who has made videos about you, Brent, not just Dumpy being the biggest one. That should be a no-brainer that people are allowed to criticize you and make videos talking about your content without fear of you coming in and trying to snatch their entire fucking channel away because your feelings got hurt. So hopefully it's not just Dumpy that you're doing this for. But I do want to mention that second paragraph where he talks about, like, Dumpy's grind and how he's like proud of it, happy to see it, and, you know, wishing him nothing but the best in it. To me, that just reads very insincere and phony. That seems like very corporate PR speak, because his whole grind and everything you had a huge issue with because it was at your expense. So why are you going to pretend like you actually really appreciate it and admire it? Like, just be honest. Like, it just doesn't seem honest at all. There's no reason to put up a facade. You can just be like, bro, your videos fucking hurt my feelings. I overreacted. Yeah, is what it is. I'm releasing it now. I see this as a big fuck up, a big blunder. And that'd be a lot more respectable than trying to put on this, like, bro, you're a fucking grinder. You're out there nuts to butts and you're doing it big. That shit is so fucking lit. And I know you're going to keep doing big things. I am so proud of you, actually. I'm so fucking proud of you. Patting him on the ass. Like, that's just, it's not genuine. Like, and there's just no reason to even pretend to be. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Brent really did love it. You know, I couldn't tell you. I just, it doesn't seem that way. But that's not where that ends, because when Dumpy posted this video going over all of it, Brent went into the comment section to do a super thanks. And this is probably a feature none of you know about. I don't have it turned on for my channel, but it is something that exists on the platform where you can just directly donate to a creator in their comment section and it highlights your message. Brent used that feature and donated $400 to Dumpy and said this. In the meantime, while the copyright request is being retracted, here's something to help, smiley face. Again, sorry about that, bro. So he's putting an apology on the back of $400 here. Dumpy did reply to this. He didn't really accept the apology, and then also mentioned that he still has active copyrights against other creators that he's aware of. Which, you know, I think Dumpy is well within his right to not accept that apology, because, you know, it's you almost took away his entire fucking career because he hurt your feelings. There's not really a whole lot you can do to make Dumpy like you or just, like, forgive that. It's just a matter of moving on from it. You are doing the right thing, which everyone will appreciate. You are walking back on this bullshit here with these takedown requests. That is good. But I just don't think there's a whole lot you can do to earn anyone's trust back or view you positively. It's something that you'll have to prove over a long period of time if you actually learned anything from this whole situation. He says that him and his team responded too emotionally to it, which he's absolutely right on, but this is an option that should have never been considered in the first place, obviously. So yeah, that's kind of the update here. He is retracting the copyright takedowns and the claims and whatever, so that is great. Though his image is still ruined as a result of all of it, but big appreciation for doing the right thing. So that's always good. Now moving on to the next one that I'd like to give an update on. It's my least favorite Twitch streamer. This was a Polish woman who was streaming while driving, and while looking at her phone, because she was distracted driving and just looking at her fucking phone while driving, she ran over someone's dog. It is an absolutely awful video to sit through. It is fucking painful to listen to. It was very, very sad. This absolute imbecile even mentioned that there were a lot of dogs around near the road, and then got a notification on her phone from Twitch chat, so she went down to just fucking stare at Twitch chat for a very long time, and then just blasts one of the dogs. I was under the impression, as most people were, that the animal didn't make it, especially judging by the sounds that it was making, and just the speed that this girl was driving. Like, this was like some Fast and Furious shit. She was like fucking drifting around. I'm exaggerating, but she was going very fast. But apparently, the dog is okay. Pyrocynical made a video on this and actually did a very thorough deep dive, finding some very interesting sources to follow up on what happened, because this took off on Polish social media. Like, it went big in the Polish community. And according to some pretty seemingly reliable sources, the dog is okay. The dog is fine, and it will recover fine, which is miraculous. This dog is made out of pure fucking adamantium. Took a hit from a speeding vehicle and then is walking it off, just rubbing some dirt in it, and is going to be okay, apparently, which is a fantastic thing to hear. That is great news from this awful situation, but it in no way excuses this streamer. I still think she needs to face legal ramifications for what she's done. I have absolutely no sympathy for any distracted driving whatsoever, whether it be drunk driving, texting and driving, fucking reading Twitch chat thoroughly while driving, like she's trying to fucking spell check some assignment, just literally staring at chat more than she's looking at the road. I have no forgiveness for that kind of shit. She should absolutely lose her license at the very least, but I am happy to learn that the dog is okay from this incident, assuming all of the information Pyrocynical has put out there is accurate, and it does seem accurate from everything I've seen. So I just wanted to give that follow-up. That's like actually a nice happy ending there. The best ending would be dog is fine, and also the girl gets punished heavily for this whole situation. That'd be optimal, but right now I'll settle for the dog being okay. So yeah, I just wanted to give these two little quick follow-ups to these stories that I recently talked about, since more came about from them. And that's really about it. So yeah.
I'm rolling.
We're gonna do a Milky Milk tier list today. I'm gonna start lowest fat and increase in fat. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Do we just have skim?
Yeah, the pink one.
So how many fat levels are there of milk? There's like
fat-free, 1%,
2%.
2%. There's whole milk. There's other ones. There's like vitamin D milk, which I think is somewhere in the middle. They all have vitamin D, but there's one specifically. There's so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of milk.
Bottoms up, boys.
Give me a little cheers.
Yep. This is skim milk.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that just tastes like normal milk.
Do you drink milk regularly?
I was about to say, as a kid, did you drink milk?
Yep.
What did you drink?
Whatever mommy got me with my Mama Celeste pizzas. Couldn't tell you. Could have been fat-free, whole milk, skim milk,
Did it taste like
milk.
what you just drank?
Yeah.
Okay, then you definitely drank skim. Because I did too, and then I got to college, and the machines had 2% or whole, and I started drinking whole, and I was like, this is just liquid ice cream.
I love
this
whole
is,
milk.
Yeah, it's on a whole nother level. I drank it as a kid too. A lot of people don't like it, but it's a solid A tier for me. I like
I mean, yeah, this is very nostalgic. I used to have this all the time. That's probably going to be an A for me as well. It's nothing like special though.
Yeah, skim milk is fat-free milk.
Fucking woke liberals renaming our milk.
Exactly. This is 1% milk, or as
rich people milk.
I was like, what do you mean? It's not expensive.
I don't know why I keep smelling it like it's going to have a different aroma to it. Like a wine sommelier.
You gotta let it aerate.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that tastes like the exact same thing as the last milk.
You're just a little more creamy.
How about like 1% more? You think?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this just tastes exactly the same as that.
Yeah,
I actually couldn't discern a difference.
That one got a 90, this one got a 91. It's an A.
Yeah, this is just going to be an A too. It'd be a disservice to, like, for some reason slap it. It even looks the same. Can you believe that?
I can't.
It's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
Which one's skim.
That's how we should have done
that
this
one.
A blind taste
Well, you saw
test.
me pick it up. Okay, what is this? 2%?
This is 2%.
Why'd
so
you just give me a sip? Is it like
you want more?
Toxic?
No, I
it's
just
fine.
didn't want you to get tummy ache.
Oh, true. Thanks for being considerate.
Oh yeah, do we have the thumbs up here?
That tastes exactly the same as the other ones. In fact, I'm gonna make a chimera here out of all 3 of these and puke.
Oh, now you're drinking 3%. Well, no, because you got a 0% in there. They average out to 1%.
They neutralize each
Is
other.
it average or is it additive? I would think it would be additive.
It's got to be average.
Okay.
If you take the same amount of 0% and 1% and mix it, you're at 0.5%.
I'm with you. I think you're right.
Thanks.
Okay, that's just gonna be A tier again. It tastes exactly the fucking same.
That's an A.
I think this is very thorough, though.
We just like milk, I guess. I think a lot of people get disgusted by drinking milk straight up, from what I've seen.
I thought that was just such a normal thing to do growing up.
I did too.
Milk used to give me a little tummy ache when I was a baby boy.
Well,
Still
it
does.
is weird. We're the only mammal that drinks another mammal's milk.
The only one that drinks after we're weaned too.
We're also the only one that drive cars, Matt.
After you're weaned, like.
True.
You're not supposed to drink milk for babies.
I'm just saying, it's got the nutrients for the babies. Why are we drinking cow's milk? We should be drinking
breast milk.
Man
breast
milk.
Yeah, man milk.
I've been telling you, breast milk needs to come back.
All right, here's whole milk.
That tastes exactly the same.
Wait, I've had a lot of whole milk. This whole milk and this skim milk are way too closely together.
It just tastes exactly the same.
I mean, there's like a
That is
slight
just the
difference.
Winn-Dixie brand, because I was like, for the basic milks, let's just go basic. So
Yeah, no, this
maybe
is
Winn-Dixie's like, ooh, one of
this is
them.
definitely 3. Does anybody know what percentage whole milk's supposed to be?
No, but I wouldn't put it past Winn-Dixie to like water down
I
their
agree.
fattier milk to make it go further.
That is not. There's normally like a wow, that's whole milk. I've got a frog in my throat, so my voice got really deep there. It's not great.
He's killed. He's dead over there.
Want to go home? That's just another.
It's gonna be the worst fucking tier list of all time.
Yeah, this is...
Wait, yeah, let's keep moving.
Yeah, can we just
forward.
get out of the basic milks? And
That's
just do
done
it?
with basic. All 4 are in A tier. We're moving on.
Yeah. Lactate and normal milk, since you just had normal milk.
All right, we'll go lactate.
The lactate I have is in a red container, so this blue is new territory.
Yeah, this is 2%. Yours is probably like whole.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This is real milk with no discomfort.
Cool.
All right.
We should not post this video.
This tastes exactly the fucking same.
It's just sweeter. I would say lactate is sweeter milk.
The concept was fascinating, I'll tell you what.
All right, lactate. Lactate is good.
I mean, it's just an A tier. It just tastes like normal milk.
Can we get an S?
Or anything under an A.
Let's go with silk. Ooh, coconut.
So silk does almond milk and it's shit, actually.
Well, this is unsweet silk coconut. I'm feeling
that's gonna be vomit inducing. Finally, something interesting.
Let's.
I liked it for like 1 week, and then my whole body changed its chemistry, and it just made me sick. Yeah,
you became allergic to almonds.
It was just terrible.
Why can I ask why your body changed its chemistry all of a sudden?
I don't know, man. Like, I liked it for a while, and then for some reason I just didn't. I used to have it with my cereal, and then I guess I might have had it straight up one time, and it killed it for me forever.
Your gut biome had a climate crisis.
All right, let's get it.
Oh, that's stinky.
That.
Okay, D. Yikes! What the
that's
fuck?
Just coconut water.
Yeah, that's like coconut water, but with
like watered down.
Yeah, but
that's
also
weird.
kind of viscous.
Well, it's the coconut milk.
Yeah, that's coconut milk. I
You
feel like
do
they
the
took
cookie
1%
test.
milk and coconut.
Oh,
All right.
I'm not.
I don't want to waste a cookie.
I'm not
on
cookie
this.
testing that.
Yeah.
This thing's kind of foul. It's
I
not
would
an
go
F,
as far as saying this isn't milk. Let's fly through this bad boy and go almond. Let's give the fans a 4-minute tier list.
Oh, it's Chobani almond milk?
Oh, not. This is oat milk. Sorry, we're going oat milk.
Jesus Christ, they're milking everything. Jesus.
Hey, nothing
What the
is safe
fuck?
anymore. If you grow in the ground, we'll milk you.
It smells awful.
Smells like oats. That just tastes like oats.
It actually is just ground oats.
Yeah, that's liquid
what the
oatmeal.
fuck is the point of this?
That's fine, I guess.
Who would want that? Just get oatmeal.
Yeah.
The fuck is the point?
You can drink it, pour it, stir it, mix it.
Everything you can do with oatmeal.
That's just liquid.
What is the... Why would you want this? It's
Yeah,
not bad. I mean, the oatmeal milk. Wow. The oatmeal milk is like B. It was fine.
Yeah, it's pleasant.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I sometimes use oat creamer in my coffee. So, yeah. All right, let's get into soy milk. The kryptonite of Andrew Tate.
Ew.
It's a little...
Well, it smells bad.
I don't want to say it, but you can just see it and make your own assumptions. This video is gonna be good.
Oh, what?
Ooh,
Wow.
That's really sweet.
That's really like rancid.
What is soy? Is it beans? Peas?
I think it's like some kind of pea.
Oh, a soybean. I'm
Oh.
a fucking idiot.
That's an F. That's fucking awful.
Try it with a cookie.
Yeah, you know, you're right.
Is there like high sugar in this? 6 grams of sugar in a cup? I don't know if that's high or not. That's not. No, compared to regular
I had so
milk.
many Oreos today.
That's the crazy thing about milk. There's 11 grams of sugar in a cup of milk. That's so much sugar. Is it?
I think they don't actually. They just like pasteurize it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 0 added sugars. Yeah, I don't like soy.
What's next, Matt?
The Oreo and the chocolate milk. Oh, that's
Wow.
That's what made me sick.
Yep. Here you go. You're gonna get a big ol' helping.
Cool. Yeah, serve me up.
This has more calcium than dairy milk. Did you know that?
Yeah, they always hype that up, but I think it's a lie.
I don't think they're allowed to lie.
Yep. That's still some poop.
Big almond.
That's still just not very good.
That's a milked almond. I've never really enjoyed almond milk. I think it's just bland.
It is. It's beyond. Well, it's more than bland. It's almost like offensively stale. Is how I feel about it. Like the almonds were clearly kept in suboptimal conditions, locked in the dark.
It's weird. Those are the same words I was going to use about this video. Offensively stale.
I disagree. I think people need to know what the best milk is, and it's not.
They need our opinions. How will they know what milk to like?
It's not as bad as soy. I'll give it a D.
All right. Let's go into plant-based Ripple milk.
What is it?
What is that?
Plant-based milk called Ripple.
How do you milk a plant?
Same way you milk everything else. I think you just put in something, squeeze, and...
Like, I've never seen something that's
So you say plant-based milk.
Here, I'll
Can
read you
you
the
describe the plant?
Yeah, I gotcha. So there's water.
Okay.
Pea protein blend, which is water and pea protein.
What a blend.
They could have just put the pea protein in and added more water originally. Vegetable oil, which... Why? Contains less than 1% of vitamin A palmitate. I had a little dyslexic moment. Lots of it. That's it.
So just peas and water?
It's peas and water.
Why? You took a Venus flytrap and you shook it up till it grew.
Yeah.
Fuck me, that's awful.
Ooh,
Jesus
that's,
Christ.
that's an F.
That's like sewage.
Does it taste like peas?
Tastes
No,
like
here,
plants.
try it. Actually, just try it.
You guys want a little sip?
It tastes like when you like.
I actually want to try that.
It tastes like when you like hit the ground in football and you got
There
like
you go.
grass in your mouth. That makes sense.
This is going to be Chelsea's favorite milk.
It's actually not
I would love to eat this with my cardboard Cheerios. I don't like milk, but I'll use Ripple.
That was definitely an F as well. That's
Oh,
up
I
there with
forgot we
soy.
have
Yeah,
these.
go into the dried milk.
Yeah.
We've got dry milk and sweetened condensed milk and evaporated milk.
Oh, what?
Sweetened condensed milk is gonna go great.
Let's go dry milk. Make some milk. Oh god, it's
There's
all
science
over me.
video all over again.
Oh god, the other worst video we ever made.
No, that video went so hard.
I think mine dissolved. Does that look like good milk to you?
There you go. Aaron's bringing you a
To me,
stirring
yeah.
tool.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a sip. It smells bad.
Oh, what the fuck?
I definitely did a bad ratio. This is really watery. Let me try yours.
Oh.
You made yours better.
Oh, what the fuck? Ugh.
Yeah, that's
No,
not.
don't cook cookie in it.
No, that's a real waste
You
of
should
a
just
cookie.
pour the powder in the cookie and see if that's good.
That's big. It's like the ranch seasoning they make.
Oh, yeah, like milk topping. That'd be kind of good. That was terrible.
Sweetened condensed milk, baby.
That'll probably be good.
It'll probably
I
be.
just figured you guys should try another milk, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here to have
Do you even know what
crazy
it looks
fun.
like inside of that can?
No, I don't know what.
That's why he's
It's gonna
saying
freak him out.
Yes, that's why he's saying he'll enjoy it.
Have you guys had like tres leches? cake?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes it so good. Is this condensed milk?
Is this something that you just drink?
Yeah, a lot of people do.
It's like
Oh.
it's yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Just take it with your finger. Like, just go ahead, put some on your finger.
Oh wait, why? You're just.
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
It's thick.
It's gonna be hard to drink because it's not gonna come out of the
Yeah.
cup.
Here, I'll get some on the edge so you can kind of drink some.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have you had this before?
Mm-hmm. 1 second.
Okay, cool.
You're so stupid. Why would he
Are
do
we
that?
now allowed to post this on YouTube?
Well, I just don't want. My fingers are dirty. I can't reach anything.
Here, open up.
Just lick the can.
Mine's coming down. Are you ready?
Well, mine's coming down too.
All right, well, go ahead.
Mine's safer.
Do a sick milk bowl.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a
like-
cheese pull.
That's weird. It's not even bad.
No, it's very sweet.
No, normal people don't eat it out of the can.
No.
Oh.
It's incredibly concentrated.
Yeah. That's pretty decent though.
I really thought you were gonna take a swig of it for a second.
No, I don't even have enough. Like all I have is like a single, like chemtrail of it here.
It really coats your mouth.
Yeah, it spreads its wings. I give that a B, like comfortably. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna go C.
I mean, it's not.
We should play a game where we have them cut out only Charlie's reactions to things, and we try and,
then rate
guess
it,
what the
yes.
rating was based on the
Because based on his
reaction.
reaction, it would have been an F. All right, we're going evaporated milk. Oh, that's a stinky one.
This is gonna be a B.
Ooh,
It's definitely an F.
that's an F.
Wait, what is it? Evaporated?
Yeah.
Let me try some.
Ooh, the aftertaste is caramely though.
Well, I think it's still just your mouth coated from the last one.
No, you gotta fight
that one
through
right there, yeah.
the bad to get to the good.
These are usually just, used in baking.
Yeah, this is for baking.
That makes sense.
So go right from the can.
Right from the can.
Yeah, just do it. Rip it.
Mm-mm-mm.
Don't cut yourself.
Yeah, please don't cut your mouth.
Let Papa get it.
That's like salty.
But give it a minute. You get caramel after. See?
It's caramely.
That's some Willy Wonka shit right there.
That's snozzberries. Taste like snozzberries.
If they could get rid of the
Everything.
before taste and just leave you with the aftertaste, that's fine.
I just disagree. I didn't get any kind of caramel. I just got yuckiness.
It smells like cat food.
It smells rancid. Are we actually posting this?
I plan on it. Maybe you can rotoscope us like Corridor Digital just did and make it an anime. So it's the anime milk tasting.
That would be sick. Also, this is strawberry milk.
We can fuck with the RGB filters.
They melt the strawberry.
This is Matt's favorite milk.
Video.
That's great. S tier, baby, to the moon. Here, you want some?
Yeah. Papa wants.
Yep, that's kind of
You
bad.
move so fast.
I've never seen so much shoot up so fast.
That's just not very good.
You don't like it?
Not really.
I love strawberry milk.
It's like, it's alright. I don't think I'd ever really want this, but I wouldn't be like super mad to get it.
You know I'm not lying because last night I ordered a strawberry milk.
You did order strawberry milk.
Like an adult.
That's a C for me.
That's an S. I only want one ranking of mine ever in the history of tier list to make it. Please put a little matte face on this one and move it up to S.
You got it.
That's it. I want to stay true. All right, Charles.
That actually just like instantly hurt my stomach.
That's right. Yeah, it does. It does. I won't lie. I had a killer stomach ache last night for my strawberry.
That is an unholy concoction.
You want to talk about stomach aches? This, the Promised Land chocolate milk, is as if they took a chocolate bar and just melted it into a bottle.
Actually, we're gonna put so much applause on this part that
Yeah.
you won't even hear you say
You-
that. It'll be clutching with applause for this milk.
It's viscous. It's beautiful.
I want some.
But if you drink too much, you will just shit everywhere.
Perfect.
It's called the Promised Land.
This is very chocolatey.
All right, cheers for the last one.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
Wow, I do say. Well, how do you do there?
Was I wrong?
Well, hello. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's pretty good.
He's gonna go like B.
No, that'll be an S tier, I think.
Yeah, you cannot
That's
go
pretty
wrong with
that's pretty
Promised
fucking
Land
good.
chocolate milk. There are times Monique and I will go grocery shopping. I'm a little hungry because you get this at Publix, and I'll grab one of the little bottles. And there's never been a time that I didn't regret it after drinking the bottle because it kills your stomach.
Yeah, well, surely the Oreos will neutralize it in my stomach. I should be fine.
Yeah, so 1 cup has 250 calories, 31 grams of sugar.
Oh, nice.
10 grams of fat, 9 grams of protein.
How many carbs?
33.
It's keto friendly.
True.
Yeah, that was good. That was definitely the best milk.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Was that also the last one?
That was the last one. If you could.
That's where the
believe it.
applause comes in.
Yeah. We had so much fun that you thought there were still more.
Yeah, I was scared.
He didn't want it to end.
Hey, since we've still been practicing this, good game.
Yeah, good game.
Good game.
That was easy.
Yeah, we're getting good at this.
Yeah, my stomach doesn't even hurt. Except
How do your bones
a lot stronger.
They take no damage.
We're playing basketball tonight. I'm making some crazy cuts because my bones are gonna be so.
It's gonna be I'm gonna accidentally hit the pole and just go straight through it.
I'm not even going to be able to move because all my bones are going to fuse together from all the calcium. I'll be like
just
a stick
blind.
man just standing there.
You'll be rigor mortis.
All right.
Nice milk tier list, guys.
Hey, that's the definitive milk tier list.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Crime Boss Rockhay City just came out and it's absolutely atrocious. Let me take a peek. Oh! Wait! This is the... Oh! This was that one that they tried to like hype up real hard because they had all of the celebrities attached to it. What's going on? Did it fail to launch or what's happening? It says it's running. Where's it at? How do I get past the first boss encounter here, Dankin? The game is not working for me.
Stop moving! One civilian restrained. Zip-tied hostages.
Don't be a hero, buddy.
Not guarded.
In fact,
There's no
follow
need
me.
to show
Follow
that
me.
you are armed.
Too slow.
Eliminating civilians raises heat and reduces leverage.
It's all going according to plan. God, I love it when a plan comes together.
Doors can be locked with stealth. Some of you
break
have better
first.
skills with the locks. Others may find it more difficult.
Pardon me, criminals. Had a bit of a sneeze
Specialist
there.
vehicle landing at your location.
I hear you, Van Bull!
Good work, Team A. XA. I like what I saw. What a squad. What a squad. I didn't get a whole lot of a narrative there. So where's Chuck Norris, Danny Trejo, fucking Bob Dylan? I don't even remember who else is in this. Like, crazy cast. Where they at?
See, battle the king of Rockay meant going toe to toe with the baddest ass kicker on the planet.
Let's end it here today.
That would be Sheriff.
Very inspired performance.
We end this.
Yeah.
Charge.
Let's end this today. Time to end it.
Sorry. The whole bank is up in smoke. And a fucking chunk of money.
Oh, whoa, there's a huge sway here. Oh my god!
Fuck you!
No, Vamp! Or Vamp!
Light mask will fly momentarily.
Not soon enough.
Oh! I swear to God, I really hope I don't have to do that again. I should have just went right to the thing instead of trying to clean it.
You're being attacked? By whom? Rappers?
Don't you lose my candy, god damn it.
Alright, let's go protect it. This is my chocolate factory, Mr. Bucket. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go get the gobstoppers back.
Got one down.
Oh god!
I'ma fix
Mac.
you up.
Those look like paintballs.
Yo, Carlos. Woo, looking fly, son.
Baker's
Vanilla Ice! What's up?
Fun.
Stay off the candy.
Ninja Turtle rap, am I right?
Be nice to the talent, man. Yo.
What's it gonna be?
Get down!
Now, just how big
That didn't work.
message should we send? There they are. Yellow's
Oh,
fruity
shit.
Cheetos.
They're here.
Show no mercy. You need to
They weren't ready for that.
We got time.
They were hard to
Fucking use
intimidate.
it.
I thought this was my friend.
Holy hell, that was crazy shit.
Oh, that was just a construction worker. I'm so sorry, brother. Why wouldn't you run away once the shooting starts? Man, I've killed more construction workers already than forklifts. God damn.
That's it.
Get the fucking bags packed. You boys won't be needing any of this, will ya?
Spider, hurry up.
Time to leave. Do not risk taking fire.
We're good here.
Oh.
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
Run your fucking asses off.
Okay, I'm full. Oh, come on, Spider. What? Did I hurt my leg? Why am I, like, limping to the left?
So close.
Please stop this. Can I pick this up? Nope.
Fuck!
Half the bags are in. That makes half a nominal success. I hope
Wow,
it
that was
proves
easy.
to be lucrative.
This must be one of those missions that you complete in less than a minute. Man, they put all of their budget behind voice acting and nothing else, it seems.
Baker snatched his blues back?
And it's not even voice acting, really. They just grabbed random celebrities they probably found on Cameo.
Yo, man, that's my bad.
Fucking Vanilla Ice.
With that.
Oh, with that, the King's Party's gonna be off the hook.
Shut it, bitch. From now on, when Baker makes $1, however or wherever, I'm gonna take it from him. Word to your mother. And our yellows.
Oh.
Duh. You gotta push them pills harder, dog.
They actually auditioned for this? Or do you think the studio reached out to them and begged? And then paid? Like, I can't imagine a world where Michael Rooker, like, auditioned. Like, I really want this role.
All got pancaked?
Right. Your favorite?
Wait until you hear Michael Rooker's lines. They're so fucking bad, and they kept retakes in the game at times.
Was he not at the party?
I'm excited.
Took off.
Okay, I love all of these perks. It's just, here's a damage percentage boost, here's a health percent boost, and here's, you take less damage. Awesome. Well, we'll just do this, I guess.
Alright, let's see what's on the menu.
This is Captain Touchdown.
Aw, Baker! You old devil, you. You in town?
Yeah. Setting up
He's
shop.
even holding a football.
Good. You didn't die at a party last night, then. Uh-huh.
Yeah, about that. I need a captain.
Huh?
Major League.
Mm-mm.
What the
Two
fuck?
conditions. 1. I run the field. The playbook is mine.
Classic Captain Touchdown.
You're the coach. What's the second?
Don't steal my tail, Hanson.
That was years and many mistakes ago.
Cool, brother. Water under the bridge. Hmm?
Ah, well, I'll come pick you up.
Yeah, cool. I'm down at the docks.
See you soon, pal.
This must have been such a relaxed environment for the real actors here. Like, they probably were a little afraid to have them do mini retakes, so they probably just like, hey, come on into the studio. Oh, you were actually trying? Okay, that's fine. We can put it in the game. It's okay. That's you don't have to. Yeah, don't worry. You don't have to redo it. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you with good takes. Thanks to Prime X-Man. Jesus. All right, Captain Touchdown. Here I come.
Let's knock them on their asses. Touchdown's doing most of the shooting.
They just recorded a table read. Oh, these are absolutely first takes for half of this shit. 100%.
Well, fuck that.
I really think they just didn't want to like inconvenience the celebrities.
Reassess. Jesus.
The authorities will certainly be on their way now. Pick up the pace.
Fuck off!
Captain Touchdown, I'm coming. Be careful, Captain. They're running a blitz.
How you been,
Oh my
bud?
God.
How's the game?
Ah, Baker! Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you too,
Damn,
Touchdown.
been a long time. Not too shabby. Why not? Chico's gearing up for the war.
Yeah, let's hit him with the flea flicker. Let's go, Captain Touchdown.
Cut costs, I guess. Shit, buddy, I never fucking left.
Oh, that was a whole mission. Oh, nice. Awesome. Welcome to the squad, Captain Touchdown.
Leave a big mark.
Better start practicing your end zone dance, cause we're gonna be there often.
I want them shaking in their boots.
See you in the end zone, mofo.
Man, this feels awesome. Alright, let's get in the end zone and put his ass in his ass. Hoorah, let's go, Captain Touchdown. Whee! Oh, that was a brick. I thought it was a grenade.
We knock them on their asses all the time.
I'm gonna throw more bricks because I just don't care. Yeah! Hold on, reloading brick. I don't think you can pick them up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Take his captain ass down to Pound Town. What?
You know why we won? Because we're the better fucking team.
Was this the whole thing? We didn't even win. I'm looking at another one right now. We're having a standoff. We may have won the battle, but not the war. I'm still looking at them.
Already mine.
What is this? This is actually like a mobile game.
All right.
All right? Meaning...
We'll take back the fort. Let's ride.
This is something special. This is like shockingly bad. As in, like, why did they even bother publishing it? I don't need 10 soldiers, I just need 1. I can't bring that down. Unlucky. It's gonna cost me 16 grand just to attack the turf. I'll do it solo. What the fuck, man?
Get angry, get mean, let's go.
Alright, alright.
Frozen pussies on the road up ahead.
What? Watch out for frozen pussies. What is that even? Why would there be frozen vagina? That doesn't even make sense. Or rather, why would these guys be frozen to begin with? It's not like... Oh, wow. I wasn't looking at my health. It's not like it's cold out or anything. Oh, shit!
And that's how it's done, yo. I'm damn proud of
Oh, that's my friend. That's my friend. Well, attacking a territory is legitimately only like a 5-second thing. So, I can just keep doing that. Here, I'll hire some soldiers, whatever. And I'll just keep attacking these fucking territories, I guess. Oh, I have bricks again. Yep! Oh, okay. I really want to hit someone with a brick. Maybe I can hit their leader with a brick. What a tremendous dodge.
Kicking ass and taking names.
I won.
Tremendous effort, y'all. Hold your heads high. But high.
I probably shouldn't kill them because I think they joined me.
Knocking them on their ass.
There's a turret right there and nobody used it. They didn't even bother setting up on the turret. I'll grab Blazer. Who is this? Oh, this is Spider. He just looks like a high school kid. How do I assassinate you? Okay, luckily his eyes were closed. Bagging the body.
We are fortunate that went unnoticed.
Wow, he fits in that? Oh, I must have dismembered him. Holy shit. Can I let him out? I want to see how he unfolds. I wonder, do his officer buddies do anything? If I throw this at him? Pardon? Oh. Oh shit! Yep, help! Yep!
With the alarm comes law enforcement.
There's something in my eye.
Authorities en route to your location.
Swapping mags.
Swapping mags? I'm using a revolver. Oh, Jesus, they hit me. Oh, God, oh my lord, watch out, Blazer. Traveled through space and time there for a moment.
Make it fucking fast.
Grab the radios, the headsets, and the Walkmans, quick.
That's good, we're done.
This is a huge haul.
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
Hightail it straight for the vehicle.
Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out of here, quick. Precious cargo. Did you grab the VCR players, Roller? Oh, goodness.
Let's fucking roll, man.
Okay, I really thought he would stop. Asshole.
Good work. We got it.
Roller, what are you doing? Oh, fuck. Roller! She's sightseeing! Get to the touchdown! What am I doing here? Oh.
We need it all. Bag it. Hurry the fuck up.
Are you certain? The vehicle is close to the new extraction point.
That's all I need is like 4 diamonds? Doesn't even really seem worth the time.
I hope it proves to be lucrative.
Why is this game even released? Damn it. I have yet to hit a single rock. Or brick, for that matter. Got him! That should just insta-kill if you hit that rock. Each round is like 30 seconds, if that. Alright, I want this... Oh my god. I need more territories.
Do not eliminate the guards. It will suffice to restrain them. Oh. Well, that was foolish and costly.
Nice
Why?
work, dummy.
Nope, nobody saw me do that. I also just didn't think that would kill. All I did was slap his ass. What are you looking at? Get out of here. You know, get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Idiot.
You want the easy way or fucking up?
It really is crazy how short these missions are. Go to the zone, pick up 3 diamonds, and leave. Go to the zone, kill 2 enemies, and go home. To be fair, this is probably early game shit heists. Bro, this game is $30. This is the game.
But first, medical attention.
Missions for TikTok users. True. These are very bite-sized. Like actual 30-second fucking missions. It's crazy. It is actually crazy. Alright, it's time to clear out the pool. I'm diving in right away. I know most of you found me thanks to my acting career. I starred in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I wasn't the lead role, but I was the most important role. I was the glue that held the entire franchise together. My character was District 8 Hospital Helper, a character that is still celebrated and studied extensively in the theatrical arts universities to this day. And this is an old wound, but I'll pour salt in it briefly. I was snubbed for the Oscars that season due to a little behind-the-scenes corruption. I know we can never forget the riots that year due to my absence from the category of Best Actor. District 8 Hospital Helper is still a timeless performance, and I'm getting a bit lost. I don't usually like to bring this up because it feels rather vain and even a little braggadocious to be tooting my own horn and discussing my acting achievements, but the reason I'm mentioning it now is because it's applicable to what I want to talk about today. Hollywood's full of fucking weirdos. Like, straight up, I'm just gonna feed you the vegetables. Hollywood is just fucking evil. There is so much awful shit that goes on in that industry. I don't even know where to begin. Now, this isn't to say that while I was on the set of The Hunger Games for 2 weeks, I noticed terrible things happening to actors or actresses or anything shady, because I didn't. Everyone I met seemed very normal. Jennifer Lawrence asked for my autograph, which I kindly obliged. Nothing really gave me the heebie-jeebies about the experience, but there was one thing that I always found a little fucked up. One of the scenes I was in took place outside at night, and it was very cold that evening. It was like 40 degrees out, and this scene called for rain. So to simulate rain, they had this piping overhead with holes in it that they pumped hose water in, and just had rain pouring on us, and that shit was like ice. It was fucking brutal. And a couple of the older actors that were on set for that scene had to be rushed inside to the tents for emergency warmth due to a hypothermia risk. I've mentioned that on stream before, but it's always just struck me as like a weird thing that could have been handled a little better. It just seemed a little irresponsible. But other than that, I didn't have any like noteworthy bad experience with the whole situation, even though it was a huge Hollywood production. I didn't have fucking Harvey Weinstein in a trench coat come up to me behind one of the tents or anything. Like, it was just a really normal and fun experience. But I'm not stupid enough to think that my one experience in Hollywood is indicative of the industry as a whole. There is an unholy mountain of evidence about the terrible shit that goes on behind the scenes in Hollywood, especially when it comes to like child actors and shit like that. Like, there is so much deplorable garbage that goes on in Hollywood, it makes your head spin. Almost everything you ever read about like the behind the scenes of Hollywood is so fucked up. You have very well-respected industry veterans coming forward to highlight some awful shit that's gone on over the years, and that brings us to the clip I'd like to show you today that is the catalyst for me wanting to even talk about the whole subject. This comes from an actress whom you might recognize from her biggest recent role in Stranger Things Season 4, where she played Chrissy. Her real name is Grace Van Dien, and she streams pretty regularly on Twitch under the name Bluefy. A couple days ago, before starting her Valorant stream, she was just talking to chat and mentioned that she's recently turned down 4 acting projects due to a horrible experience or experiences she has had in the industry with her bosses. So I'll go ahead and play you the clip right now. Well, there's a clip that's going viral, but I want to play you the entirety of that section so you get the full context instead of just the 60 seconds.
In the last 2.5 weeks, I've turned down 4 movies. Because here's the thing. I've seen that some people are upset with me for turning down acting projects and deciding to stream more, but the fact of the matter is the last few projects I've worked on, I didn't have the best experiences with some of the people I had to work for. And with streaming, I get to choose who I hang out with, who I talk to, etc., etc. Yeah. One of the last movies I did, one of the producers asked me to, like, he hired a girl that he was sleeping with, and then he had her ask me to have a threesome with them. So, like, that's my boss. And then I didn't, and I cried, and I was so upset. But it's like, when people are like, how is streaming better for your mental health? That's how. I get to stay inside my home and play video games, and I don't have my boss asking me to have sex with them. So that's how this is better for my mental health.
That's absolutely horrible to hear, and it also really fucking sucks that I'm not even surprised to hear it. With all of the information that surfaced about the behind the scenes with these Hollywood elites, the amount of exploitation, especially sexual exploitation in the industry, is just completely unforgivable. And just judging from her story, it feels like this wasn't the producer's first rodeo doing this, of trying to solicit sex out of his employees, or try and coerce employees into sexual encounters. It seems like by having the girl that he hired to fuck be the one to ask her, it was supposed to be like this layer of like plausible deniability. So if Grace did speak out, he'd be like, oh, whoa, no, I would never do that. That was that girl. She's a real loose cannon. That wasn't me. Absolutely not. And now you're blacklisted in Hollywood for even saying that. Now, of course, I don't know who this producer is, so I'm not able to pull up like the scouting report or resume, but I would wager a guess that they've probably done this before on up-and-coming talent to try and give them like this push to do it, because the perception is, this is my boss. If I say no, I might get let go of the project. This could have wide-reaching ramifications for my career going forward. Like, this could cause me problems in the future, so I guess I'll just go along with this sexual advance from this guy. Clearly awful, evil shit. I think it's no surprise that Grace would choose to focus on something like streaming where she has all the power, as opposed to a slimy, fucking pathetic subhuman worm like this producer that she's mentioning here. And this is just the publicly available information. I can't even imagine, I can't even fucking fathom with my tiny little smooth reptile brain the number of actors and actresses over the years that have most likely quietly suffered behind the scenes. Very similar to what Grace Van Dien's gone through, but they haven't had a voice to talk about it. It's an awful thing. And I would like to make it clear, because I do see people bring this up, this isn't something that's exclusive to just women in Hollywood. This happens to men too. Quick examples right off the top of my head. Terry Crews, Brendan Fraser. Like, it is something that is just a widespread problem in Hollywood itself. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure women are the main victims to these evil Hollywood elite fiends, but it's not exclusive to just women. Men, as well as children too, are very real victims that are being preyed upon by these monsters that are abusing their power and taking advantage of everyone they can. It's sickening. It really is. Like, it's a horrible situation, and it totally makes sense why Grace would focus more on something like streaming when she's had these experiences in that industry. Like she mentions, in streaming, you are your own boss. You choose your hours, you choose who you play with, who you talk to, what you're playing. You respond to the chat messages you want to. You're not obligated to. Like, it is totally in your control. Whereas in acting in Hollywood, you don't choose your coworkers. You don't choose anything about what you're doing, and you have to play along. And especially in Hollywood, where if you don't play along, this fucking ring of evil vampires is connected so tightly that if you are someone that rocks the boat, you get blacklisted and you won't land future roles. That has been well documented as well, that there is like an actual Hollywood blacklist for people that are maybe a little too forthcoming with what's happening behind the scenes. Like, it's a scary spot full of scary, powerful people. Grace Van Dien doesn't mention this producer's name. And I think that's a very important thing to notice. And it's not like she did anything wrong by keeping his name a secret. But I feel like the reason she wouldn't name and shame this person, and she would have every right to, is because the person has so much power in the industry. Whether that's lawyers or general industry pull, where if she did out them publicly, he would pull strings to ensure she never works a day in her life again in that field. There is such a huge risk to her should she speak out against these people. I imagine this is the primary reason why a lot of these people are still in those positions of power, because their victims feel like they can't speak out, or else it's a huge risk to their own safety, their own financial well-being, their career. Like, there's just a lot of potential problems that could arise from them just even speaking out about it. It's terrifying. It really is. And it's horrible what Grace has gone through. It fucking sucks to hear that. It's awful. And my heart breaks for everyone in the industry that's had similar experiences to Grace. It's honestly, Hollywood is just so fucking corrupt. There are so many awful people that operate in that industry and have openly operated in that industry for quite some time now. Now, I'm not saying everyone in Hollywood's bad, of course. There are going to be some good people in Hollywood, absolutely. It's not 100%. But we can't dismiss the fact that there is an outrageously large amount of scum and fucking terrible things that have been happening behind the scenes for years. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about all of that. That's really about it. So yeah. This evening I was deep in thought while taking a shower. With my bare bottom pointed towards the shower head, I began to ponder, is it possible to actually sustain a show just from it being hated by everyone? To produce a show that nobody likes but everyone tunes in because they like to make fun of it. The scientific term for this phenomenon is hate watching. People that watch something knowing full well they won't like it, but they can't help but watch it anyway. The reason why I got into this little existential crisis wondering about this topic is because last night news broke that Velma Season 2 is reportedly already being worked on, which is without a doubt the worst news the world has received since the bubonic plague. Velma is a show that's unanimously hated by every single person on this planet with a pulse. So the question begs to be asked, why would they even consider making a Season 2? Even critics hate this show. So who is this for? No one wants it. Is it truly so popular from hate watching that they can justify another season just to continue rage baiting? It's an interesting conundrum, and I've seen it being discussed on Twitter. I believe the big tweet about it says something to the effect of, you hate watched, but you still watched, and that's all that matters to the suits. And I think there's a lot of truth to that statement. We've known for a long time journalism actually thrives off rage-baiting articles. I'm pretty sure GameSpot is kept afloat entirely from their dog shit movie and TV show reviews because they come up with the most contrarian and most baffling reviews I've ever seen. For those that don't know, GameSpot gave Resident Evil the Netflix show a 9 out of 10 and the Halo show an 8 out of 10. There is no dimension in this fucking multiverse where that makes any sense. If you spit in my face and kicked me in my nutsack and then showed me these GameSpot reviews, I would be more offended by the reviews than your disrespect to my sack in my face. It's just unreal to think that these are real articles that got published. And it's not just these two, but these are by far the most egregious examples that I can think of off the top of my head. And this concept of profiting off anger extends to everything in the journalism field. There are so many articles written with the sole purpose, it seems, to incite controversy and spark hatred. Because when you get upset, you're clicking the articles, which I guess is good for their bottom line. Now, does that same concept extend to a show like Velma? There's a lot of evidence to suggest it does, especially in the case of Velma. Right now, they're wiggling their fingers celebrating that Velma had the biggest premiere day for an HBO Max original animated. But this is such a hollow victory because there's no HBO original animations left since everything got canceled. They're competing in a goddamn ghost town. It's just crickets for animation on there. So of course it was going to have the biggest premiere. But is it still just genuinely popular, like even just by normal standards? I think it is. With the amount of clips floating around on Twitter, the amount of discussion around the episodes, I actually think the show is very popular from people solely watching for the sake of insulting it. Which is fascinating because it looks like this show's going to soar to profitability for the network solely off just being this public toilet for people to shit in. This is just the internet's punching bag right now. The show fucking sucks. It sucks fuck. It's terrible. And everyone knows it. They can't help but watch it and stay glued to it to see how bad it gets. It tickles a morbid curiosity deeply embedded in the DNA of every human being, where when you see a car accident, you can't help but slow down just to observe the carnage and see what's going on over there. That's Velma. It's a repulsive train wreck people can't help but check out. It's just like when, my boy George got curious and it led to all kinds of adventures. But the only adventure you go on when checking out Velma is despair and boredom and just pure insufferable misery. It's not a fun bad show. by any means. This isn't like The Room or something where it's so bad it's good and it becomes enjoyable. Velma is an absolute chore to watch. It's more like going into a lecture that's hosted by the worst person you've ever met on Twitter. And then they also have a stand-up routine from someone that came from Tumblr. It's just a bad show no matter how you spin it. All of the jokes don't land. Every joke is pretty much the exact same formula with no real punchline except for Fred's got a tiny wiener. It's just a shitty overall show, but people are still watching. So much so that we might doom the world with a season 2 of this thing. That would be like the apocalypse or the Armageddon written about in the Bible if there's actually a Velma season 2 that premieres next year. I can't even imagine how the world could have deserved such an awful fate. But it's so interesting. Like, I can't help but just be truly blown away by the fact that the studio and everyone involved here has to see the reception. They know everyone hates it. But numbers are numbers, and these numbers are astronomical, I suppose, because goddamn, a season 2 already. Very bold strategy, but I mean, maybe this is an actual legitimate thing that studios might start doing, is just making shows with the sole purpose of making people angry from watching them. I decided to do my due diligence and check against another recently hated show. This was universally slapped by everyone that watched it. This is The Witcher Blood Origin, and it was the #1 show on Netflix during its opening week, it seems. So, regardless of the quality of the show, it looks like as long as you can make people talk about it, whether it's positive or negative, it really does just benefit the network overall. Maybe when it comes to shows like this, there really is no such thing as bad publicity, because these are two very recent and very quick examples of shows that everyone despised, nobody defended, and it had no fans or supporters. There are more fans of Catching the Common Cold than there are of Velma or The Witcher Blood Origin, and yet they both pulled good numbers, it seems, solely from being hated. It's interesting. So, going forward, here's what I propose. Stop hate watching. Let me do it for you. I'll watch all of these stinkers and I'll let you know just how bad they are. I don't think shows and networks should be rewarded for churning out poop like this. So, I'll be the only one to watch them. Let Velma Season 2 roll around and it has a single viewer. Me. I'll fill you in on all the nitty-gritty details of how awful the show is, no problem. I don't mind doing that. I'll bear the burden of their sin and I'll carry it for all of us. I'll watch these god-awful shows because I love watching terrible shit. Even when it's not fun, like Velma, there's no fun to be had. That's a word that's forbidden to be used in the same sentence as this show. But I still do it because there's something about the way that I'm programmed that just has to watch awful media or play awful games. I feel this compulsion to do it, and I can't fight that demon. You know, if there's something that has a 1.3 on IMDb like Velma currently does, I'm like a moth to a flame. I'm like a dog chasing a car, except I know exactly what to do when I catch it. I fucking watch the goddamn show, and I'm upset the entire time. I wear a frown on my face, and it's this vicious cycle, and I just love it. I don't know what to tell you. So just let me do that for all of us. I'll be the only hate watcher from now on. So that way they stop getting good numbers and good returns on absolutely horrible shows and programs. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I found it very interesting. Assuming, of course, Velma Season 2 really is in the works. That would be very upsetting, but also, the more I think about it, not surprising because of just how popular it is to hate on it. So I'm guessing there is a lot of people that continue to watch it. Though I do imagine they're going to experience a significant drop-off in viewers. Those numbers are going to absolutely plummet like Netflix stock last year. It's because now everyone knows it's not fun bad. Everyone's given it a chance to try and be entertainingly shitty, and it's not. It's just not entertaining. It's just shitty. So they're not going to continue watching, or at least most of them probably aren't. So there's not going to be as many viewers going forward, but maybe they still just had enough already from just the 2 episodes. Couldn't tell you, but just thought this was something interesting to think about, and that's about it. So yeah. Who is the biggest joke in all of sports? Some people might argue the Washington Generals, which is the team that the Harlem Globetrotters always play against. They travel together and the Harlem Globetrotters always win against them because the Generals are just there to have fun with the Globetrotters in order to make a spectacle out of the whole thing. They're kind of designed to lose. But they're not the biggest joke in sports. That honor belongs to one man in particular. His name is Dillon Danis. This goofball is someone you might have heard of because he's that coward that started a lot of shit with KSI, and then the second that it reached the fuck around and find out moment, like a week before they were actually supposed to fight, Dillon Danis backs out and weasels his way out of it, coming up with all kinds of pathetic little excuses, and then still tries to act tough. He's a washed up fighter who all he does now is just shit talk and then promotes scams on Twitter. People have more respect for the flies that hover around public porta potties at a fucking music festival than they do this man and his career. And yet somehow he finds a way to sink even lower. He was recently the primary clown in CoffeeZilla's newest video, where he got used like a fleshlight by CoffeeZilla in order to prove a point that Dillon Danis will promote absolutely anything at all as long as you pay him. And it turns out you don't even really have to pay him that much, all things considered. Just giving him a pack of cigarettes will get you like a 24-hour tweet promoting whatever vile scam you want. Like, it's actually pretty wild. So CoffeeZilla's video exposes at least 20 scams that he's done in his past, as well as convincing him to do yet another one. You know, hop back in the saddle, get ready for the rodeo, and engage in another scam tweet that CoffeeZilla cooked up with a completely fake crypto project. And he wanted to see how much does Dillon charge, and does he do any amount of research at all into the things that he proudly posts on his Twitter? I know Dillon Danis can't even spell research, so the answer isn't shocking. It's a no. He didn't bother looking into what CoffeeZilla was paying him to promote at all, because if he did, if he spent even 3 seconds, or even just like an iota of a thought given to the project, he would have immediately realized that it's not real and it is a scam that he's about to post proudly on his Twitter. Because CoffeeZilla laid it all out in front of him. And it's not even like it was hidden in plain sight or anything. He literally spelled it out, word for word. In a contract he sent to Dillon Danis, it even says that it's not real and you're going to be the butt of a joke. It was literally, it was just there in the contract. And it wasn't even a long contract like buried in fine print. It was like a core piece of the contract that just says, this is basically a fucking scam. And Dillon still signed it. It's baffling. So I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'm just trying to give a general breakdown of the situation. Of course, the full CoffeeZilla video is going to be linked in the description. It's fucking beautiful per usual. I'm just going to show you some clips from it. But one other thing I want to point out is the reason CoffeeZilla went after Dillon Danis is because Dillon made a whole song and dance, a big hoopla about how bad he feels for everyone that got scammed by Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo. And that's what tipped everyone off to how many scams he himself has done, which led to this investigation in this video by CoffeeZilla, Oompaville, and ZachXBT. And it's a fucking amazing ride. It really is.
Dillon Danis is an MMA fighter famous for two things: cage fighting and not fighting KSI.
True.
But on December 23rd, he decided to be famous.
Also, apparently, I didn't know this until recently. He's not even famous for actually fighting. He's famous for just being a guy that, like, kind of rides Conor McGregor's dick. What's his actual fighting record? Because I said the same thing. I'm like, yeah, he actually fights. But his actual MMA record is 2-0. He has fought 2 times. Once in 2018 and once in 2019. Look at this shit. So he's not really a fighter. he's fought twice. Like, his whole claim to fame is, yeah, I'm a fucking stupid asshole. And that's it. And he won't even fight a YouTuber. 100% win rate, that is true. He is undefeated. But then again, so am I in MMA, to be fair. I am also undefeated. It's kind of meaningless when you don't have a whole lot of fights under your belt.
Calling out the scammers. He writes in a tweet, "Damn, Logan Paul is a scumbag. Feel bad for everyone he scammed." Now,
Thanks,
of course,
Dillon.
No one's gonna really disagree with this, so the likes rolled in. But what Dillon doesn't
What a
tell you
saint.
is he also
What a
has a
saint.
history of scamming people on Twitter. And what Dillon didn't know is that there was a detective watching him. That detective was not me, actually. I wish it was me. It was my buddy ZachXBT on Twitter who
Whoa!
said, "Damn, Dillon Danis is a scumbag. Feel."
Hey, this is all coming full circle. You might remember Zach from the BitBoy Crypto thing. He was the guy that, like, tracked all of his moonshots and, like, called out a whole bunch of shit there.
So I reached back out to Zach and I said, hey, good tweet, but I want to find out how many scams exactly this guy has promoted. So Zach started digging through the garbage bin of deleted tweets, and we found out pretty quick there were a lot more.
What the fuck is it? Baby Dinger? What the fuck? Baby Dinger token is the next Shiba Inu. Oh man, if anyone has any baby dingers, you should immediately just lose the right to earn money in your life. You don't deserve it anymore. Ring dinger. Hey, let's not besmirch the good name of the ring dinger. That's as far from Web3 crypto as you get. That is literally an old man who snaps your head off.
I wanted to trick Dylan into giving me the amount. The rough idea was to approach
Smart.
Dylan and say, hey, I created this dumb NFT project that's completely fake. How much would it cost for you to promote it? He gives me an answer and I have my price. Who looked like he would be serious about selling you an NFT collection. And that's when I thought of my buddy Oompaville.
Yes.
This is a guy who's actually really sweet in real life.
I did know Oompaville played a big role in this here. So that is exciting. Very smart. CoffeeZilla recognized that Dylan would certainly say no, knowing for sure that it's a honeypot if it was CoffeeZilla that reached out. So he used Oompaville. Whom, I mean, that looks like a well-adjusted man to me. Like, that's a trustworthy face right there. So, he used him as the proxy. That's genius.
We can provide all the marketing copy. Please let me know, as we're trying to launch relatively soon. That website is not a real crypto NFT platform. Nothing in this video is a crypto or real NFT, so
yeah,
you cannot buy
obviously,
crypto. I want to be super clear, because Dylan immediately responds with, want to do a tweet? And then I love this next part. What is it? I like the order of that, let's promote it. And then underneath it, what am I promoting? And it's at this point I realized
it's secondary.
This is not only my chance to find out how much Dylan gets paid for all these scam promotions, it's also my chance to test Dylan Dennis. In fact, to do this, I basically copied almost word for word CryptoZoo's white paper, saying the following.
Baby.
Sour.gg may appear to solely function as an NFT collection, but it's much, much more. Sour allows users to earn sweet tokens that are openly traded via a yield that is based on the rarity of a given candy NFT.
I'm going to tell you right now, Coffee, I love the attention to detail here. I think that is super smart. I'm not convinced Dylan Dennis can read. I think he might be illiterate. So he just saw words on the page and he's like, man, this is legit. All these words, they have meaning, I have no doubt. I'm in. I am confident he had no fucking clue what anything in that white paper said. But I appreciate you went the extra mile and set it up that way for it.
Look out, adventurer. Now this is a sentence which means nothing unless you lay it out by the first letter of every word. And then it spells CoffeeZilla.
Oh!
So, don't say I didn't warn him. And obviously...
That's
even
way
if
too
I
smart
hadn't
for
warned
Dylan.
him, Dylan Dennis surely wouldn't promote a CryptoZoo project, right? Because he's, he feels too bad for the victim. And then ETH? Question mark? And at this point, I'm just a little surprised by how easy this all is. Zero due diligence is
I'm not
being
surprised
done
at all.
here. We have created the weakest facade possible for an NFT scam, and he's just immediately on board. After we settled on that, he sent me payment information.
I am shocked he can even get 5K for a tweet. His Twitter isn't exactly what you'd call booming. The only time he gets engagement is when people are laughing at him. Like here, let me go to his Twitter real quick. Let's see, what's his most recent tweet? Because he deleted this one, I remember that. His most recent one is, if Alexander Volkanovsky beats... okay, it's a fight. I'll give one person who likes this tweet $1,500 and must be following to win. So he's actually having to do fucking... He has to farm. He has to do giveaway farming. But before that, it's literally nothing. And he got 8K likes on the farm. So even by those standards, that's pretty low. So I'm shocked that he's actually asking 5K. Though I doubt many people are actually giving it to him.
Dylan gave us a brand new crypto wallet just for this transaction.
Whoa!
Which seems to imply that he probably makes new wallets for every new deal he does, which is
definitely not
true.
his own idea.
And at this point, I realized I had a choice to
Someone
make.
told him to do that.
Take what I learned, present it to you guys, and stop this little charade I had with Dylan and make my video. And Dylan would just keep doing this because his fans wouldn't know.
Wait,
Or
what was that
I
last
could
one? Was that Was that Face Writers? What the fuck? Did I read that correctly? Right before Baby Dinger.
And Dylan would just keep doing this.
Oh, I'm writing with Faceless. Gotcha. I thought that said Face Writers. I was like, damn, another fucking wild one.
Because his fans wouldn't know. Which is actually pay Dylan to post a link to our fake NFT project. But the twist would be, as soon as he posts that link, it will become a website dedicated to every scam tweet Dylan Dennis has ever done. And remember that this website would be linked by Dylan Dennis himself to all of his fans until he kept the tweet for certain periods of time. And to my surprise, he agreed to the terms. And
that's smart. That's super smart. Yeah, so space it out so that way you can get the most juice for the squeeze here off the tweet staying live. I can also promise you, Dylan Dennis has no idea what any of these words he's using here mean. He's used too much punctuation. There's 2 periods in there. That's far more than his reading level permits. He's got percentage sign in there, some underlines, parentheses. Dylan Dennis tapped out once he saw payment structure. He's like, all right, payment. I know that one. Okay, whatever else.
Website, which is just a website with all his previous transgressions. Now, I did talk to some
I want to read that one. What was that? I'm bullish on what? These all have the worst names. I'm bullish on Rock Smart Chain. Rocket Raccoon. Hype.
From ZachXBT. He found over 20 projects that Dylan promoted and then tried deleting, where many of them were rug pulls and scams. It was at this point
I drew up a contract for Dylan to sign before this whole thing goes live.
He didn't read it.
And in it, I lay the whole thing out. And this is what I meant by headwinds. This is where he probably will catch us. Because in black and white, I lay out our whole scheme right in front of him. So it literally says, like, you're going to be the butt of the joke. It says people aren't doing due diligence.
Oh,
it says that we're going to be switching the website to show his prior promotions. So we lay out the whole thing there.
Oh,
and
no.
What we're really banking on is he's not going to read any of this. He's just going to see money and just sign it, which is the
100%.
whole point of this entire
He
thing.
can't
So
read
I
it.
think it fits.
Sending it. All right. And then I'm sending the drive link.
I mean, we've sent the contract now. We're just waiting. We're literally waiting.
He's going to instantly respond with the sign. It's going to be less than 2 minutes.
Oh, I agree, bro. I agree.
It was 3 minutes. I was so fucking close. I was so close.
Idiot. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He agreed.
I was so
and
close.
You might notice that we weren't actually able to use DocuSign and get his signature because it was experiencing outages at the moment, the actual website. But we were able to just have him do a written agreement in DMs that he agreed to our terms. And although
That is real, by the way. If you get in writing something like that, that is actually an enforceable thing. It's not as strong as like a full signature, but that is like actually enforceable. So, what a fucking moron. Holy shit.
go ahead and tweet.
Just refreshing now, I guess. See what he says.
Run
There's been
it.
so much work that goes into this. You guys didn't see this off camera. Dylan starts talking about where's your community. So we have to whip up this community from nowhere.
Oh,
Our
fuck.
community doesn't exist. We had to create a Twitter profile. We had to buy a bunch of botted followers.
An hour ago, it didn't exist.
I don't think I've ever been so excited about something in my life.
Nice.
Dude.
What was the total spend on this, I imagine?
He tweeted it.
Huge.
I can't believe he did it.
He actually did it. He just tweeted it.
What an idiot. What? I can't believe it. What can I say?
So I knew this tidbit of information real quick before he points it out. The actual tweet just has the word scam in it. Sour NFT candies are moonbound. Scam.
Believe
It's
it.
so adorable.
What can I say? He
They couldn't have
promoted
made it
a
any more
tweet
clear.
Which literally spells out in first letters the word scam.
Yep.
I hope this is.
Oh man, Dylan. Now he's ducking CoffeeZilla and Oompaville's attempt to communicate just like he ducked KSI's fight. God damn. It's all he knows. Yeah, he'll never mention this, unfortunately. That's his modus operandi. He just is a fucking perpetual loser, I guess. Oh, I did see that. There was a lot of brain rot takes about how what CoffeeZilla did is actual entrapment. And I'm pretty sure those people are just as CTE riddled as Dylan Dennis to think that what CoffeeZilla did is anything even remotely associated with entrapment. It's not even close. CoffeeZilla did everything possible to let Dylan know what was going on. He even put in the fucking contract he agreed to that it is literally him just being a joke. It's not real. He laid out everything, and he still agreed to it. That couldn't be further from entrapment. The guy got 1K. He did get 1K. He did get $1,000 out of it, so that's a Dylan W, baby. Fucking big one from Dylan! But also lost rep. He had none to begin with. I legitimately don't think Dylan Dennis has a single fan. Like, actually not a single one. People just laugh at him. In fact, if you go to his goddamn giveaway tweet right now, people aren't even participating in the actual giveaway. They're just spamming the clown emoji. Jesus Christ. He can't even, like, actively farm children on Twitter. He doesn't have fans. I have just got to give an update to the wackiest trial that's ever been broadcast. It finally concluded. And goodness gracious, geez Louise, I tell ya, what an adventure. Since the invention of video technology, we've been building up to a moment like this. This is why video exists. To capture this public trial, Gwyneth Paltrow versus Terry Sanderson. It's a legal battle where Terry Sanderson insists that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him on a skiing slope 7 years ago and it left him, you know, debilitatingly injured, like a brain injury, turned him into a shut-in, this and that, and he was looking for $3 million in damages, which got thrown out pretty quickly. They wiped their ass with that whole case, saying that, you know, this wasn't a hit and run, but then he came back for round 2 looking for the sloppy seconds and came after her again, this time for $300,000 in damages, and this time it made it all the way to court, and thank God for that because we got to watch it live. In response, Gwyneth Paltrow was countersuing for $1. A single dollar. Like Mr. Krabs with me millionth dollar. She was coming after him for a single buck. 1 clam. Though I do think he'd also be responsible for covering her attorney fees. So realistically, it's more than $1, but the damages she was pursuing was $1 single dollar. The verdict is in. I don't want to spoil anything from this anime, but I would like to show you a couple Terry Sanderson best of moments real quick, just to give you like a brief appetizer to wet your whistle on just how crazy this trial was.
Do you recall saying that you agreed that saying I'm famous was a crazy thing to say? Agree?
Absolutely, it's not me. I don't buy into that.
But it was you, right? Just to be clear. When you say it wasn't me, it was in fact you.
It's the other personality that's inhabiting my body right now.
And you blame Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
Yes. No question.
This case now turned into a demonic possession type deal going on right now. Terry's got spirits inside of his body that sometimes take control of it, I guess. Because it wasn't him that sent that email about, you know, I'm famous. It was a different personality living with inside Terry right there, working him like a fucking puppet, I guess. Terry does deliver some very important entertainment to the trial. However, the real stars of the show are undoubtedly the lawyers for Paltrow and for Terry. I'm convinced that this had to be some kind of social experiment conducted by the Impractical Jokers, and they were using actors for these lawyer roles because, Jesus Christ, I really felt like they were just feeding them these questions. The lawyer for Terry, she was pretty much a huge Gwyneth Paltrow fan and was just asking softball questions and conversation starters, literal small talk that you'd see from like Ask Reddit advice on how to talk to like your celebrity crush. And then the lawyer for Gwyneth Paltrow, that man you saw at the end of the clip, that guy I'm pretty sure didn't even know where he was half the time. It was a complete circus. But I want to focus mainly just on Terry, and you'll see why in a little bit.
This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
Denial.
this is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance.
The last part, the jury should disregard.
This is really Terry's most iconic moment here, referencing Epstein's Island and putting himself as like the hero that could stop all of this if he only wins the lawsuit against Gwyneth Paltrow, basically. He hypes himself up like the fucking Batman who's standing up to her to put a kibosh on her hitting people on the slopes, as well as, like, you know, not letting it spiral out of control where kids start getting molested on an island. Now, like I said, I would wager a guess Gwyneth Paltrow has probably flown on Epstein's airline. Half of Hollywood has. Bunch of fucking evil weirdos out there. But it also has no relevance to the case at all in a fucking skiing accident and figuring out who was at fault. Now, I mentioned at the beginning, Terry was claiming he suffered huge injuries from this thing. Traumatic injuries, you know, debilitating stuff that, you know, made him a shut-in because he was afraid to go outside now after experiencing such pain. Well, that got called into question in a big way. I'll just give you a little montage of all of the pictures that Terry took over the last few years since the incident of him traveling the world and doing pretty intense things like fucking parasailing. So they start poking holes in that claim of, you were so injured that it turned you into a shut-in, yet literally, you know, not even a full year later, you're already back skiing, you're parasailing, you're riding mopeds, you're going fucking hog wild.
After the collision... up in the ski resorts, or what is this?
Yeah, about a year later. I think I was just walking up in the hills above my house.
Okay, page 63. Is this you skiing after the collision? Is this you on a camel?
It is.
What country?
It's Morocco, because the Kia had Morocco heritage.
Let's go to 84. Is that you in front of something cool?
Yes, one of millions of temples in Thailand.
Is that you?
It is, yes.
Poster boy for fitness at age 75. Would you agree? Driving range, right?
Yes.
80. Is this you? Are you in this river cruise, river boat?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 81. Did someone you were with or you go parish sailing?
This was in Switzerland.
It seems Terry has traveled more than Jackie Chan did in Around the World in 80 Days. Terry has been everywhere and done everything, fucking parasailing. You know, all of that's super cool, but you have to keep in mind, this was post, you know, Armageddon here, where he claimed that ski accident with Gwyneth Paltrow was debilitating, changed his whole life, turned him into a shut-in, left him with permanent injuries, and yet he was still super active, doing like physically demanding things, like going skiing again not long after the collision, fucking parasailing. That's a little interesting. So they kind of grilled Terry, and I want to make it clear, it's not like Gwyneth Paltrow did an amazing job either. It's not like her team was like fucking crack shot ace detectives, and it's not like she looked like some kind of genius saint up there or anything. But surprisingly, she looked sane in comparison to the rest of the circus around her, which is crazy because she fucking founded Goop, which is literally one of the stupidest goddamn things on the planet. I will still never get over her, this smells like my vagina candle scam. Very fraudulent, bad business practice there, because that smelled nothing like pussy. And certainly not hers, absolutely not. But again, she wasn't amazing, but compared to the rest, she did enough. I'll go ahead and show you the verdict now.
Paltrow at fault? No. Was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Oh, skip that.
There's just no response there.
Okay. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause Gwyneth Paltrow's Did Terry Sanderson's fault cause Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes. Comparative fault. What % of the fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? 100%. Damages. What amount fairly compensates Gwyneth Paltrow for economic damages? $1. Signed March 30th, 2023.
I love how if you listen closely, you can hear a subtle whisper when she says awarded like $1 in damages. Someone goes, nice. Which is fucking cute, I guess. Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow won the case. Shocker. If you watch this unfold, I think you knew this was coming. This was one hell of a trial. Like, wowee. What a ball game. Now, don't be upset, Terry Sanderson fans. After the trial concluded, he was interviewed outside, and he was in very high spirits. He was even asked about a reality TV show, if he'd be open to something like that. Which, of course, you know, being the humble, not narcissistic gentleman that he is, he said, oh, no, I don't think so. I don't think I'll do a reality TV show. No way. Get out of town. But I'm not too sure. We might see more of Terry Sanderson in the limelight after this whole debacle here. But anyway, I just wanted to give a little update to all of this because this was so silly. This was so fucking silly. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.